Sirens singing lullabies, science singing lullabies. Prepare, the world is now the battle ground. Bleeding, healing carefully, breathing, seizing reverie. The skies are falling, can you hear the sound? Even if we're on the edge of falling, down on the one last breath, I'll fight through every storm. I know that we'll be here to tell the story. Let them feel our hearts on fire. Let them feel our battle cry. Yeah, man, grow up, grow up, grow up. Violent writings on the walls, fallen heroes standing tall. Our march for glory vibrates to the ground. I bow my crownless head like a warrior, and let the waves crash down over me like a soldier. Fearless fighting, no audience, no auditorium. Even if we're on the edge of falling, I don't know my one last breath, I'll fight through every storm. I know that we'll be here to tell the story. Let them feel our hearts on fire. Let them feel a battle cry. Yeah, let's roll, roll, roll,
To the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. It is day one and the players are ready to go in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Let me tell you, playing in person, it hits different. You get the trash talk going, and from what I've already been told, the trash talk has already been planned. Some rivalries are already developing, and we're going to break all that down as soon as we possibly can. But I couldn't be more excited to be here today. I mean, seriously, this is the start of PUBG Mobile America's Who's the Best. 16 incredible teams. We're talking 15 days, 6 maps per day, 90 total maps played out. It's everything you know and love if you love PUBG Mobile. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. Hot Jukes, you're looking good, baby, as always. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm so stoked, baby. It's about that time. We get to see some good old America's action. About to find out who's going to be the best in the West this year. And, man, I'm looking forward to seeing some NA teams finally start shining.
That's right. Well, speaking of the best, Cameron, it's great to be with you for the first time, man. I know you're going to be bringing that PUBG Mobile analysis. You're going to be breaking it all down like a shotgun, baby. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, feeling great. Listen, it's exciting. This is LAN. This is a huge event for all of these players. This is, I think, the first time for a lot of these individual players to be at an environment like this, because so much of previous leagues have been online. They can play from the safety of their bedroom, of their living room, wherever it is. It's only been the best of the best that have gone to global competitions where it's been on LAN, been in studios like this one. So now we're thrusting all these players into this environment and to see who can swim and who's going to sink to the bottom.
That's the best way to put it, and right? I mean, it's like, who's going to be turned into a diamond or who's going to be crushed under the pressure? We're going to find out as we move along, of course. This America's competition, excited to be here, I really am. And that music got me pumped up, the walkouts. You can tell the teams, they're serious, man. You can tell who's got the swagger and who might be a little bit nervous. But let's start breaking down how everything is going to work throughout the 15 days of competition. So, like I said before, we've got 16 incredible teams, the best of America's has to bring, not only from Brazil, but also North America and Latin America. 15 days, 6 drops per day, 90 total drops to be played. Point system, though, 1 point per elimination. Keep that in mind. But as far as first place, 10 points, right? 10 big ones, 4 more than that of second. Math is easy for me today, guys. 9th through 16th, though, you're not getting anything. So if you are in 9th place, that's the cutoff. That's where you don't earn anything unless you get elimination. So we got to be paying attention to those bottom end teams. Now, as far as maps go, we're doing things a little bit different this time, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. We've tried some different map rotations, especially recently. You know, we've seen like 3 Aaron Gales back-to-back starting off in Sandhawk. Now we're going to have Sandhawk in match number 4. And this is going to stay the same throughout the entire tournament. So once that fatigue starts to set in, you know what I'm saying? Sandhawk's going to definitely wake them up for sure.
Fatigue is a real thing. Sandhawk being the outlier. Obviously, you get plenty of Erangel, you get plenty of Miramar, but Sandhawk, you don't get a lot of them. However, I have this suspicious feeling Sandhawk is definitely going to matter, especially when we get towards the tail end of the points and you are only within 5-6 points away. Sandhawk could be the difference maker to make or break you. Now, as far as groups go, we've got 4 amazing, 4 teams split into A, B, C, and D groups. And before you are literally the heaviest hitters America's has to bring, Cameron.
Yeah, listen, it looks like pretty well divided. We have a North American team in each and every group. Your eye's going to immediately get drawn to Group C and D because of Influence Rage and Alpha7 being in both those 2 groups, probably the 2 heaviest hitters we have in this entire league. But you might be asking, wait a second, 16 teams, why do we bother having groups in the first place?
That's right. That's a good question. Why do we have groups? Well, it's because we have this thing called double points. Now, today is Wednesday. Hot Jukes excited. We're going to be breaking that down. Right, today's Wednesday. There's no double points, so everybody's going to be earning at the same rate. However, go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, each respective group will have an opportunity to earn double points. So, for example, starting tomorrow, Group A will be earning double points while everybody else, all the other groups, will not be. So you want to make sure that you're earning every point you possibly can. So if you get a victory, you get a winner chicken dinner, and it's usually 10 points, you're earning 20. You get an elimination, that's normally 1 point. you're now earning 2 on your respective days. So not only does it give you an opportunity to catch up and gain a lead, but it also could potentially put a target on your back, which could be quite scary depending on how that goes. But I love this double point system, and I can't wait to see how it ends up turning out. Now, let's talk about why everybody is here. Hot Jukes, $220,000 on the line.
Ooh, that's a lot of cheddar, baby. And of course, you're going to get some extra money on the side for MVP, Gunslinger, but this is a lot of money on the line here, and
Yes.
the game has changed. With those double points, Cameron, can you imagine what's going through these IGL's minds right now?
Right. Yeah, I mean, and listen, but that's an important thing. The double points is not only for the teams that are on those days, but it's also for the teams around them, making sure that they can try and cut them up before they maximize their days that they're on, because there's a lot of money that we're fighting for. But the thing that I actually like the most is the fact that we're also giving out top player fraggers and best performing team on a weekly basis, not just the seasonal all-around MVP, Gunslinger, Field Mech, and all that stuff. So there's always something to play for, like towards the end of all of these days that we're playing in this season. If you're feeling yourself a little toward the middle, towards the bottom, there is still something to be fighting for, still something to be playing for, even if you can't necessarily be shooting for the #1 spot anymore.
Hey, look, at that extra money, you're in Sao Paulo. Go have a good time. Go to the beach, and just eat some good food, man, all right? That's the big thing out there. So extra money, no one's ever going to complain about that. I know I for sure wouldn't. Now, we do have some great teams, as we have talked about. North America is going to be representing well. And one of those teams that was invited here today is a team called Hyper, and they had some things to say. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, this is Hyper Esports representing North America. Over here we got FS, Punia, Caprice, Baton. I'm Stars, I'm the team captain.
We are very excited to be here, and our goal for this PMSL is to qualify the World Cup.
I think our biggest strength is our gun skills.
The biggest challenge for us was to practice with higher MS, but now we are in Brazil and we can train with normal MS, and we are ready for PMSL Americas.
Our communication is good, and we are going a lot of progress with our communication, and the team energy also is getting better day by day. Also, we came 1 week and 3 days before the tournament starts to practice more, and all of us with the MS good. That's it.
We are the only PMSL partnership team from North America. I don't feel any stress being the invited team. After all, PMSL qualifiers is too easy for us.
There it is, Stars talking his trash, saying, I don't feel any stress being the invited team. After all, PMSL qualifiers is too easy for us, Hot Jukes.
And that may be true, but oh boy, has the difficulty just raised itself to another level here in this tournament. I actually got the chance to talk to Stars before this, and he told me, man, there's an energy there in Sao Paulo that is just cannot be matched from playing online. So he's super excited. He did tell me though that this is a relatively new team and this is a little bit of a rebuild year for them. So you know, the expectations are to just try and qualify, do the best they can, level up, but this is the partnership team at the end of the day, so there's definitely going to be some high expectations for sure.
From my experience, Hyper is a roster, even though this roster is new, it's an organization that does very well during regular season time. So that means I expect them to live up to that homage and just do an incredible job overall. Now, new team, Cameron, that's got to be scary, but what did the individual players on the roster have to bring today?
Listen, you say it's a new team, and it absolutely is a new collection of players, but don't forget about the fact that they still have SS from their previous roster on, you know, their roster this year now. And even though he wasn't the star of the show last year, towards the end of the season, he was definitely coming up and really fighting for the numbers alongside their previous stars of Kindness and GK First. So he is absolutely set up, in my opinion, to be the star of the show for this current Hyper roster here. But also, don't ignore the fact that they still have Gfon playing on the supporting role on the side of that organization. And he's been here for so long, I'm sure that he's going to be playing a part on making sure the Hyper sort of culture that they've been developing over the past couple of years stays there and gives these players the best chance at success here at LAN.
Shifan, a name that was said constantly throughout Titan series and probably going to be constantly mentioned and brought up right as we move through the America's spring season. But we also have another Titan, speaking of Titan Gaming, moving in. These guys were the first name I heard when I first entered PUBG Mobile Esports. And the reason why is because they were the PMPL winners last year. Now, granted, different roster, but same organization to live up to the name. They're coming onto hallowed grounds. They want to win. And more importantly, they dominated the PMSL qualifiers, taking first place, getting 5 winner-winner chicken dinners. That is massive, Hot Jukes.
Yes, it is. But they got their work cut out for them as well as all the other NA teams here. But, you know, I'm really looking towards Inactive. I actually got the chance to talk to him in Saudi Arabia. It was his first LAN ever. He was so excited. I mean, that excitement left pretty quick because they got whooped in Saudi, you know, but that's a lesson learned. And, you know, almost every single player has to learn it eventually. So he has that experience under his belt. I'm hoping, Cameron, that he kind of uses that to just kind of get the team hyped up and ready to go here for this one.
Right. Yeah, and listen, Titan Gaming, again, new roster, and we're going to be saying that for, I think, most rosters around here, right? But one thing to note is that they do have the duo of Doran and Redox both being loaned over from a European organization, Nexus. So there is still a little bit of chemistry, at least on half the roster there. It's going to be they have the challenge of sort of bringing everyone together, which, again, all teams are going to have that. So, you know, as long as they can get that up to snuff within this first week, we shouldn't be too worried about that. But the fact that they have that starting element of those 2 players to really jump off of is a good start for them.
That is a great start. You know, team chemistry, even if you don't have all 4 on the same page, which, let's be fair, they do, right? I mean, they won PMSL qualifiers, but having that duo-ship and then the other 2 to kind of fit into the roles, the respective roles themselves, it makes all the difference. Titan Gaming is a roster I expect to excel and represent North America well as they work through Americas. Now, these are the Reapers of PMSL qualifiers, and more about that in just a little bit. But Super Lazy Reflex, SLR, a team that I expect to go the distance. Cameron, what can you tell me about them?
Listen, if you guys were like me, you saw the qualifiers, you see Koi and Kindness on this roster, like, oh, great, this is an extension of last year's Hyper roster, which was the best in North America. As you can see, though, Kindness is not playing right now. Difficulties with the roster issue at the moment. However, do not ignore the fact that there's still Koi, and in the qualifiers, Guo Shran was also putting up amazing numbers. This wasn't all the Kindness show to get to this point. So as long as Dragon X can really fit into that role reasonably well, like let's say 70%, 80%, sorry, Dragon K, right in the beginning, I'm not too worried. What I am worried about is that they do not have great numbers on Erangel or Sanhok. Their Miramar numbers look fantastic. 13 points per game on average from the qualifiers. Erangel, 4.4. Sanhok, 3. And then with the Erangel, if you remove that 1 win of theirs that they got, it's down to 2 points per game. So they really going to need to clean that up for good success this season.
That is quite concerning. Erangel played 3 times, Miramar only twice. That's not a winning, at least a winning strategy as far as I'm concerned, Hot Jukes. But granted, I mean, they're here for a reason, so I'm sure they have something up their sleeves, and they've been preparing for a reason.
Absolutely, yeah. You know what? I always used to call SLR kind of like a mini and Hyper when it was just them, but hopefully now they're able to get that gun skill going.
That's right. Well, we'll see if they do. Now, this is a team I'm excited about rounding out our 4 North American teams competing over the next 15 days, NRG Galaxy. Now, these guys, they ended up getting their spot, and the reason why is because Taco Lovers forfeited their spot after qualifying through PMSL qualifiers. Now, with that being said, do not sleep on this roster. They were a team that were very well about to qualify. They reached the final map, and then now I bring back up the Reapers of SLR, Super Lazy Reflex, more specifically Koi, who ended up being the final nail in the coffin to drop NRG Galaxy down and then Taco Lovers up. However, NRG, they're here for a reason, and they are looking to show up and show out. Now, they made it here, Hot Chooks. You gotta think, they weren't even supposed to be here, but now that they're here, does that kind of alleviate the pressure, or does that add more pressure onto their plate?
I mean, I think the fact that they made it here definitely, you know, alleviated that pressure for sure, but the pressure's on big time because they got something to prove, you know, and these names, a lot of NA players, watchers, viewers, fans, they know these names. They've seen them in playing at the highest level for so long. As a matter of fact, a long time ago, it was J7 that knocked out Cloud9 right at the last second for being able to move forward. And now it happened to him on the other side, right? Taco, you know, actually it was Koi that took them out in the last stage. But you know what? Hopefully they use these lessons. They've been putting in the work hard. because, like I said, for NA overall, qualifiers are one thing.
Yeah,
this is a
right.
whole nother level now.
Whole different level. Cameron, let's talk about that. Why is it a different level? Obviously, we talked about the land, but we talked about the money. But, I mean, there's also a lot of pride, you'd have to assume, right? Being in person, playing across from your competition day in and day out, the pressure's at an all-time high.
It is. And it would be one thing for the teams that we just went over showing some love to the North American rosters that we have on the field right now. It would be one thing if this was about just North America. This is also the best of LATAM, and most importantly, Brazil.
Only got 39 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, listen, that's a good trade for losing Fate earlier on to this exact team, but as you can see, there are a lot of teams around this area. The circle did shift away from them. They need to get on the revives. They need to get those medkits in play, but I'm seeing some movement that, if NRG are aware of it, which, you know, it's some vehicles passing by, they should be hearing this, shouldn't be making them too comfortable, but the circle is heading towards Pachinki. There is still 9Z holding down the center in what we sometimes refer to as a mini Pachinki, and these teams from Ruins also got to figure out how they're all going to make their way over waves / Badlands to get into this zone.
You're gonna see some teams automatically start to rotate and try to camp and cut these teams off right here. And you can see Royals of War are gonna have to get moving on there. I think Titan Gaming's in a good position to gatekeep as well. So yeah, Entity, all these squads, you can see them running towards their vehicles because the zone is now closing. And stage 4, ooh, Papa Blue hurts right now.
It does. I mean, usually stage 5 is when I say that the damage ticks into a point that is really ridiculous and okay. Rin gets a nice little knock onto a member of Royals of War, which, by the way, is a team that I also have my eyes on considering their performance at PMGO coming all the way from qualifiers through to the main event. Really curious if they can keep that trajectory up here, but they're going to have to get that revive first.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And this is that time I was talking about Titan Gaming, right? They had that opportunity to try and gatekeep some of these squads, but now they're starting to get a little lost here. They're going to have to pick a location pretty quickly. Otherwise, the same thing's going to happen to them in return. NRG with a very blind send, just trying to get to safety here. Spec loses one tire. Doesn't spin out, fortunately for him, but they do find a decent spot. Yeah. And you're going to see them just continue to hug that zone, just try to find a way into the circle.
Yeah. Immediately get picked on up. Don't even worry about driving one, especially a buggy that has lost a tire. The movement, the pathing is really not going to be particularly comfortable at all. Be Bold right now coming in from the edge. They have a nice little ridge to play around on, but it's not particularly comfortable because they're getting shot by a couple of players also from their west. So trying to break in, and I don't even know if this ridge is inside the safe zone either. So again, it's about finding those opportunities, creating that opening, but with the few compounds that are left in play, they're not the easiest to get those unlocked.
For sure. This is that school dip, and it's a really good location, but it's kind of hard to lock down when you're trying to drive on in from this spot. So let's see what they're going to do here. Is Be Bold is looking in every single direction, and Alpha7 on the edge. This is where they really thrive, putting in some work. But now you got Super Laser Reflex down to 2 players, trying to get some shots off. Oh, the Molly comes on in. Dragon's on fire, trying to run for some support.
Dragon almost is able to get that first opening knock, which would have been great, but a counter grenade, or rather, a counter spray, is going to get the knock there. Guo should be able to get the revive, but dropping the smoke, dropping the grenade, really unfortunate frag grenade there. Immediately has to fall back because of it, and the push from iNCO is on.
You can see him trying to go for that pre-nade. Oh, but they know exactly where he is, and shutting him down quick. So that's Super Laser Reflex out. iNCO Gaming now with 4 eliminations inside this circle as well. Where's it going to go, though? Are we going to see another crazy shift? It goes down all the way to Pachinki. So all these teams on the north side are going to have to get moving.
There's some fights that are still breaking out. Granted, the fact that we are going to Pachinki this late into the game means that there are spaces for plan C of just send it into the center, send it into an urban finish, but it's all about getting there, and Red Doc's going to try and stop this rotation, but Royals of War, but in fact, by doing so, only causes them to stop on him himself, but the rest of the team is there. They're getting the nice knocks, and they're really not taking too much damage in return. A really strong hold here by Titan.
Good job. Yeah, this was their plan, right? To try and gatekeep these teams on in, but it is proving to be quite difficult. Now you got Team Liquid right above them. Oh, that's a beautiful nade. Chunks a limb, and he catches them. Great shots there from Team Liquid.
There's only one member left for Titan. No real opportunity to get any of these eliminations that they're looking for under Royals of War. They only have 1 point on the board so far, and here comes Alpha7 also swinging on in.
And Team Liquid gonna have to hit the duck real quick. Ayala now running out wide in the open, just trying to get into this next circle, and he is. So I like Titan Gaming's strategy there. I think it was a good plan. It's just the execution of it they got to work on.
Right. But hey, we got a whole bunch of games, so no reason to fret about a failed execution on one of them. Just dust yourself off and get ready to go next. And be bold, still playing in
pair.
Oh yeah. Wait. 8 eliminations. We haven't really seen any of them, but are we really that surprised that Alpha7 are coming out hot?
Goodness gracious. 8 eliminations playing on the edge. Looking scary. I mean, it's so crazy. Team Liquid had the high ground, but after those shots from Alpha7, they just ducked and tailed it all the way into the next circle. Can't say that's a bad strategy considering.
Yeah. Hashtag me. Hashtag me all the way. If I know who's shooting at me. If it's Alpha7, I'm out of there. I'm gone.
Those shots were just a little too straight, you know? Gotta watch out for sure. Now we see iNCO Gaming just barely holding on in. Gonna go for that res there on Vitali. Nenebete. Gonna have to be able to do something from this off angle because it's All Glory Gaming on the push and they're really coming in hot.
Good range shots with the 6x. And AGGV2 just taking some knocks. This is a very, very difficult road to try and actually stop on and get some sort of defensive position because of how open it is. And you can see all the chaos, all the smokes that are having to be deployed for any sense of safety. Not to mention, there are a couple of players from Pachinki that also have sightlines there. And yep, gets finished all the way, that far away from Pachinki by Hyper, who are also on their 8th elimination point.
Wow, starting off so strong Hyper is, and that's what it is at this level. They don't care if they see smokes. They're going to be shooting them shots right through it, trying to get some hit markers, and that's exactly what they did. So Hyper, Alpha7 leading the charge right now with 8 eliminations each. And Alpha7, man, they really had to work their way in this circle because they were all the way north when the zone started shifting south, and now they're in a pretty dominant position.
We'll see what Alpha7 can do from here. They've probably been seeing Hyper in the kill feed, and they might be looking at them as a bit of a race to the top on the very first map to try and be the alphas. It's in the name. You gotta go for it, right? But they gotta be the alphas of this season so far. But, Revo gets knocked by Elite. Really good spray down there across the way. And it does remind Alpha7 that bullets work both sides, but grenades being tossed in. Everyone's trying to go on the push, trying to confirm. None of these grenades are... Wait, that one... Oh, no, never mind. Oh, so close, but Revo's out.
So close yet so far. Yeah, you can see Alpha7 just trying to hold on to this edge here. But now 9Z is on the push. Ooh, iNCO though from the back. Kind of saving Alpha7 a little bit here. That's going to kind of stop them. Yeah, now 9Z needs to focus on their back. They have to completely turn around, focus on iNCO entirely. But that also might open the door for Alpha7. But do you think Alpha7 leaves that central position to come play edge?
It depends on the knocks. And it depends on how comfortable they are sending it into Pachinki. Towards the south. They could just go for a final moment to get as many points as possible, but the fight hasn't really broken out in a super strong way just yet. It's all about trying to get that information through the kill feed as well as the actual like noise that they're hearing and then the eyes in front of them for Alpha7 to make the best move possible.
Heads on a swivel here. Elite with some good shots down range, but always got to check his back. And yes, it does look like they have one player in this building that they got to worry about. So Elite cannot stay still here, even though he does have the drop on Vitali. Gonna try to loot up at this time. Shots really starting to range out now. You can see Team Liquid getting some on Be Bold. Does he get the spot here? Ooh, very, very close. Up right there. Nenebete from the back. Caught him slipping.
I was gonna ask. I was looking at the map the whole time, and I'm like, do they know about Nenebete at all? And I mean, I'm gonna say it's no. And look at Connor taking down very low too. Granted, grenades coming out from the main force forward, and that's going to be Nenebete taken out, which means Vitali, I believe, is the last one up for iNCO. Still, 7 eliminations. Could still be a good game, but how much more damage can you do from this position?
Oh, I think that was a little bit of a missed call. They had to know that Nenebete was there, but the chaos of the final circles, it's definitely difficult to synchronize here. Nice nade there coming in from the other side, almost hitting Simple. But now it's down to just 2 players for 9Z. They're going to have to figure out what to do in this situation. They are starting to group up a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, tough spot.
Keep in mind, there is still Alpha7 who've kind of just been waiting. They've been setting their trap. They've been dealing damage towards the west, sending a lot of shots towards Team Liquid still, but also just waiting to see who is going to be limping in from the north. We're still looking at, of course, Vitali from iNCO, but also 2 members of 9Z and then 2 members of Be Bold that have yet to try and break their way into the safe zone. And I think Alpha7, if they're, playing their cards right, should be looking to pick up as many of these elimination points as they can.
Sure indeed. Be bold in a really tough position. Fran, wide out in the open, just hiding behind this tree. Second he peeks out, he's done for. He realizes it. So just trying to get as many points as they can. But right now, Team Liquid, the only team up with 4 players at this time. They're holding that edge together. So nothing to worry about behind them. All they gotta do is look forward. Here comes Fran on the run. Ooh, able to just time it perfectly. Oh, never mind. Now he's getting shot at, and he's in trouble.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles. We'll see if 9Z are going to be able...
He found a bush!
Yeah, I was about to say, 9Z might be able to spot this one, but I think Fran stops in a bush. And the circle shift to the north away from Pochinki finally does also give Fran a little bit of room to play around with. Aware of 9Z. Has to keep an eye on them, and is also aware, should be aware of Liquid to the west. But at this point, I'm looking at Liquid. They might just have to go through the Pochinki angle and come in from the south.
Yes, indeed. Alpha7 did not get blessed at all at the start of this game, but now they got a really good fortunate circle here. So you can just see them full lay down, just waiting it out to see what happens towards the end.
Yeah, now granted, you're right. Alpha7, they do have the most central position in this safe zone, but this is not a very easily defensible zone of how open it all is. I mean, look at Fran. It's just a bush that they have. And there's a couple of trees scattered around. The weird plateau staircase that we're looking at right now is also very interesting to play around. And I think Alpha7 could at some point be at a disadvantage if 9Z are able to take full control of this area and sort of use that third-party peak around that area. But then again, there is Liquid who are now crushing in, trying to take space just behind Be Bold.
Absolutely, yeah. That area that Alpha7 is completely weak from that hill, but there's just too much chaos for any team to truly take it. Chief does throw a nade and actually catches one of the players, and NRG forced to run out in the open. They try to use those smokes, and just down to 1 HP, gets taken out. And Hyper, man, doing a great job of just stacking up these eliminations. Now it's time to get some placement points, but they're gonna have to go through Team Queso in order to do so.
Already 10 eliminations for Hyper, 7 teams remaining. They have a lot to fight through, but they do not seem to be showing any signs of stopping. Though, of course, I'm seeing some counter grenades immediately thrown out by Team Queso that could put a stop to it. Now, Liquid, surely they see Fran.
Right? Out.
Right.
His shoes are out, but the bush is strong.
And there
he got spotted. 9Z, though, actually took that point. Said, nope, that's one's mine.
Hey, at least it finished the fight there. And now Liquid can come in a little bit more of a clean slate from that angle. And already we're seeing a couple of the members extend to the north. I'm looking at a great flank by Mythic to try and grab the angles necessary, the information necessary, but back down to Hyper pushing in the shotgun from FS.
Oh!
Can't do it.
For the thirst! He went for the thirst! If he didn't, he would have had that. But you know what? Towards the end, you got to just kind of secure all the points you can. And, just barely missed on that one.
Grenades and shots and a bunch of damage from Alpha7. They were also lying in wait. Liquid are looking very, very wounded at the moment. Mythic does heal on up. There is only Cardosan down, but just the health bars, well, they survive. Alpha7, they deleted immediately. I didn't even realize how decimated they got from Liquid.
It was just Rebel up. He was kind of using that push strategy. He was throwing out those nades to not give away his position, but that Vitali from iNCO has been sitting there as well this whole time, spotted that little foot pop out and was able to take advantage of it. But see, now here you go. It's just 2 teams remaining. It's Team Liquid versus Team Queso, and Team Liquid is at a huge advantage here. 4 players versus 2. Let's see if Team Queso can hold on.
Yeah, and again, just shows an example of what I was talking about with how open that space was. It was very straightforward for Liquid with the man advantage to eliminate Alpha7. But Queso, only 2 players left up against the full force of Team Liquid, which, you know, they might suspect that there is a solo player still playing around, but at the same time, if their kill feed reading has been on point, there is a good chance that Queso know that they're in a 2 versus 4. And so extending out into these little off angles, setting up a crossfire, seeing if Liquid maybe get 2 ahead of themselves, try and find an opening opportunity. That's going to be the real way for Queso to try and steal this win away, because at the moment, Liquid are 100% in the driver's seat.
See what happens here is Team Queso gonna have to pull something off here. They got to be able to get an initial knock right off the rip. Turn it down into a 2v3 situation. Well, if they go for the res, it'll be a temporary 2v2.
Yeah.
But I think Team Queso is playing it very, very careful right now.
Last fragment. No, wait, no. Poachak has another one. That was just a smoke.
Not a bad one either.
No. Limits lines of sight. A little bit of a spray comes through. Milo's going to back away, not commit to that. And they do have a high ground advantage, admittedly, for Queso, but Oh man, now that the damage has been out,
No
Milo's trying to
way.
go for a bit of an off-angle send to try and throw some chaos into this, but it's only going to be delivering himself up on a silver platter for Mythic to take.
And now it's just Potro by himself. He does have the MG3, but it should be all but done and dusted. Oh, does get one knock there.
Yeah, but
It's
the
laydown,
damage.
but that's it.
Yeah, the damage was a bit too much. That first elimination or knock rather, needed to have been a lot cleaner if Potro wanted a chance. Despite, as you say, did have the MG3, one of the best weapons in the game for sure. But that is going to be the first ever chicken dinner for Team Liquid here at PMSL Americas.
Beautifully done right there. What a start. I mean, they kept everybody up. They played that edge and just kind of waited for other teams to take each other out. Took advantage of it. So that's a game that you're just hoping for, right? Team Liquid got it, and they were able to execute perfectly.
That's it. Team Liquid starting off strong. A team we didn't have a chance to cover, right? Because we had a limited time. We got into that first game quickly, and so did the competitors. Let's go back to the very start. And Cameron, I like that you said it, and you kept things grounded, right? Influence Rage. They return as America's champs. But, of course, they end up leaving as America's losers in game number 1. First eliminated. The stack pays off, and none other than Hyper, who said, hey, this is going to be too easy for us. Takes them down off the initial.
Yeah, listen, I'm so happy at how strong Hyper showed in this game. They won that hot drop, and then they just went so aggressive against Death Wolves on the east side around Mansion, just trying to go for those points. They were playing confident PUBG Mobile, which is the most that you can ever really expect and ask for at the start of an event like this. If you start confident, it's so easy to stay confident, no matter how good or bad those first games go. And if you just show the other teams that you're willing to put the game's sort of tempo in your own hands and you're going to define how the fights play out, that already puts them on the back foot.
That's right. Well, Hyper, right? 11 eliminations. Hotchukes, that actually matches Team Liquid of 11 eliminations. Of course, Team Liquid, they get the additional winner chicken dinner. 10 more points going to them. So a standout game. Here's the start that we mentioned before. The stack was there. Now, Erangel, we're going to see it 2 more times tonight. What's some changes that need to be made? Is it even time for some changes, or do these two teams face off against the initial each and every time?
Ooh, I mean, I think we're going to see some of these teams at Hot Drop, make some adjustments. I think if you're a team like Team Queso, just go ahead and, give up that Fairy Pier location, move on over. But at the same time, they were able to last the whole tournament, even though they had that hot drop. So it's going to be a little bit of a dilemma, I think, from these squads, but we'll see. I think once 2-3 matches happen in Erangel, we'll definitely see those spots solidified.
FURIA also falls victim, and that was a very big surprise, Cameron, to quite a few of the viewers actually say, wow, NAs, really turning up. This is their year.
Yeah.
Now, granted, only one NA team really played well this time around, but FURIA, Influence Rage, we're talking about some titans from Brazil, Latin America falling short.
Yeah, but again, this is all about it being endurance, right?
Sure.
There's another word for it. It's the opposite of a sprint.
There you go. Marathon.
Whatever
right?
it is. Marathon, yeah, that's
It's
the
a
word.
hey, and I haven't ran either of those, Cameron, so I don't know too much about sprinting or Hotchukes. I think we're in the same boat there. Team Liquid, a massive 21 points. That's going to set them up strongly. Shout out to Team Cheese, though, Hotchukes, right? They end up getting second place, and I was a bit worried about them because pretty early on they lose a member of their team, yet they end up making it the second. So clearly they know when to stay alive, play their lives if they need to.
For sure. I mean, definitely not the optimal start for them, but they were able to hold on the entire way, which is going to definitely pump them up. And then you got to also worry about the other Brazilian squads as well. Look at that. iNCO Gaming with a great performance. Alpha7. I mean, considering where they were on the map, they did excellent this game.
Alpha7, a team that is very storied, and I think we didn't have a chance to cover it, but I know we were talking about Alpha7 and how they look like they could potentially be one of the strongest teams competing, over the next 15 days. A decent start, I would have to say. They showed a lot of great life, but definitely some struggling teams there from 16 to 9. All Glory Gaming, the last team to earn those placement points. Overall, though, Cameron, last thoughts on map number 1. Anything you maybe need to see from a different team, or one of the teams, whether they performed well or didn't as they move into map number 2?
No, outside of the hot drops, I think it was actually a pretty straightforward approach, pretty straightforward game, pretty straightforward approach by most teams. It's again just about sort of those teething elements in the start of a tournament. As long as we can sort of get those hot drop moments sort of figured out, because I don't I don't think either of them are particularly important for any of the teams to like try and hard commit to. I think once that gets figured out, it would be a lot more straightforward of a game.
I don't hate the hot drops. Hey, get your ego out early on and show that you're here to play and make the other teams change and play around you. That's map number 1, Erangel, and a strong start for Team Liquid. Can they continue strong as we got 5 more maps to go for the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 2, Miramar, coming your way.
Hello, my name is Fate. We're representing NRG Galaxy for PMSL Americas. This is J7, Spec, and Malas. We're here to win and represent North America.
We are happy to be participating in the first PMSL Americas. And individually with the players we have, for sure our goal is to be top 1 and qualify to the World Cup.
Some key strategies that we'll probably do to secure a win will be try to play aggressive, but in a smart way, and definitely think about our engagements a lot more before we take them to try to set us up for a definitely strong win. I would describe the chemistry and communication with my team probably lacking, but it's definitely something that we're trying to work on. So hopefully in this Americas we'll be able to definitely push forward and get it together.
Last year we played in Arabia and we came back to Americas this year, and we learned a lot last year, so we're hoping to improve, and it feels good coming back.
Definitely feels good to come back to Americas. I think it's definitely harder than Arabia, but we'll try our best.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. Map number 1, Erangel, has concluded. Team Liquid are dominating the scoreboard so far, but we still have 89 more maps to go throughout the 15 days. Don't quote me on, well, actually you can quote me on that one, but don't expect me to keep up with that, because eventually it's just gonna 76, it's gonna get too hard. Regardless, a great start. Hot Jukes for Team Liquid, they tear it up. Our top 3 in general, Team Liquid, Team Queso, and iNCO Gaming, showcasing and showing out what they're made of. But I think overall, like Cameron brought up Hot Jukes, right? It's about getting out those hot drops out of the way, reassessing what is going to work, what's not going to work, because they're in person, it hits different, and the jitters could absolutely be there.
Absolutely. I used to call it the Hot Jukes excuse card, right? I give a good punt for game 1 when it comes to LAN, right? Because you just never know what's going to happen. You got hot drops, you got different actions, the nerves, sure, right? But that's been punched. There's a lot of games left to go. It's not a 3-day tournament. So for them, they can kind of breathe easy, but they definitely got to step things up, because when you see a team like Alpha7 put in that many eliminations, considering the position that they were at, it's going to definitely, I think, cause some worry for sure.
Alpha7 and Hyper, right? I mean, we're talking about some heavy hitters, some big numbers, 11 respectively for in Hyper, as well as Team Liquid, and obviously, Alpha7 picking up 8, but it seems to be actually, what is the magic number, Cameron, if you had to decide, right? If you're not going for the winner chicken dinner, how many eliminations are you trying to get per map?
I mean, as many as possible is the easy answer. I think teams are usually happy if they sit on, like, 6 total points, which, like, I guess if you want to go super average on, like, an okay game is, like, 4 eliminations, 2 placement points, maybe 5 and 1 or so, because usually your average points per game, you want to sit closer to 9 and maybe 10 or above if you can hit it, but that is usually bolstered by getting the chicken dinner here and there. So your, like, normal game, if you get, like, a full squad wipe and then 1 or 2 picked off around that, that's already, like, kind of the baseline good. So the fact that we do have multiple teams who didn't get the win, we got a huge number of elimination points. Like, that's a really good game for them.
Yep.
It's a great game. I just hope they don't fizzle out, right? Getting those big eliminations means you're putting yourself in danger's path, right? Consistently and constantly, and it's high risk, high reward. It may work for one Erangel, then you go to map 3 Erangel, and it doesn't work, right? So you kind of got to, pick and choose your battles and where you want to move and where you don't want to move. And like I said, the jitters are still there. I expect as the teams become more comfortable, I mean, they play for 5 days, right? Each and every week. That's a lot of reps. Eventually, they're not going to be nervous, and they're going to be playing at full speed, which is going to be phenomenal to say the least. Hot Chooks, though, Alpha7, a team that I wanted to cover in pre-show, we didn't have a chance. What makes them so strong, and why are they a powerhouse, right, whenever it comes to Brazil?
Well, it's simple, right? One is they've been playing together for so long, so they're like basically one brain at this point. They don't even need to make call-outs. They can just look at each other, look at the situation, and they're all understanding the same thing. So that reduces, right, the amount of time by, even if it's 1 second at this level, that's like years, which is crazy, right? And another thing is the fact that how they got to this level, they were playing as an edge squad, right? This was back when placement points were so dominant. They could play edge, get into that middle area. So they're so used to fighting constantly. Now that the system has changed, it still works to their benefit, right? Even that last match, right? They were stuck on the edge. Other teams suffered, but they thrived. And it just shows that when it comes to, being in a bad spot, they pulled out of it so many times that it's just like, oh yeah, all right, we didn't get zoned, no problem.
Yeah. It's
Forged by fire, Cameron. Forged by fire.
Yeah, it's almost what's that phrase? I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in with me. That kind of just feels like how Alpha7 are playing. They really, it's almost like, I don't know if they ever would actually do this because it's such a bad move. But then again, it's Alpha7. Maybe they can pull it off. If they see 3 or 4 teams fighting, they will just send themselves into the middle of it and clean up all of it and get the points that way. It's almost like they thrive in the chaos. Which is helpful because if they're the ones causing the chaos, they do have agency over what that means for them and their squad. But it's that, again, that high tempo sort of, we're going to define what's happening at the moment, which means that we're in control.
When I think of BRs, I think of chaos, right? I think of, a bit of RNG. It's hard to stay consistent. Alpha7, though, they somehow managed to do it. Real quick, as we load into game number 2, Miramar, back at you, Cameron. You mentioned SLR. Miramar is their map. They had a pretty bad map number 1, 13th place, 0 eliminations, therefore a goose egg to start off. Miramar, is it their turning point?
Listen, I don't write the script. I just deliver it to you. They didn't get any. They got virtually 0 points on Erangel. They're going to win this map. I'm just looking at the numbers. 13 points. They're going to get 13 points this map.
13? That is points. Hot Jukes. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been doing this a long time, so have you. I've never had a caster or an analyst say, hey, it's exactly how many points they're going to get. Hot Jukes, let's match that energy. How many points are they going to get?
Not a baker's dozen. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to go with 6. I'm going to go with 6, right? And the reason why I say 6
He's offended.
Is because, like you said, Cameron, right? You know what? That's a good amount of points to have, even if it's a bad game. So I'm going to say, you know what? They don't get zone, but they still get 6 points.
Okay.
6 points for Hot Jukes. Cameron, you're going 13. I don't even know where to put them. I guess I'll split the middle. You can't really split 13. I'm going to go with 8.
Okay.
That's not even close. Would it be 7? Anyways, I'm going 8. I think 8's going to be a healthy number. It looks like we're hopping into map number 2. What will it be, chat? SLR. Are they going to get 6 points? Are they going to get 13? are you going to get a goose egg? What do you think? The collective mind is smarter usually than the ones on the desk. I'm at least speaking for myself. Let's get into it. Map number 2, Miramar. Hot Shoots. Cameron, take it away.
Let's get it going. I can't wait to see what the chat says. And if you guys say 0, you are the problem. Okay. All right. Let's see what happens here. But I got to go back to it, right? To that last game. You know, one thing that just shows that dominance from Alpha7 was when Team Liquid was on the hill right there towards Pachinki, right? They had a great opportunity to just camp out Alpha7, shoot down range. Yeah. But even Alpha7, wide out in the open, their shots are so ridiculous that Team Liquid said, you know what?
Yeah,
it's not worth the risk. Let's just go ahead and just head on in. You know?
Yeah, wait a second. I'm trying to protect my helmet and my vest here. That's
exactly.
You know, let me think again about this one, and especially because of Liquid's position. If you remember, out in a bit of more open area, kind of just trying to bide their time and wait to see if the circle was going to commit to Pachinki or not. So especially then, you want to maintain your resources. When I say resources, it can refer to a lot of things, such as like armor, ammo, meds, but also time, bleed out timer, and we have another hot drop with Influence Rage.
Let's go. All right, Influence Rage. How you going to do here? Got the Uzi out. Love to see that. Let's see what happens after all. Shots going back and forth. He's got the AK. That's the gun you want in this situation. Looking for some action here. Uzi AK. Couldn't ask for better weapons, but he's in a 1v2 situation. He's going to have to play this perfectly. He's got to watch out for that shotgun.
Ooh. It actually held the angle for the cross back inside. Such good play by Federal. Can't confirm it yet. We'll see how SLR respond. Federal is still trying to push the envelope.
He's so scared of that DBS, and I would be too. But he's going to switch on over to the UMP here. Federal just with the crazy peaks and angles. Oh, spots him now. He's got support. Here he goes on the push. Oh, he's looking to punch him out. Oh, gets shot in the return, though. Here we go. Another battle out. Can SLR come back from this?
The moves.
White LG's on the push.
The moves by Federal were absolutely amazing. Even going for the punch, it was all about being a distraction. Now the backup has arrived, and we'll see what Koi and White LG can do, but already losing both Sean and Dragon. Listen, I'm going to say it. Meth 13 points. Don't look too good right now.
Nope. I was hoping for just 6. Come on, man. Koi.
We're all
by himself. Yeah, on the run. And gets shot in the back. All right. Somebody put 0 in the chat. That was the problem. You guys jinxed him.
I'm just
You're
confused.
The problem.
I'm confused. Is this North America focusing on Influence Rage? Because we got a little bit of. Oh my God! There's another one. There's another hot drop.
All right,
guys. We had scrims to take care of this. Why are we committing to it? I mean, I guess it's 90 rounds, but still.
Hey, ego, baby. You know what I'm saying? Big time egos. These guys are at LAN. I'm telling you, they're eating breakfast together. They're eating lunch together. They're spotting each other.
This guy took the last waffle.
That's what it was. Or you know what? The last slice of picanha. They are in Sao Paulo. You know what I'm saying? And that,
true.
That's worth fighting for.
Yeah. You know what? I take it back. Hot drop all you want. I get it now. My third eye has been opened.
It makes sense. It does make sense. I would say we're full sending the squad all tournament long. See what happens.
Gusazi is hearing the footsteps. Trying to call out some information, and they're all prone on the ground. Furia waiting for someone from E7 to just push into their angle, give themselves up. And this is kind of just wasting time, and this isn't in the zone. This is in Montenegro, which isn't far from phase 1, but it is outside of it. And so again, back to resources, both these teams are sort of chewing through their own resource of loot timings and rotation timings by committing so heavily to this. But then again, they're stuck in this deep. It can be very difficult to get out of.
Oh, Monte Nuevo is notorious for this exact situation. It's big enough to split loot, but it's so close that you always end up in a fight early on.
Right.
And that's exactly what's happening here. So Furia, you can see he's got that AUG ready to go. Also the Winchester. Could you imagine a crazy Winchester shot to get us going?
Dude, give me a 360 no scope with a Winnie. That's all I want.
Oh, that would be the dream. You can see some stun grenades coming out. Yeah, Furia is definitely on the back foot here, but this is actually just damaging both these squads at this point. They definitely need to get moving here soon.
They're in the same room. Can't, Entity 7 walk up in person to Furia and be like, hey, if we, walk away, can you let us and not shoot us?
Right, exactly.
Please, this is harming both of us. Someone go for a move at least.
And you know what? As the time goes on in a tournament like this, I think these squads definitely realize it. Oh, shot in the back. That's gonna ring the dinner bell right there. What is Furia gonna do? He's in actually a really bad spot, that player from E7. It's gonna be hard to res him.
Yeah, and then Furia are watching the cross. So I think it's about an 80% chance that Hate is gonna bleed out before Entity 7 can really do anything about it. They're in a disadvantage in this fight. Unless they were to all just run up those stairs and try and overwhelm. In fact, some shots I think are trying to bait a peek. But no, Furia, they are holding on. They are playing disciplined.
You know, that's one thing I love about playing at this level or seeing, you know, people really go out. They just said, you know what, we have to full send this. Like, it's not worth just losing one player and running away. Like, let's just go make something happen. If we go out right now, we go out right now. And I think that's what E7 kind of needs to do here at the situation. Because if Hate does bleed out, then it is a true 4v3.
Oh, the cross?
He made it. Wow.
Okay, they're going for the res. However, that means that there's only 2 players on the bottom floor, and Furia are going for the push.
Beautifully done. Yeah, that was basically baited out at that point. Now he's going to go ahead and run in. Ooh, does get beat up a little bit. He's got to make sure he just waits. Just buy time. Let's get the thirst. Beautifully executed here from Furia.
Stop the res as well. 1 versus 4. The drop shot attempts to go for it.
That drop shot was scary. He was down to 1 HP there. Adrian was in big trouble. And there comes Kayovsky now on the push. I mean, Furia played that perfectly. I mean, you couldn't ask for better. Yeah, as soon as they went for that res, he realized, okay, yeah, 4v2, time to send it. And that's exactly what they did. No hesitation.
None at all. And now it's all on to Devlin99 to try and salvage something out of this round. As a solo player, you have 2 choices in front of you. Do you run away, or do you try and wait and avoid Furia, get loot from this building, or from the compounds here, and then try and just basically backfill behind them, use them as the breach into the zone, and just play behind them, but playing early on and getting pushed. It looks like fighting is the other option on the table, but it's gonna have to be some really fast confirms if he wants to get any points out of this.
Yep, here they go. He's got a pump shotgun, which is okay, but just too much overwhelming action from Furia. Ooh, some shots at some boxes too. And yeah, not the start that E7 wanted right there. So well done from Furia though. These guys really finished it out strong. And when it comes to like just leaving, it was a good strategy when there was, you know, placement points were a lot more valuable.
Right.
But at this point, at this level, it's just not worth.
The question is for Furia, however, is how are they going to be able to play out the rest of their mid game? Because they're only just now really getting to start to get to 100% loot. And the blue's already coming in. It's only phase 1, and they're not far from that. So it could be a bit of a problem if phase 2 hard shifts to the east or the northeast, or towards El Azahar angle on Miramar. But it's still, you know, they're going to be coming in, similar to what we talked about in Hyper, not really knowing what's going to happen in the middle of the map, though. So at least they already have some points to go into it. That's the one saving grace for this, and 4 up.
Yeah, again, a nice start there for Furia. And, I mean, they just played that one perfectly. Once they got, and that's why we talk about these early fights. You know, the first knock is so critical because if another player goes for the res, it becomes a 4v2. And Furia, once they saw that player go over there, they were like, hey, let's just full send it on these others, and it should be a problem. The worst circle for Furia in this situation. So they got a long ride on over. But man, look at this. We got Energy and Hyper way down there as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of late rotations. People coming in still all the way from the blue. This is, I think, playing more into what I was talking about last game of early events. A little more conservative. Teams want to be as assured as possible. They want to feel as safe as possible. And because they still don't have the full read on the rotations and the tempo of the lobby, they just try and get as much gear that helps. But Mythic got baited by his own teammate's vehicle, but that's because Alpha7 was driving right next to them, though. So I understand the tension there.
Hey, keeping your teammates on their toes. That's what you got to do
that
right
too,
there.
That too.
Know? Say, hey, we just got to test them out right here now, especially if you're Team Liquid. You have the most points on the board. You can do something. Oh, that's a knock there on the Mafioso. And it's most likely going to be a confirm. So let's see.
Yeah, all the way on the open
happens.
like this. There are a lot of angles from Alpha7 if they wanted to get a surround onto Liquid, but Liquid are sending their own players out to confirm these, just to make sure that Alpha7 go into the mid game with a player down.
Uh-oh. But I think that Cardozo heard something. Yeah, he realized that, you know what? Oh my gosh, look at that. McGrelling gets a knock on the Ayala. So now Alpha7 is looking to make something happen here. They know it's Team Liquid now. They got that confirmed, so they realize who they're going against.
They might want to get some revenge. The send is coming in, and Cardozo is out of there. And hey, this gives the opportunity for Alpha7 to get the revive. They lost Ayala. They actually lost a player when they had the advantage here. But it looks like they're not giving up the fight just yet.
Alpha7, once they get this res, they're going to full send it on Team Liquid. I guarantee you. They realize that this is the top team in the lobby. Here comes some smokes. Team Liquid has to make a decision here. Chief does get that. Oh, he gets the thirst on the Mafioso. Just finds that little angle. That was critical.
Yeah, good utility usage as well. Get those frag grenades in just to try and cover as much damage as possible. And now Alpha7. It was a good response, a good turnaround, but they're going to be coming into this game limping as well. And that's doubly unfortunate that they have a central position, because now they can't even rely on that to sort of soak up placement points. They're just going to have to play super, super safe.
Yeah, one thing I love seeing at these stages is we see these teams. This is very rare, to be honest, because, you know, at this stage, we normally see teams full send it. They don't just, you know, sacrifice one player and leave. But this just happened to play perfectly for both these teams. They just got a single point, and they're on the move. Uh-oh, though. McGrillen full sends it on in here, and he falls for the trap. It was Deathwolves playing it very, very quietly. And McGrillen tries to do something, and Alpha7's just too far away to help.
Yeah. And look how deep in the blue so many of these teams still are. Furia, it makes perfect sense. But why are Hyper still only now coming in around Los Leones? That just, to me, that just reads as they're not comfortable with their macro. They still don't know how most of these teams are going to be playing around their early game rotations, which makes sense. It's the beginning of a new league, a lot of new teams thrown together. But I'm wondering, in contrast to the Erangel, are they perhaps playing too safe, too scared?
I mean, they definitely didn't do that last game, right? Which is kind of a stark difference. You know, game one, they were just on the push, which got me excited because I felt that was Hyper's like biggest struggle, was when it came to, you know, certain fights. They'll lose a player, and then you see them just kind of spread out and just almost try to go for placement points. And that doesn't work at this level. You have to commit the entire team if you want to get those big points. And we saw them do that in game one. So to see them rotate late, I'm hoping that they're not just switching gears, just saying, hey, we got some good points. Let's just kind of calm down a little bit.
Now, we don't know how they're going to take their first engagement. As far as we know, they just wanted to stay into the blue as long as possible to get as much gear as possible. And the first team that they come across, they are going to continue to full send it. That also could easily be the play. We're like, just as these teams are figuring each other out, we're trying to figure out these teams. Smoke wall coming out. Revo did get revived. We're seeing a lot of pressure come out from iNCO Gaming. Now the cross through, the shots coming out and instantly knocked again. Great tracking.
Oh my goodness. And then I bet is just disgusting with that mini. Yeah, there comes some nice little return fires there from Carrillo. He's upset. And he wants to go for that res, but maybe...
maybe not.
No way. And then I bet they're saying, nuh-uh, you stay right there.
Oh, wait a second. Whoa, wait a second. Listen, I bet he's not giving this angle up, though. Good on Carrillo to go for the shots, and that also gave... Revo found an open door?
Wow.
Was that set up ahead of time, or just very, very lucky?
I don't know. That was disgusting, though. To be able to go and survive through that,
right?
I mean, Carrillo just says, hey, focus on me, focus on me. The smoke is still out, and he's able to rotate onto that building. Beautiful save there. And now we got 9Z versus Titan Gaming. Let's see what Elim could do here. Elim on the push. Gonna have to get some shots for the smoke. He's looking for him. Can't find him. Now he does. Here we go. Jump shot. Gets him down. And he's gonna go for the thirst here.
Deals some good damage, but now Elim is the last one standing for Titan, and there is, of course, all Glory Gaming still third-partying as well. And they're not even third-partying, they are fully collapsing onto this. 9C do get eliminated. Elim does find the final elimination on that squad, but I don't know if the opportunity for the revive is going to be here. But that being said, AGG don't seem to be 100% sure on where those knocks happened. They're allowing the revives to come into play.
They're playing this very slow, which is concerning. Concerning for sure. I think All Glory Gaming, when you realize that you have an advantage like that, you got to full commit.
Yeah.
You just have to, especially at this level. The next zone does come on out, and it is on their side, so they get a little bit of breathing room when it comes to, you know, taking their time here, but they got to start pressing this pretty quickly. I mean, Titan is completely stuck where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to give AGG benefit of the doubt, they could have let the revive come in so they can make sure that both of those points go their way, rather than split. Rather than them only getting one and 9Z getting the bleed out of the other one knock that they got. But I don't know. I feel like that's kind of pushing it. But Redox pushing for the fight right now. Ump in hand. Doesn't find the angle yet, and the grenades, they're being prepped. They're ready to come out.
Yeah, Glory Gaming, I think we're seeing a little bit of nerves here for them. Playing this very, very slow. Now they're in a 2v1 situation. Okay, now they take advantage of it. There's that one knock. Get a limb there on the other side. There should be a full commit. And we are. So, okay, All Glory Gaming, they do end up getting the thirst. You know, a little bit hesitant, though. I will say that they had a lot of this circle to their advantage. So it did give them a little bit of extra time.
Well,
but, you know.
Is the circle even that advantageous for them? There's a big open field that they need to cross. Luckily, no one's been able to take advantage and take a spot from them, but still, it's not particularly comfortable and strong for them at the moment. Queso coming out, coming on the losing end of a fight against Be Bold. At the moment, at least, there's still, I think, one player remaining from Queso, as you can see on the outside, looking at the minimap outside of these buildings. This gives Fran the opportunity to go for a revive on at least one of their down teammates, but so many teams are now approaching this area, fighting over probably the most important compound in the zone.
Absolutely. And FURIA right now on top with 8 eliminations, looking really good. Here comes Influence Rage, looking to get a little bit of revenge after that first game. And they heard some shots here. They're looking to third party this. Be Bold, stuck, Team Queso. Silent's going to have to get a 1v1 going. He does get one knock. And with these shots, Influence Rage should definitely start coming in hot. And yes, they do. They're looking to clean up this, take the last player of Be Bold out, and they do. So now we're going to see Influence Rage hold this down. Oh, actually, it was Team Liquid that stole that from the back.
Yeah, Team Liquid, the only the team with the other compound in the zone. Whether you prefer Team Liquids or the one that Influence Rage has been able to slide into virtually for free, is sort of dealer's choice. But everyone else sort of playing for the soft terrain around these areas, which can be, you know, arguably easier to fight around, but they don't give you nearly as much protection. 7 for iNCO, healing up. Nenabete still playing around the side, but a great swing coming out from Hyper. They don't commit to it. It gets traded.
Trades back and forth, and Hyper still staying alive here with 3 players up and just trying to put some suppressive fire. They're going to start moving up here little by little. Actually, FS is going to look for another angle on this side, try to get some more intel. And he's going to definitely see the lay of the land here. So this entire spot is open to him. Playing it very careful, though. So Hyper's going to be in a good position for this next circle. And we're seeing a lot of the teams that had success in game 1 already out here, Cameron. So this is a good opportunity for some of these other squads to get some points.
Yeah, it's going to sort of even the odds and make it so that there's not one team that's able to get too much ahead of things on day number 1. Because imagine having like a 20-30 point lead at the end of the very first day. That would be just demoralizing, I think, to a lot of players. But Deathwolves now trying to get revenge from the previous game against Hyper. And they are in position to do so. Stars has dropped pretty low. And Deathwolves, they don't seem to be looking to move at all. The circle has centered up mostly, maybe edged towards the west slightly. But more importantly, Deathwolves, they're going to have to cross through Influence Rage's position. So I think looking for these quote-unquote easier points against Hyper is the name of the game before having to just make a big gambit run through a stronger position held by another team.
I kind of like that play from Hyper. I like the fact that they lost somebody. And the reason why is because I want to see them in this position at this time just group together and push up. Like the way we see Alpha7. Just use your weapons to get into the next circle. Because these splits, they're just not going to work, especially at this high level. So I want to see Hyper learn that lesson really, really early. They do have 3 eliminations. You know, a couple players still up, so not a terrible game here. But if they would have had all 3 and just played that edge that they had wide open, I think it would have been a lot better.
A nice knock against Law. Of course, Little Boy is here to get the revive. And again, Influence Rage, they had that hot drop that they won pretty heavy-handedly in the very beginning, but they don't have a single elimination point after that. So they're really looking to try and increase their score further at this point. And there's a couple of teams that are just avoiding their position. That's sort of the downside of having a super strong position like they are right now. Teams kind of just start to avoid it. If it gives you that much priority in the fight, that much of an advantage, you're just not going to come across any opportunities for elimination points.
No, you are not. And that's kind of the hard part is, once you get that dominant position, every single team is looking right at you. So you got to play it very, very carefully. This is what I would have rather seen. I would have rather seen the whole team just group up on FS here and just play together, you know. But instead, they tried to get a little bit too much intel and got punished for it. So, let's
overcooked it a bit.
Overcooked it. Meanwhile, Influence Rage, all 4 players up playing this edge. Only 1 player up from Death Wolves to kind of annoy them. And now we're about to hit stage 6. Where's the circle gonna go?
There's a big field on the west side that is feeling very threatening. We're seeing AGG sort of play around that. And then Abete, last one up for iNCO. Only one elimination point for them at the moment. But playing in the shack could try and pick up a couple more depending on how heads up the teams around them could be on checking that position.
Rato boy pushing on in. Oh, he's going to push even further. Okay.
Playing the ridges.
Right.
Playing the ridges. A little bit of damage, but nothing too much. Question is, AGG, they're coming in from the opposite side. Fran does get knocked by a member of Deathwolf, so already a good start to take position here. But do they know of all of the different positions by AGG just because of how scattered they are, playing a box, playing a set crossfire?
That's a tough spot to hold, that's for sure. You can see him want to almost throw that knife in frustration. Instead, pulls out the nade, tries to get that jump nade going. Yeah, Deathwolves have to push onto All Glory Gaming. I think we're starting to see a little bit of, that was a little bit of a intel, swing. Kind of scary here as All Glory Gaming now trying to throw some nades onto Deathwolves. Deathwolves doing a good job of pushing in here.
Yeah, but look at Liquid. Liquid want to get involved in this. They're sending a player out already. They're going to try and clean up this fight because this is not in the zone. This is a fight for the ridge. That could be a strong position, but who's going to get there? Who's going to be able to hold on to it? A good spray comes out, and just Deathwolves are getting decimated from all angles.
Just crushed. Yeah, they got stuck. That Cardozo from the back just made things that much more difficult. They were forced to kind of calm down. And All Glory Gaming, they're getting beat up as well here on this edge. Hardy, he is completely stuck in this position. I did not see him getting away from this ridge at all.
Now, eyes on Cardozo. A little bit of a 3x spray comes out, doesn't land. And I think, importantly enough, doesn't overcommit to the spray because we know how lethal Liquid can be, and that's going to be it for for Deathwolves. Igor does go down. 4 eliminations for Liquid, so they're sort of picking up the pieces of a lost opportunity at the start with their first player, Ayala. I've said that player's name before. I should know this. Ayala going down.
Just like that. Okay, Mythic pop. But go ahead and parking that Lambo right there, dead center. So Team Liquid looking good here. They're gonna have this little building to hold. I ain't gonna lie though, it is not a very nice building, especially if we see a team full send that hill. They're gonna be in big trouble. But they have a lot of other teams staring right at that hill for them, so it's definitely not a bad spot. Meanwhile, Rolls of War on the other side, all the way down south. They got their eyes on FURIA here on this edge. FURIA doing a good job though. 8 eliminations. Now here they go. Yep, Adrian forced to look towards his back. He's got that nade locked and loaded. Ooh, does get pieced up in the process. He has to hit this nade. Jumps. Ooh, beats him up a little bit. Got the DBS, but Adrian's in big trouble. Yep, just like that. FURIA eliminated.
Yeah, a good attempt there, but Royals of War are not out of it just yet. Another knock coming in from Baton from and Hyper, who are potentially looking to swing this direction, because again, there is going to be Influence Rage and the solo snake in the shack of Nenebete coming in if they wanted to go through center. So we'll see what and Hyper want to go with this one. Nenebete still just trying to survive this one out.
They're going to send it? They're sending it on the Royals of War. If they had 3 players up, this would have been huge. As a duo, it's going to be hard. Little boy, though. Taking out Nenebete. They knew somebody was in that shack. Baton runs over Colgoat. Okay, that's the one way to start things off. Is he going to get another run over? No, that DBS is now starting to... Actually, this is S12K. FSS. If he gets this nade in, or if he has one, I don't think he does.
They might be out of grenades. Baton's got one more, but look at this damage that they're continuing to put on. But they're wounded themselves. They also need to use the first aid kit. We'll see what angles Influence and Liquid have onto this fight. It's all onto Baton right now. FS is trying to crawl away, keep from getting denied. Baton's trying to push the limit.
Shot.
Gets another knock.
Bottom? He does. Oh my gosh, he misses the shot! He leans over to the left. That was looking real good there, but Rolls of War stopping them in their tracks. Nobody is near to third party this, so a really fortunate situation here for Rolls of War.
5 elimination for them so far. Can maybe potentially get the revive, but Colgoat push forward, and now we see Influence's influence on this area of the zone. They've immediately spread out. Now that they've had to leave, they're trying to use the ridgeline of this road to their advantage as well. The question is, where do AGG and Liquid come into play? Influence Raging to make sure that they do not overextend here and give an opportunity for them to get shot in the back. But at the moment, the pressure onto Royals of War is looking really good.
They're holding it down for now. Influence Rage need to focus all their priority on the Rules of War. They have to clear out their backs. If they're able to clear out their backs, they can just really just focus inwards and not have to worry about a thing. But Rules of War are on the push and they're very desperate. But it looks like Influence Rage are actually going to give it up to them here.
Well, it locks them out. This place isn't in the zone. That crate is looking tasty and is looking nice. And Federal is going to push back forward to make sure that one lone grenade couldn't ruin this south half contingent of Influence Rage. And they're playing this smart. It's a little unfortunate that they still only have 5 eliminations. They haven't really been able to take over points-wise, but still, their positioning is smart. They're not trying to get too ahead of themselves. They're not trying to throw the game in some effort to try and catch up in game 2 of 90, Team Liquid's lead.
I'm a little scared here because Influence Rage is splitting off their resources. They have, I think it's Law on the complete opposite side looking in the different direction here. So they got to be careful. If Rules of War just crest that hill, full send it, I think that we're going to see Influence Rage be in big trouble. So they're going to have to do it here eventually. And you can see the smokes already started to come out. Influence Rage has to focus in this direction.
There you go. Did send some shots through. But instantly counter damage coming out from Aragod.
This isn't good.
They could be sending it, actually. Looking at the minimap, and Federal also with a shotgun posting up.
All Glory Gaming. So clutch from the other side. Little boy in big trouble now. And Rules of War just getting picked up from 2 different teams, making things so difficult. Now we're starting to see a little bit more focus. Yeah, Law trying to join the party. And it's just Tonka and Kolgo. Last player's up. Ooh, gets pieced up. Tonka doing a great job of putting that suppressive fire on the Law.
Last one left for Royals of War. As you said, it looked pretty good for them at the start here. And Influence Rage are forcing the fight, sending it on to Royals of War, but that's also because Liquid are pushing onto their position, so they're trying to clean this one up, and they're able to do so. Now 7 eliminations, but Diego, I think, is one of the last one standing. Liquid is in position to try and take this whole thing over.
Diego, last player up for Influence Rage. Like I said, I just don't like that real play from them. I think they could have definitely played it different, but still going to get some good points on the board regardless. Who's going to win this game, though? All Glory Gaming and Team Liquid match up in the amount of players left. Chief going to go ahead and start on the push. Uh-oh. If Diego stays alive here, this could be really bad for Team Liquid.
Yeah. They were expecting a much cleaner wrap-up to that fight. They don't want to let AGG an opportunity to sort of then backfill them, then third-party them, but that might be what's happening right now. Mythic has to put their attention behind. Same with Cardozan. Shots come out. Party's able to dodge that, and now Diego's peeking up and over, but doesn't get the kill. That was such a good opportunity, but it's not quite executed on.
They have to take him out. Chief does. That was critical, right? Actually, no! Diego! Actually, wait, yeah, he's down. Okay, for a second, I was like, is he still alive? That freaked me out. Chief takes him out. Now it's Team Liquid. All eyes on All Glory Gaming. And I don't think Cardi's in a position to get res. So Team Liquid. Oh, Mythic getting knocked. He's done for.
Dude,
so it is a 2v2.
Yeah, that's one of the good things about types of areas like this for Miramar is all the different terrain that you can play. You need to be looking for off angles, and you need to be making sure that your opponent is not looking for off angles, or else you're just going to get picked apart like this. But as you said, it's a 2 versus 2 at the moment, but AGG could heal themselves back on up, and they have the advantage. They're a little lagging behind in elimination total points, but, well, I mean, minimum 2nd place for Liquid. If they can get a 2nd win in a row, talk about a lead extension.
Oh, that'd be huge. That would be incredible. So let's see what they can do, though. They have 2 players up. Don't count them out just yet, because All Glory Gaming, we saw them play very passive earlier in this match. So if they continue to play it this passive, they're going to be in trouble here, because you can see that's the last Molotov, actually, that Chief has. And it's not going to hit. Ooh, some nice shots there down range. He has the S12K. All Glory Gaming, you're going to have to step up here big time.
Another MG3 in play at the end game.
Why are they playing this 2-1? They need to play all together at this point.
And especially because Liquid, even though they're down a man, they have control of the center of the zone. It's going to be AGG to need to push into them. So at one point, you have to wonder, are AGG playing this safe because they know they have the advantage? Or are they playing this nervous? You can see Cardi running around, checking for the ridge, knows the threat. But if he can make it to this ridge line and take this line against Liquid, this could be over.
It's looking good. It's looking real good. He's got the MG3. Here comes the suppressive fire. Beautifully timed right here. All Glory Gaming now stepping up, and they get the chicken dinner. I got a little worried there for a second, but they said, hey, don't you worry. We got this one in the bag. A great game for them and a great performance from Team Liquid as well.
Yeah, and even though, like you said, AGG, they played it pretty safe, pretty conservative. Again, it's about all that open area. We saw the back and forth that happened between the top 4. There really wasn't too much of an opportunity for AGG to try and take the entire thing over. So instead, playing it safe, waiting for the opportunity to steal that chicken dinner away, played well in their favor.
I felt Erangel was great to start off, right? But then Miramar, map 2, just now, was incredible for so many different reasons and for a lot of different teams. I want to go to the very start. Influence Rage versus, SLR versus Influence Rage, right? Influence Rage, very lackluster start off of Erangel, 0 points, like not looking good at all. But then all of a sudden now, they have SLR to go against, who, Cameron, gotta go to you, right? SLR, great on Miramar, their statistics. Hey, look, I got to. Hey, I'm good at calling people out, just don't do it to me, okay? But SLR eliminated early on. What went wrong for them, and why did Influence Rage decide to challenge them?
I think they are the ones that challenge Influence Rage, because from the data that we have from the scrims, that position around Impala or towards on the coastline is just that was supposed to be Influence Rages. So I don't know, SLR, my guess is that they were the ones that wanted to make the change to mix things up for some reason, which is weird because again, this plane path should have been good for most, if not all, positions on Miramar.
Trouble in paradise, man.
Yeah.
Tough break. And by the way, Jukes, there were no zeros in chat. I want to say that. So I don't know what the problem was, but there were no zeros. We'll see Miramar again. Maybe SLR will step it up. But a very rocky start off of map 1 and map 2. But on your screen, Entity. Now, this was a fight that was at a standstill for some time against FURIA. But I love the breakdown from both of you boys. There was that bleed out, right? FURIA baited out, focused a 4v2. That was an intelligent play.
Yeah, beautifully done from them. And that's just Monte Nuevo thing. You know, we always see that happen. Always action in that area of the map when it comes to Miramar. But yeah, it was perfectly done from FURIA. They get a good start to the game. And then, you know, we saw in Hyper, you know, a little bit of a misstep, I think, by losing Star, you know, pretty early on. But not a bad way for them to finish. They're putting points on the board.
They are putting points on the board, and let's not forget they also had a phenomenal game number 1, so they're right there up in the top of the pack. Team Liquid, though, they take the cake. Actually, before I get Team Liquid, Royals of War, by the way, 4th place, Cameron. I was very impressed with them. 1st place in the PMSL Latin American qualifiers, and they showcased in Map 2 what they're all about.
Yeah, didn't pick up all too many elimination points, but I thought that the way that they were able to play around the fight with and Hyper, and then was it FURIA before that? They fought from fight to fight to fight. I think they managed it pretty well. Got overwhelmed eventually by Influence Rage and, of course, Liquid, who got involved. So, you know, at some point, you do have to go down. You can't just be one big, giant juggernaut. But I'm excited to see if they can continue this into the future. But again, I have, like you, I also have to talk about Liquid. I know AGG won this game, and they won it in a really good fashion. Again, with that MG3 finding this line, they didn't want to throw the game. They played it safe. They had the man advantage. But that's 15 points for Team Liquid. Throw that onto the 21 from the previous game. Like, that's already a lead developing.
Yeah, Hot Jukes. I mean, you know, I heard you go, right, when it was like, it's hard to be the top dog every time, but Team Liquid is showcasing that, in my opinion, well, right now, they are the top dogs. Team Liquid's positioning is what really impressed me. You know, not only in Stage 4, or Zone 4, excuse me, but, you know, they find the only hard cover, right, that was there. They locked down the comp, and now, granted, it's very quiet, nobody challenges them, but then after that, they fight for the ridge against Death Wolves. They take down Death Wolves, then take the building, right? Again, the only hard cover there. Granted, they run into a random rogue nade that ends up coming out, but Team Liquid then even takes center zone in the final zone in that 1v2 that they had against AGG. It doesn't work out for them because Cardi had that great off angle, but Team Liquid was firing on all cylinders in their positioning.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Liquid, I mean, 2 back-to-back great performances. I mean, you can't shake it. I mean, that is the way you definitely want to start the day. Well, the reason why I made that sound, though, is because I wasn't really so much impressed with Royals of War performance as I was disappointed in Influence Rages. I think that they split the difference too early, and they were focused on too many teams. They should have sent the entire squad on Royals of War. If they did, they could have won that game, at least in my opinion. But you know what? Mistakes happen.
Trying to do a little bit too much, I guess, is the thing. They just need to keep it simple. That's the way to go about it. Cameron, we look at overall rankings. There's Team Liquid, 16 points ahead after a first and second place finishing. But AGG, off the back of Miramar, they jump up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Liquid can hold on to this lead. We're still only 2 rounds in. We're not even halfway through the day, much less the week, much less the entire league. So, like, you know, Liquid cannot be comfortable yet. Things can still switch around, but if by the end of the day and Liquid get multiple top 4 finishes, like they get 5 or 6 top 4 finishes in a row, whoo, that's going to be a complete turnaround from not even being able to advance to the main event of PMGO that Liquid were unsuccessful in.
Well, let's take a look at 9 through 16, and this is the teams that are on the struggle bus at the moment, Hot Jukes.
Guys, tomorrow is double point.
That's right.
That's all I'm going to say, right? Tomorrow is double point. We can literally see SLR just go crazy tomorrow and end up in first place. That's how crazy this is, right? So I think that we definitely need to see Team Liquid, right? Like you mentioned, Cameron, not let off the gas, right? Just keep putting up as many points as you can, because you can't expect to get, you know, good positions and great games every single one, especially on such a massive tournament. So when that door is open, take full advantage of it.
Take full advantage. That's the way to go. Keep your foot on the pedal, because it doesn't get easier. It only gets harder from here, because I think everybody's starting to feel a lot more comfortable. And that Miramar, at least in my opinion, was a great example of the comfortability the teams are feeling, especially Team Liquid, who are the top dogs at the moment. Chat, who isn't performing up to your standard? Who do you want to step it up? And what region are you supporting? Make sure you use it if you're tweeting out hashtag PMSL Americas. We'd love to hear what you have to say on the timeline. Well, that's 2 maps down. Map 3, Erangel. We're returning to the grounds of Team Liquid. Will they get first place again? We're going to find out when we come back from the break. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. That's 2 maps down. Now we return to Erangel for map number 3. Well, if you guys remember, Team Liquid left off with a victory. Granted, they'd only dropped down 1 placement, getting 2nd on Miramar, so they're still absolutely up there tearing it up. Erangel, we saw a lot of hot drops, Hot Jukes, okay? Several, in fact. Going back in time, Influence Rage and Hyper, that was the big one that we started off with, and Hyper getting the victory. Do we see a round 2?
Oh, I think we do. Honestly, I think that you need to go and just certify your drop locations, because tomorrow is double points, all right? You do not want to deal with any kind of early hot drop situations at all. So I think if you're going to do it now, get it out the way, find out where your spot's going to be, and hopefully we get it certified by tomorrow.
Certified by tomorrow, or maybe the next day. Double points. That's a great talking point. Again, we'll be bringing that up as we go along, right, throughout the days. Double points starting tomorrow. Cameron, though, throwing it to you. We just got a stat line over on our production chat.
Right.
Top damage after 2 games. We've got Hyper Baton leading the charge. And then after that, it's Team Liquid, Team Liquid, Team Liquid. 3 out of the 4 players dominating the top 5 positions when it comes to damage done.
Listen, I prefer damage over kills for individual player performance. And the fact that Baton is overtaking Liquid, granted, it's multiple members of Team Liquid, so, if they're performing on all cylinders, the damage does get spread a little bit, but Liquid got 1st and 2nd in a row. For one player of Hyper to be over them shows how much damage Baton's been able to do. Now, can the rest of Hyper follow up behind Baton's ability to really output all of that damage and take over rounds? I think we have a good shot of it, because they've looked pretty okay both rounds so far.
Yeah. They absolutely have. In Hyper, they got 6th place, map 1 Erangel, but they picked up 11 eliminations, which matched the energy of Team Liquid. Now, game 2, they did stumble a little bit. Granted, still 5th place, 3 eliminations. They lost a player early on. I'm sure they'll avoid that this time. It is going to be strongly based upon the initial. But, more teams, right? Team Queso, Hot Jukes, I think they had a lot left in the tank if they didn't lose a teammate early on.
Yeah, I think that the meta's just changed so much. I think this, kind of split dynamic play, it was so effective before, but now we're seeing those teams that just play together and just full send every single fight. That seems to be dominating right now. We saw it happen in PMGO, right? We saw a Japanese team hot drop right off the rip and win the whole tournament. So I want to see teams like Team Queso, like Hyper, right, stray away from trying to gather too much intel. Rely on your gun skill, right? Because we can see Hyper, they can take out some of the top teams. They've proven that we got the gun skill, but they got to play it that way.
Got to play it that way. Got to play strong. Time to alpha up once again. You go back to Erangel. We'll see this map one more time at the end of the night, but for now, we got some storylines. Team Liquid, will they perform well? Will Influence Rage better their map 1 performance where they got dead last? A lot of questions to be answered. The only ones that can answer are going to be the teams playing before you, as well as the casters. Hot Jukes, Cameron, take it away.
Here we go. Match number 3, 2nd Erangel of the day. And we got a nice little southern plane
nice
here.
Nice. This plane path is awful. I was gonna disagree with you. I don't think hot drops should really come into play on Erangel, because especially between Influence Rage and Hyper, my guess is that was actually more likely over fighting over a vehicle, because the compound that they fought in, West is Shelter, unless I'm misremembering, that's not a drop position. That's right next to an intersection where you find vehicles to then drive to your drop position. But with a plane path like this, we're probably going to see at least one hot drop, just because it's so hard to get into any place on the north side. It's going to limit the points of access for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I think you want to avoid them as much as you possibly can. It's just that in a tournament this long, you have to get those drop locations just solidified, right? So I think that if it's going to happen, it's got to happen here and now. And my eyes are on that Ferry Pier location, because this is a perfect plane path to go pretty much anywhere you want near Ferry. So I wanted to see if we're going to see, Team Queso drop near that location. Looks like they're trying to split loot here, but we are starting to see some shots come out off the rip.
Alpha7 going towards Lipovka, taking some shots towards E7. Oh my! Oh no! Oh,
boy.
no! Okay. So
Let's go.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. This actually isn't that bad because all the teams that are dropping early that can just drop immediately below the plane path, they have a long way to transition to get into the zone. The teams that do have to float further don't need to move as far. So it actually, in a way, equalizes timings. It just limits angles of access. But Influence Rage. Wait.
Oh my god.
It's all North America. Every single game they're getting targeted and hot dropped by a North American team. That's 3 in a row now.
3 in a row, but guess what? They're going to win 2 out of the 3 here because Influence Rage already... Oh, yeah, 2 eliminations. They do get the res off. And now this is in... Let's see what Law could do. Law actually gets knocked in this position. But I don't think we see NRG with pretty much any weapons. Little boy takes him out with a pistol. It's just Fate up left. So, wow, Influence Rage get the last laugh here.
Really not a good start for NRG. Definitely not. Not even a single elimination point to come out of this. I mean, Primorsk is, again, just judging off of the scrims. Influence Rage did seem to be settling into dropping at Prim as their initial drop spot, which I think is why, again, going back to the game 1 drop against and Hyper, that could have been them going for a vehicle to go to Yosnaya, which they've also gone to in scrims, right? This one is also makes a little more sense. NRG could have been trying to play some mind games around them. I think NRG are still trying to figure out where they can drop into the zone, and the fact that they keep losing out on some of these hot drops really makes me question how well they're going to be able to play on Erangel for at least this first week while things continue to get settled.
Absolutely, and yeah, Fate getting shot up. They're going to chase him down 100% here, especially considering where this circle is, so... Yeah, you can see Ferral with that nade. Gonna throw it right here into this building. Does he catch Fate? No, he's not going to. Fate bandaging, but it's over. It is over. Unless he pulls off a good old-fashioned Christmas miracle.
Hey, multiple shotguns, but that's... Oh, well, the grenades are all going into the attic. Could catch a first knock here. Oh, misses the shot!
Oh, that hurt. That stung. No way. I was about to say, no way.
No way.
Stairs. And the box gets shot. So, oof. Yeah, tough start here for NRG. But Influence Rage bouncing back strong. That's the start they wanted.
This is even cleaner than SLR.
It is.
I'm starting to get scared. I'm starting to get scared for the rest of the lobby because Influence Rage, they seem to be charging up power. And they're in Group C, so their double points don't come until Saturday, I don't think. But regardless, like, this is still a really good start. And it's also really good that this fight happened so quickly on this exact game because they're not going to be punished as much as you would have feared for, again, that super northern phase 1.
Missing that shot hurt right there because that could have been at least 1 elimination. But, you know, it is what it is. So we'll see how it's all going to end at the end of the day today. But, yeah, what's up with Influence Rage? They've been getting hot dropped every single game so far.
Yeah. I don't know. And it's a different team each time. It's a different North American team each time.
And Prim is so big, too, which is wild. Prim is, like, you could absolutely share Primorsk.
This is interesting. Because Hyper, if I'm not mistaken, they actually dropped on the west coast north of Prim and took vehicles all the way up to North George. While Queso, I believe, came here initially. Like, they floated. Did they come from Ferry Split?
Yeah, they did the ferry split. They did the ferry pier split, absolutely. So, yeah, they did that split like normal. But, yeah, Hyper just went all the way towards the edge, sent it straight here. But somehow we see these two teams in similar positions.
I mean, it's a good rotation regardless. They saw the circle, very likely moved without having full equipment. They wanted to get a good initial starting position. North George is pretty central on the map. It's towards the water, so I don't know how much you want to hope that it stays here. But at the very least, they went to a position that they can continue to get even more loot. So they can keep looting up, keep getting that gear, and put themselves in the best chance as far as resources possible to go throughout the rest of this game. Whereas some other teams probably waiting to loot as much as possible in their initial position and come into the zone late and play from the edge.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just so excited right now because this is the very rare chance that we get a Zarky
circle. Let's go.
Baby. One time. I've had it on my bingo card. It's been waiting, and just I've dusted it off, and I am praying that we get the legendary Zarky circle. As a matter of fact, iNCO have already sent it there, so they're just hoping
iNCO believe
that the zone goes on over to them.
Nah, they're believers. They're putting a couple of the shrines up, tossing some prayer beads, lighting some
Right.
incense.
Look up to the sky and hope, baby. Look up to the sky and hope. Meanwhile, we got some teams that are going to have to hope to get this rotation. One team in particular, right, is our leaderboard. On top of the leaderboard right now is Team Liquid, and they're all the way down south in military still.
Yeah, if you're military, that's kind of the worst position to be because, granted, you know that the bridges are probably not going to be camped, but still, that rotation is really long to get into a circle like this. So again, that's very much just like, you know what? We're coming on the edge. We're not going to try and beat people. We're not going to try and race people to the center of the zone here. Let's just get guild up with gear and play in from the edge. But Kate, whoa! That North Georgia fight starting to break out in an instant. A couple of knocks and eliminations happening from Hyper, and now also Hate goes down to Death Wolves. I mean, that's also not even in the circle.
That is insane. All right, so a battle in North Georgia. That had to be just some trades at this point. Oh, E7 getting caught on rotation. Death Wolf's going to take that point, that's for sure. E7 not starting off strong. You're going to go ahead and get looted up. And Death Wolf sneak 2 eliminations off the rip here. So, Influence Rage in charge of the elimination so far with that early squad wipe. Everybody else is just big chilling. A lot of early fights here in this tournament. I did not expect that.
Yeah, it's strange. It makes a little more sense in a circle like this, in a game like this, because an entire third of the circle is taken up by water, and and the bottom third is south of the river. And so I don't think a lot of teams are going to be playing that. So we only have this middle stretch from Zarki to Severny and a little bit further than that for all these teams to take up space in. But it is still phase 1, so we're not even talking about that little space. As you can see, what I'm talking about now, this just center strip. It's almost like a Pokeball, just like, or actually, what is the 3 flavored ice cream? The chocolate, vanilla.
Oh, the Neapolitan.
Oh my God! Wait, ignore all of that. We're going to North George.
That's right.
Baton needs to turn around. FS needs to turn around. They extended their fingers out to get a lot of spaces to play for wherever the circle sent it, but they're immediately going to U-turn because it's going North George. This could even go South George if the game wanted to be that devious.
Everybody, lend me your energy. Zarky is still in play. There's still a chance. I believe. No, I'm just kidding. It's looking heavy North George right now. So you can see Hyper getting all set up. Team Queso all the way on the other side here. Gonna have to pick a position, though. That's the hard part, is that when you have so much lay of the land, you have to decide where you're going to stay. And it looks like that they're going to go ahead and take that spot right there. Doing a little bit of a split on this side of North George. Rolls of War, though. Colgoat, doing a little bit of a wraparound. Very dangerous. And gets caught. Yeah, you got to watch out for those blind rotations.
I think spotted Queso at the last second, but still a little bit too little too late. Now they're losing some players and sending it to North George early. I think a lot of teams expect it to be more free than it actually is. Good defense here by Team Queso, but also 9Z trying to set up position. And that little hill to the north of North George can make... I don't know how comfortable any team that's sending it in would be. Just again, because it's a huge blind spot to their north. Can you play out of it that effectively? I'm not convinced yet. But then again, where else do you play? Hard. There's so much water that you still need to be aware of. The big open fields to the north. I don't think any position is an objectively correct answer.
Yeah, I think you're going to see some teams try to take that hill. I mean, but you're going to have a really high gun skill team to secure it. And I think we may even see Alpha7 be headed in that direction there. So they're definitely a team that can hold it down. But yeah, just right above that hill towards North George that we're looking at where those buildings are, even that antenna is not a great spot to hold.
Yeah.
It's just so weak from so many different spots. So that's why we're seeing it wide open right now. But the zone is starting to close. Team Liquid did a rotation very, very safely all the way on the Rozhawk side. But yeah, look at this. Alpha7 trying to take the hill here on the push. Revo does get finished. So they're going to be down to 3 players. And Mafioso said, no, I'm going to take out those tires.
Yeah. I mean, the smokes are already coming out for iNCO to try and make the retreat, and Nebete to try and get out of there, but the tires being wounded is going to make that acceleration and handling difficult. And Mafioso seems to know the exact angle that Nebete is playing around, just holding it, baiting out a peek, sending in some shots to see if Nebete gets curious, but no, Nebete is not going to take the bait, not going to bite.
Oh, sir. Yeah, he doesn't want to peek this at all. And all he has is an AK in his hand. It's not looking good. Zone is about to close. Where are we going to go, though? Zarky. Send it up north, baby.
South.
Come on.
South.
One time. Zarky. Zarky. And it's over. You know what? I hoped. But
You did your best.
I did my best. I really tried. But you know what? Sometimes it just don't work out. Meanwhile, Titan Gaming. Playing this very carefully. He's gonna bust up the shotgun and miss the shots. Redox. That one has gotta hurt. Now here come the Death Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, the last player up for Titan, at least giving them the alley-oop.
In the vehicle and drive off.
Could.
Right? Just...
No, this grenade could do some damage if it's timed well. It's going to be dropped out, but Death Wolves are not going to run into it blindly, and actually they're prepping some utility of their own.
Nice molly there. Just trying to buy himself some time, but it is not looking good. Yeah, 4v1 situation. Redox is in big trouble.
Taking some good damage. Oh, that one looks great.
Got him.
There it is. Hole in
Titan
1 or
Gaming.
hole in 7, but whatever. They got him in the end.
Yes,
and Titan
they
goes
did.
down.
Hey, Death Wolves. 6 eliminations so far. Looking good.
They are coming in, and they came in from the edge that a lot of teams are able to transition from. So being able to survive, all 4 still up, get a couple of elimination points along with it, looking really good because they're coming in late into the zone, and with everyone already in North George, and then there's again just the field, or unless they want to fight for the hill, which honestly is probably the best play for them at the moment. Coming in with minimum 6 points is a good thing to start off with, but be bold. Trying to catch them on the rotate, get some damage. Yazao has to drop down and start to heal up immediately.
Yeah, lose a little bit of the utility on there, but hey, you know what? Just make sure you keep everybody alive. You got enough elimination points. Now it's time to go ahead and secure some of those placement points. Let's see if they're going to be able to do so here. Still very early in this game. It's only stage number 3 so far. So nothing too crazy. SLR is still up. Uh-oh, Baton! He's got his eyes on Alpha7. Is he going to take a shot? He has
damage?
to. He does!
More damage?
He gets the knock. Can he get the secure? I don't think he can. Peeks right back down. Are they going to push this, though? Where's the rest of Hyper?
I mean, regardless, this is still good damage, good war of attrition. Even if Baton isn't able to confirm it, it's still doing a good job of defending their edge, defending their zone, making sure that any team that would be threatening their position doesn't come in as confident as they would otherwise. And Baton, does he pull away? No, he's going to recommit to this position.
What do you think about this, though? What do you think about this? I'm not sure if I really like it. Like, yeah, he's just getting some more intel, and he's kind of just poking at these teams. But he's very isolated. He's putting himself in a very dangerous position here.
Well, what I like is getting that vehicle prepped to get out of there the second he spots Ascend. Again, I agree. I don't playing with fire, which also I only just now realized. Look at the apartments in the distance. That's Neapolitan colored.
That is right.
Right? It's vanilla, then strawberry, then chocolate.
I'm
hungry.
Delicious. Yeah, me too. You know what? I think that Hyper needs to start getting hungry for some eliminations here because they are very, very split. This down does come on. They need to play it together. This is what worries me when it comes to Hyper, is they focus on way too much.
But Baton already on the move. They're not overcommitting yet, and now Be Bold running into Alpha7, who are already wounded, already distracted by Hyper. A double knock? The play zone's going to take Mafioso out, but still a double knock coming out on top. Be Bold now, only 2 left standing, and this blue is dealing some pretty heavy damage.
Yeah, stage 4 just stings. And yeah, they're going to get those confirms. Be Bold should be able to get all these reses off. And I don't really see anybody causing too much problems except for Baton by himself. This man is a one-man army right now, just trying to poke and prod at these squads. Very, very risky. Is he going to finally send it on over to his team? Who knows, man? Baton is just on a mission by himself.
He's not getting challenged yet, and Hyper aren't getting challenged yet at all, which is only incentivizing Baton to stay out there further. But the teams more and more are approaching from the east of North George, getting closer and closer to, you can see that one lone player of the dark red on the minimap. That is Hyper. So there's one player who could eventually get collapsed upon, but there's a line of teams that are all going to likely be fighting each other out before it gets to that point.
Yeah, for B, it's just like a very coin flip play,
I
right?
get it.
Like Baton is getting some intel. Yeah, he might get a knock, but if that coin goes to the other side, he's done for. Like he gets knocked, it's over. So that'll leave his team with only 3 players left in a good position. So I don't know. I'm surprised that they're even taking that risk at this stage, but it's still very, very early in this tournament. So who knows what is going through their head. The next zone does turn on over. Pretty much centers up on this side of the map here. So nothing too crazy. As Team Liquid continuing to push on their dominance here. Starting to push forward. Now they're going to have to go ahead and hug this circle and find a way on in.
it's either North Georgia or the field. There is a small bit of this hilltop in play, but the field it's already being fought over. Deathwolves,
yes,
they're finally making their way in, and Be Bold, they distance themselves from Alpha7. But look at Baton. Now that that space is clear, he is just salivating on these high ground, long-ranged damage cleanup kills.
Yeah, if he can just go ahead and get some steals, that would be optimal.
Yeah.
If it does work out for him, that's going to be it. It is risky, but he's putting himself very safe. Carrillo holding it down by himself. Can he get the 1v2? He gets 2. Going for the third.
Surely.
Carrillo. He gets the squad wipe, baby. Let's go. Alpha7. Carrillo all by himself. 5 eliminations. That is what I'm talking about.
Dude, Carrillo hasn't... Oh my god, what an amazing play just now. He hasn't been the star MVP of this roster for a while, but we've always said that he has that clutch factor. He has that veteran ability. He is always going to come out when you need him to at the last moment. And what an amazing play. A 1 versus 3. Do you know how rare of this it is to see?
I mean, Carrillo, he said, be bold, be better, son. That's how you do it right there. With an M4 nonetheless. Wow, that is how we want to start off this tournament. Meanwhile, Deathwolves running people over, getting it set up here. 10 eliminations, so the Wolves are on the hunt here as well.
Looking good for them. They just took out Team Liquid. So their reign of terror has been broken wide open. We'll see how well second and third places can use this as an opportunity to try and catch up or perhaps even overtake them. And Deathwolves with 10 eliminations so far. An okay position, but Phase 5 does continue to sort of play halvesies with the field and North George.
All right, Influence Rage. Ooh, Diego just get knocked here. This is what I was talking about. They got to focus on all of these players on their back together. They keep spreading apart and getting picked apart here in these dominant positions. So Influence Rage, I don't know why they're so reluctant to just clear their backsides.
It's a big fight on the edge. Only 1 elimination for 9Z. Shuko's looking for an angle, but also potentially looking for a way just to get out of here. But then the question is, get out of here to where? But Influence Rage, they're sending it over. They're sending it in. They're probably just trying to get into the zone. Trying to find somewhere in the field to play with. Unless they want to send it on to North George. But coming in this late, you know that access point is going to be gated off pretty heavily.
It's got to be, but they're sort of making it for now. They got to be getting shot up. But no, I mean, they've crossed the entire field so far with not one player getting knocked.
Yeah, they're not
very
punished.
impressive.
Yeah, they're not punished just yet. We'll see what happens when this field becomes more of a play. I think both North George teams are locked in with each other and not giving too much of attention to the north. But still, 9Z and FURIA still on the east side. Where do FURIA go? Do they want to push this fight? They might be... I honestly can't tell. It's maybe looking for an opportunity, looking to see if they can't catch anyone out. But the blue is coming in. They kind of need to stay in front of it.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Influence Rage just kind of dominate and take out this side for themselves. They could have done that. I think it would have been much nicer. But at the same time, it is very scary. If they get into a fight, it's a big chance to get third-partied. So I don't blame them for kind of making this kind of crazy send across the field. But regardless, let's see what happens here. 9C just doing the ring around the rosy right now, trying to get some intel. Both these teams looking for that critical first knock.
Damage is coming out, and the knocks are there. A double knock coming out from Gustasi. A great opener here.
That'll do it indeed. Oh, nice little jumping headshot too. FURIA putting in the work on 9C. One player up left. But, you know, now we're starting to see some shots coming from across the way. That's Deathwolves, man. These guys are definitely on fire right now.
It's not free for FURIA. Arturzan has been knocked. Gustasi has an opportunity to get the revive, but how does Connor play off of this for 9Z? Last player up on the south. Waiting for teammates to crawl to him, and I think, who is that? Is that Super Lazy Reflex extending out to try and get involved here? Does pull away from it. This gives... Oh, no! Wait, whoa. It's not that free. Not that free. Blue's coming in as well.
Got him. All right. So good confirmation right there. And they do keep both players up. Unfortunately, I don't think he has any meds at all. So he's in trouble here. And Hyper on the other side, starting to put in some work on the Deathwolves. But Deathwolves definitely have the man advantage. Blue zone's coming on in. Baton, yeah, not going to be much you can do in this scenario. So, and Hyper took the hill. This is what I'm talking about. They split their players. They could have just taken the apartments and played it extra safe, but they pushed a split and they could not handle the Death Wolves by themselves.
They did some good damage, though. This fight could have easily fallen the other way. I appreciate the more proactive measure rather than just staying inside North Georgia Pole and just waiting for placement points to come for free. And especially if the zone does continue to stay in those apartment buildings, the chicken dinner is not guaranteed there. So I understand trying to get for the points that you can, that you're able to have at least some agency over. But on the flip side of things, Death Wolves, 13 eliminations for them so far. Still 4 up. This team is looking to try and steal first from Liquid. They're looking very good now.
They're looking solid. 13 eliminations. This is ridiculous. And yeah, I do appreciate it as well. I just wish I would have seen nHyper send the full squad, you know? Splitting the difference at this level is just too difficult. Yeah, it works in those prelims. We heard Stars say it was easy, right? Yeah, because you could take on, 2v4 against those kind of teams. But here at this level, you got to send everybody.
Yeah, that's definitely an aspect of Death Wolves. They're playing all together. Which, at the moment, they are extending out just a little bit. But the open field, they can support each other very easily from these positions. Problem is, that's a lone player that we still spot on the minimap for Alpha7. Korea, again, is Korea ready for another 1vx? We'll have to see.
7 eliminations so far. I mean, Alpha7, not a bad match regardless of where they end up. So we'll see how it happens. But right now, this is Death Wolves' opportunity, and you cannot pass it up. 13 eliminations is insane, right? I mean, if you can get a good, solid 20-plus point game here and now, do it. And that is what their eyes are set on. So you can still see, like, just from their movement, they're hungry, right? They're not letting up off the gas, but they're still wanting to play it safely at the same time.
I mean, but also just look at the minimap and look at all these teams that are in the hardcover North George. Death Wolves might have just exited the point that they can play for points. Because I think unless they get a hard shift in their direction, they might just have to do a late game send into North Georgia Pole. They already have 13 eliminations. They already have a minimum 13 points, even if they don't get any placements. But that's why it was so important for them to get those points when they could, because nothing's guaranteed anymore.
For sure, that's a good point. I think Death Wolves probably have a better chance of sending it onto FURIA, though. If they can go ahead and take that hillside, that would be a great position, because blind sending it right now into one of those buildings is going to be hard. So the zone's starting to close. They're going to have to make a decision regardless. Let's see what they decide to do. Carrillo full on camp mode right now. But you know that when he's ready, he'll definitely make it happen. But you can just already tell he's got that nade in his hand. Because he's like, I'm going to just hold on to this. I'm not trying to give away my position just yet.
Yeah. And ready to catch anyone off guards. Element of surprise. But Death Wolves pulling away from that angle. They might be ready to do, as you say, sending out a FURIA. And this ridge, in cutting this off from North George, means that it is very unlikely for anyone to try and third party the fight. But already the utility is starting to come out from FURIA. You can see it thrown off screen with the different grenade timers. What opener can Death Wolves get onto this?
Wonder what FURIA does, because they're wide out in the open and they know it. They're not in a good spot. Okay, they did get a little bit of a push up on here. Augusta's going to have to throw some more nades. Wait for his teammates to start pushing up in here. And I think that's what we're going to start seeing, as Augusta holding that front line. But man, neither team really has a wide open angle. So it's going to be all utility thrown from both sides. This fight's going to decide a real big who's going to be able to get the good advantage for the rest of this game.
And look at the minimap. Look at the zone. It was a hard shift this direction, which means that whoever wins this fight could be in a position potentially to win this entire game, because North George, they're all going to have to leave, and they're going to be fighting each other for those exit angles.
Not just that, right? Now that with the shift, they got to get this fight done sooner than later. They need to commit to this fight or give it up. And you can see Kowski just get a little bit of an angle onto Obscure, and now Death Wolves are forced to look in another direction. So this could be advantageous for both teams. Maybe they got to share. At this point, this could be a good opportunity to say, you know what? Y'all take that side. We'll take this one. But that nade, wow, shuts down Influence Rage.
Yeah, they had those 4 points from the beginning, but they don't get any more beyond that. But this whole fight to exit North George is going to be very difficult.
Yes, it is. But it's going to have to be an all-out war here. All Glory Gaming. It's just Cardi, last player up. Going to have to hold down Rules of War by himself. If he gets a lucky nade, this could be critical. He's trying to time it. Oh, that one does sting a little bit. Can he throw this one perfectly down the middle? Ooh, just a little bit undercooked.
Just getting some elimination points, causing some chaos. You can't farm placements anymore from this position now that it's no longer in the zone. And getting up and over that hill is going to be incredibly difficult. I don't really rate Cardi's chances too much, but playing good footsie games, staying alive, staying up, being a big nuisance to Royals. But there it is. The angle is actually found by Koi. Cardi is going to go down, and they should be able to see the death box. They should be able to recognize Royals of War, that the opening is now there. They can stay in front of the blue zone. They don't have agency over from this position. And now back to the north. Furia into Death Wolves.
They full sent it. They full sent it and lost. Obscure, last player up. Oh! But gets, no, actually that was his teammate that gets taken out. So, man, 17 eliminations from the Death Wolves. Goodness gracious. This team is on fire right now. And they do lose a couple in the process. That is just the nature of that circle. But now they have the entire spot to themselves. They do got to worry about Carrillo, though. Carrillo's all by his lonesome.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even think they do, because he's stuck in that building.
Counter grenades coming out. I think there was an initial fight over this crate. I wonder if Higor was able to pick that loot up. But Obscure is now pushing in a little bit of a vehicle peek around the top of that. But Kurio is back inside. Full boosting. Raid boss that he is. Ready to fight. As is Koi. Already 4 kills. So you know what? The script for SLR has just completely been thrown out the window. 0 points from Miramar, but they are back with minimum 5+ placements here. Made it into top 4 at the very least. We'll see how much further they can push from here.
They played this one very, very safely, and it is paying off here. Now they're going to start... Yeah, this is the way to do it. Just go ahead and pull all around that edge. Get behind Death Wolves. And they're going to be in a dominant position here because Death Wolves are full focused on the Carrillo. Carrillo with the turn, not able to get it done. So now, here we go. Death Wolves versus SLR. Death Wolves with 18 eliminations. That is going to be a record here for this one, that's for sure. And it might just stay.
Looking to get 20 at the end. If they can take Koi and Dragon out. But a 2 versus 2. I don't know how much of an advantage Death Wolves really have. I'm looking at the terrain. I kind of favor SLR, but no utility on the side of Koi, and Death Wolves are still throwing out grenades. They still have a lot of gear to play with. Somehow, possibly off of all the bodies off of all the players that they've eliminated.
Yeah, Death Wolves have the huge advantage because they have blue zone to their side here.
Right.
If they have any utility, they got to save it. Don't just use it just now because this is stage 9. This circle is going down into nothing. Now's the time to start throwing it. And here they go. Here come the nades. Does it hit? Ooh, taps them both up just a little bit right here. They got to throw all the utility they have. Yeah, what are they waiting for? Now, here they go. Death Wolves, 1 connection. And it is game. Oh, the Koi gets the initial knock. The return. It's a 1v1.
Igor has a nice little range to play with. Some shots come out. A headshot.
DBS from long range. What is happening? Gets the gun switch. M4. And Death Wolves get the chicken dinner. Boy, did they deserve it.
Looked like he was playing with food at the end there. The health advantage on that 1v1 heavily favoring Death Wolves. But the amount of eliminations, this team got the entire round through. I didn't expect them to come away with a full win. I thought they would have scrapped throughout the mid game, double-digit eliminations, but went out with 1 or 2 placement points. But nope, they got the whole thing.
That one had it all.
Performance. Gosh, dude, I'm losing my mind because it's like Death Wolves were relatively quiet. You know, they were pretty quiet. I mean, what, game number 1, I take a look. 14th place on Erangel when we started the day off. Game number 2, Death Wolves was sitting at number 8, but they only had 3 eliminations. We go back to Erangel. The jitters are clearly out of the way, and they pick up 19 eliminations. Hotchooks, you said that's a record that might stand. It very well might stand. The highest we've seen so far was 11 from Team Liquid, and that is now smashed from 19 from Death Wolves.
Could you imagine double points time if they have a game like that?
No.
That is ridiculous. That goes from 29 points, right?
Yeah.
To what? Almost 60? That's is insane. Crazy. So, I mean, yeah, that's definitely going to add a big factor coming up. But what a performance at the start. You could just see them driving around, having fun. They had 13 eliminations early on, Cameron, and then they just ran with it.
Yeah, and they played really smart fights as well. Absolutely. They weren't even necessarily fights that were ones to set them up for the win. They were fights to set them up for a one fight. But they just chained them together. But also, guys, can we just give a little bit extra love to Carrillo's 1 versus 3 here? Like, how Be Bold let him get away with this is ridiculous, but he had to land all these shots in order to deliver. It wasn't purely Be Bold being a little sloppy, though that, of course, is always going to be a factor in a 1 versus Ect, but Korea were able to take advantage of that opportunity.
Well, it's the fact that Korea was able to isolate a 1v3 in 3 distinct 1v1s, right? Through that doorway, through that choke point, which you can't allow to happen. You got to go back to game 1 when Hyper was going, was going against Influence Rage. They stacked up the stairwell, right, to use their numbers. They all got relatively weak, but they were able to stay alive because they stacked in that moment. Korea, though, he played that properly, and big ups to Alpha7. 3rd place, a total of 8 eliminations. A wonderful game coming out from them. But Death Wolves, again, man, 2,900 damage, which is just absolutely nutty. All of them nearly getting 5 eliminations themselves. There was only one. Arado Boy picks up 4. But regardless, though, for Death Wolves, an incredible performance. A younger team as well, Hot Chooks. A team that hasn't necessarily, as far as LAN experience goes, they've got some of it, right? PMGO. But as far as like international play like this is kind of their first entry into the scene like that, and I mean, man, they're living up to expectations.
I mean, what more could you ask for? Literally, I mean, that is a crazy performance right there. And I will say that, man, if Hyper would have sent every single player to them, they could have won this game, right? But they didn't. Everything worked out for Death Wolves, and man, they just executed it to perfection. 29 points. Are you serious?
That's insane. Cameron, 29 points, which is just, I mean, that dwarfs anything we've seen so far. SLR, 2nd place with 12, and then, of course, Alpha7 there in 13. But regardless, though, actually, if we could, let's go 9 through 16, because there was one that fell off quite hard, and that was Team Liquid, who ended up falling down quite hard.
We'll see what the overall leaderboard looks like now, but I think this is an important topic of when a top team goes down early, it is not just about them failing to make points. It's then about the teams catching up with the opening to get the points themselves. So it's almost a double-edged sword in that way. It's a snowball effect in that way. So I don't know what I don't know what's gonna look. I don't know if Team Liquid is still going to hold on first. I don't think they are. Just the overall the numbers from the first 2 games just aren't enough.
Right.
It's going to be close. No, wait, they're still in first, but just barely.
By 3. I believe, Cameron, they were in the lead by, 10 plus. Don't quote me on that. But, like, they were definitely in the lead. Death Wolves, though. And again, it goes back, Cameron. You know, Hachuk said, right, if it was double points, I mean, they would be dwarfing the entire competition. Death Wolves just showed us all what they are about.
You know what? Speaking about that, right? I got a question for you, Taylor. Come double points time, right? Knowing this, do you think that teams will start looking at the feed and seeing a team pop off like Death Wolves just did? Do you think that knowing double points time, do you think they'll actually decide, hey, we got to take this team out? Because they're going too crazy, right?
Oh, no, without a doubt. I brought that up, actually, when double points was brought up in pre-show. It's like, not only does it give you an opportunity to accelerate yourself up the leaderboard, but it also puts a target on your back.
Yeah.
Teams don't want you getting double points, right? It's a double-edged sword. You have an opportunity to really make a name for yourself and really, especially like if you're looking at 9 through 16 here, right? Whether it be Time Gaming, Furia, Be Bold, double points can make the difference. You could go from 13th place up to, first. So I think it does put a target on your back, but it's also that risk versus reward. It's something that you're going to have to deal with and get through. One team, though, double points or not, that's been having a very difficult time is NA, who's been challenging nonstop who is it? Off their Influence Rage. First it was in Hyper on Erangel, map number 1. Map number 2, it was NRG Galaxy. Now, granted, NRG Galaxy does get the best of them, but it's like hot shoots. Influence Rage, they got a target on their back, double XP or not.
I don't know what they did, right? They must have just really pissed off North America at this point.
It's the last waffle.
The last waffle was taken, and that can't happen. So I don't know. If we see it again, especially in this next match, which, come on, guys, right? It's Sandhawk. I'm ready to see some Sandhawk action for sure.
That's it, baby. Sandhawk, the difference maker, potentially. It's going to be map number 4. We've reached the halfway point. Who do you want to see accelerate up the leaderboard? Who do you think is going to win Sandhawk? Let us know in chat. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 4 Sandhawk coming your way.
Hi, we are Super Lazy Reflex, and I'm White Allergy. Next to me is Koi and Hoshuan, and the left is Dragon K. We are from North America. So our teams are definitely very excited about coming to Brazil and participate in the PMSL, and we really like it here. Our goal of this competition is definitely to make it top 4 so that we can go to PMWC in mid-July. We're hoping that at least we can be maybe even top 3 if possible, and at least we want to make it to top 1 in our NA region. Yeah. We had some difficulties, especially in traveling, because all of us are from different countries. For example, me and Dragon K and Kindness have to travel from the US, and Hoshuan and Koi has to travel from China. So basically, getting our visas done and getting everything ready in a short window of time, about 2 weeks, is very challenging. And Kindness has been rejected on his visa part, which means he has to apply again. And not having him right now here is definitely hard for our team, considering that he's the main powerhouse of the team. But we have definitely trust in our Dragon K, our substitute player, who will be playing with us in the first few weeks. And right now we are a bit concerned about having to adjust to the new phones and new headsets, and also maybe playing in the venue. It's a brand new experience for 2 of the players, and we have a lot of so we definitely have a lot of worries about that, but we will make it happen and try our best. So our team has really good team chemistry because we have known each other for a long period of time. Me and Hoshuan has been great friends before we even were in a team, and we played a lot of classics. And me and Dragon K were on the first ever Super Lazy Reflex roster, which was almost 2 years ago. That means our entire team know each other very well, and we are able to communicate very well. We are able to enjoy the game and have a lot of fun playing together. I think that definitely helps to build very good team chemistry. On communication, maybe we need to work on some of the in-game battle communication, because Dragon K hasn't been playing with Hoshuan and Koi for a very long period of time, and we are definitely trying to make some advantage of that. Yeah.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes Cameron Davis. The halfway point has been reached. Now, we move into Map 4, where we're going into uncharted territories, Cameron, right? We're hopping into Sandhawk. What can we expect from everybody as we see Sandhawk for the first time tonight?
Fighting, probably. It's also weird, do we want to continue talking about this hot drop situation? Because on Sandhawk, is it a hot drop or just an early game fight? It's really hard to tell. That's just the nature of this map. It's just chaos, it's fighting. Macro is kind of just get to the zone, and if you stumble upon a team, you better hope that you win that fight. But that's why I think it's important if we do have this map. Jukes mentioned at the top of the show, map in the rotation. It happens in the middle of the day because it can be a very useful reset. Because of a team that starts off not particularly strong, not particularly high up on the leaderboard, this is an easy way to get back into the mix.
Nice reset. That is a great point. And also, to go off of what Cameron said, Hot Jukes, Chaos. Now, there was a couple of teams you mentioned that thrive in Chaos. Alpha7 was one of them, right? Playing the Gatekeepers. They just thrive off of Chaos. Now, Alpha7, they've got a little bit of room to catch up. Granted, not bad, looking bad, at least at the moment, but I think they could do a little bit better. So Chaos, Sandhawk, is this their map? I know that's a loaded question, but they do like Chaos.
Oh, yes, they do. I mean, that's the name of the game when it comes to Sandhawk, is that word, right? Now, I will say this. A little birdie happened to tell me, down in Sao Paulo, there's a little bit of drama going on, okay?
Give it to me.
And that could be between a team called Hyper and E7. All right.
Oh.
So I'm interested to see that. That's where my eyes are going to be on, especially towards that Paradise Resort area. So if that plays out, that would be insane. But regardless, right? I mean, these teams, we're seeing chaos from Death Wolves after the last match.
That's right.
How are they going to go ahead and, segue their way into this map? I mean, anything could happen.
Anything could happen. So drama, and I wonder, is there history there? Do either of you guys know if there's history between Hyper and E7, or is this something that just developed? And either one of you can answer if you know there's history.
I think it's just development.
I'm told it just started.
Yeah.
It just started in Sao Paulo. These guys definitely frustrated each other during some of these practice matches. So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I haven't seen too much of them, at least both of them against each other too often, right? It's not like they've been battling each other off of hot drops, right? We've kind of been more focused on Hyper, Influence Rage, of course, NRG, Galaxy versus Influence Rage. Everything revolves around Influence Rage, at least off of the hot drops that we've been focused on, and more specifically NA versus. But I'm for it, and that's what LAN experience is all about. It's about, I think that the hot-bloodedness, there is going to be natural competition. There's going to be trash talk, and it can start because E7 is, sitting behind that of, in Hyper, right? I mean, that literally could be very well why there's trash talking and why there's some drama. So LAN experience is great, and I love seeing it. So if we can get more of that drama, more birdies talking to us, I'm all for it, baby. But Hot Chooks, that's going to be a fun storyline. And Cameron, for you, man, a storyline, gosh, I hate to do it. SLR, they just continue to struggle. It just seems like they're doing okay. They get, these little glimpses of hope. The last game was good.
Yeah.
But SLR, I need a little bit more life. But I will say, third place in the qualifiers, they're doing a lot better than I expected so far, even though they've had their struggles.
Yeah, listen, it's an entirely new environment. Guys, big shock. I wasn't dead serious in thinking that they would have 13 points on Miramar. I wasn't expecting the hot drop in it to be 0 points, but really the fact that it's an entirely new environment, it's an entirely new lobby, it's an entirely new skill level that they've been introduced in coming here into PMSL. So the fact that they were able to shrug off two poor games with the first two and come out and get a nice second place, regardless of how, I guess, fed you can argue they were in North Georgia Bowl, they still actually extended out, took control of that exit position, and put up a good fight at the end against Deathwolf. So they didn't seem to be shattered. Their confidence didn't seem to be completely ruined just yet. So I'm waiting to see them continue to get that momentum sped back up to 100%.
Cameron, that's a great point that I'll pass over to you, Hot Chooks. There are some teams that definitely had their struggles today. Influence Rage is one of them. After Map 1 Erangel, they're eliminated by Hyper. There's a lot of questions. Will Influence Rage be able to reclaim the throne as #1 for Americas? After all, they are the returning champions. Can they, stay a champion? Right now, a little bit further down the leaderboard, but we'll see where they do finish after plenty of days still to come. But then you also have Deathwolf, so you can argue didn't have a strong start, but had an explosive finish after game number 3. SLR showing new life, getting second place in the last one. That's what I love, Hot Chooks. I love that point Cameron made. It is about not only consistency, but recovery. Recovery is such an understated part of a competitor's path to victory.
Yes, sir, indeed. And, that's why I like to see these interviews, right? Especially at the start.
Sure.
So we heard from SLR, we heard from White Elegy, and White Elegy himself was kind of just talking about, that they're an experienced team, but they struggle when it comes to, in-fight, plays. But at the end of the day, you got to make it happen, especially in Sandhawk.
Especially in Sandhawk, map number 4. The halfway point has been reached. Who will make the most of a map that's only played once per day of competition? Only see it 15 times. This is one of them. For other teams that maybe haven't performed well, this is the chance to reset, as Cameron said a little bit earlier. So without further ado, let's hop in. Map number 4, Sandhawk. Hot Chooks, Cameron, take it away.
Time to heat things up, baby. I mean, we saw a crazy 1v3, Death Wolves with a crazy game. I mean, now we're going into Sandhawk. Oh, I love it. I love this energy.
Yeah, and the reason why we talk about Sanhok being full of chaos is because of the nature of the map itself. It's very unreliable and able to turn advantages in fights into advantages for a game win. So the most important thing to do as a viewer is to watch these games and judge how teams interact in the moment, regardless of whether they like win the whole map or not. It's all about taking advantage of the scenarios, of the opportunities in front of you, which is the same thing to say about every map, but especially for Sanhok.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and see where every player is dropping. FURIA gonna go ahead and take that beautiful island there on the northwest side. If the zone goes to them, they're gonna be pretty excited. And Hyper, yeah, taking their ruin spot, but it is gonna be a battle because there is another team there and they are fighting it out.
Yeah, I think in the kill feed briefly we saw Hyper get a knock, but now there's a trade coming back, so it's a bit of a 1-for-1. Make that a 2-for-1. I'm just going off of the kill feed. Hyper are popping off here.
Oh, yes, they are. They are putting in that work at the start. They do have one player knocked. You're going to have to figure that out. But they are not done just yet. Here they go on the push. FS trying to catch E7. What did I say? And Hyper and E7 going at it as predicted. And Hyper so far looking good. 4v3.
Yeah, and they have a surround, like sharks in the water, circling E7. Stars needs to get healed on up, but I think he was just able to do so now. They already have an elimination, and with a shotgun, with a couple of SMGs in hand, ready to push the matter further.
Here they go. They are pressing the issue indeed. Entity going to have to figure this one out. They do have some DBSs, and they should have known that this was coming because these, from what I was told, these two teams had shared some words, Cameron. They shared some words, and I believe the word trash was involved. You know what I'm saying? But hey, one man's trash is another man's treasure. But that's definitely not what you want to be called in this situation.
No, it's about proving that you are the treasure. And E7 already with a man advantage. They have to work even extra harder for that. A couple of grenades already being prepped from both sides. FS going to reset that cold pin timer. And now the drop on the way down. They are just trying to get closer and closer onto E7. But it's about playing for trades. And there are some tight corridors. If E7 are able to control these areas, they can continue to just manage their angles and turn this fight on its head.
And Hyper has to play this carefully, and you know they are, because especially after the words that have been shared between these two teams, and Hyper cannot afford to lose a 4v3. So you can see them playing it very, very carefully. That Molotov, oh my gosh, very fortunate there for E7, not catching both of them.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here.
Wait, counter push out?
Oh. They're trying to. They have to be careful. The one misstep from N Hyper, and they're done for. Kennedy.
Again, it's just about managing control of these tight corners, right? And Hyper, they got the surround, but they were making it very difficult to push in. But the knock comes in, the trades, and nope. There it is. All said and done.
Ooh,
Stars. Look at Stars!
Look at Stars with a pop-off! Oh my gosh! He's got some words for him. I tell you what, I wish I had the player mics so bad right now. But oh my gosh, yup. And Hyper get the last laugh, or at least the starting laugh, right, for this tournament on the E7.
Man, they didn't even lose a single player. There was only one knock against them. Stars, who got picked right back up immediately. And this is in the zone, albeit the edge. We all saw what the circle one was. It is on the northwest island, unless we see a hard shift to the east. But this is right in front of the bridge, so I'm not too worried about NHyper having to recuperate timings and loot and all that good stuff. But NRG and Be Bold also facing off against each other. This is a drop down in Sami. I didn't spot them hot dropping each other, but with Spec already going down.
Oh boy, what a start here, Cameron. And I'll tell you what, little birdie just told me that Stars just wanted to express to E7 for them to politely sit down. That's what I heard he was stating to them. So very interesting. Very, very interesting for sure. I can't wait to see this start. This battle from NHyper E7, I have a feeling this is going to go all tournament long.
I mean, I maybe. We'll see if E7 want to answer back, because that was pretty confident. Despite it taking a long time, that was just purely because E7 were not moving. And Hyper were just, I don't know, they looked in control the entire time. So we'll see if E7 want to cower away from that or go again. We'll see that tomorrow. But right now, it is still Be Bold Did you get punched by your own teammate? What was that? That was a little random damage marker.
Yeah, I think they were just maybe a little bit bored right now, right? They're just like, hey, just chilling, waiting for NRG to
Watch the
start
rock,
this
though.
fight. Yeah, you better have to be careful because NRG are playing this very, very sneakily. The last trying to find an angle. J7 as well. They did lose a player though, so they're in trouble.
And the blue's already
4v3
here.
Situation.
It's only phase 1, but that could still become impactful at some time. But again, I'm just saying, watch for J7. A lot of grenades.
Oh! Beautiful.
Do they push off of it? That's the big question. They need to take advantage of this knock.
3v3. What's gonna happen? Oh, the blue zone started to chip away though, and I think it's J7 doesn't have an opportunity to get a heal off. He needs to get something here. Influence Rage going against SLR again at the start. See that, the feed. Meanwhile, Fate eating a little bit of that nade. Trying to throw one in return. He's going to try to sneak it through that door, but it's not going to hit anything. Nope. This next knock is crucial.
Oh, a swing around the
right
side.
behind. Yeah,
a missed opportunity. And now Fran's gone down. A really good push by NRG. David's trying to respond back. It's J7 knock. That's going to be a confirm.
Fate's so low. He's so scared. But David just putting him in a blender right now. Just trying to make him guess where he's going to come from. He's just buying time for his team to get the reses off. So NRG has to push this. They have no choice.
I mean, David, there's no reses available. David's the last one up.
Oh,
but,
he is. That's
yeah,
right.
NRG aren't coming out of this clean either, but a swing around the corner. They expected David to be around the side, and that's 2! That's both! Oh, another pop-off!
Oh, the pop-off's there! Look at them! The smack talk is at an all-time high in Sao Paulo.
Let's see where phase 2 shifts, though. Stage 1 is about to close, and David is only just now starting to the revive. So this is only phase 1, now phase 2, so it's still early enough that the blue zone won't, like, destroy people. It won't destroy your health bar. But at this far of a range, having to travel through that much of it, I am a little worried about B-Bold's continued salvage from that fight. But still, winning the fight, however long it took, that's got to feel good.
I'm loving this energy. I am loving it right now. Oh, boy. I mean, things are heating up down in Brazil. So, whew, lunch is going to be awkward tomorrow. I'll say that. You know, I can't wait to see what that breakfast looks like because, oh, boy, these teams are heating up right now. And there's so many days to be played that they have the opportunity to do that to each other, you know? So, I mean, tomorrow may be different because it is a double points day. I think everyone's going to just try their absolute heart out tomorrow. But, man, right now is what we're looking at. iNCO getting a nice knock there onto All Glory Gaming.
Yeah, iNCO trying to hold control of this coastline, but I think they're already quite wounded. Only 2 of them left standing. Fran is trying to deal some return damage down to 1 HP, but is able to actually get the knock alongside teammate, and that's going to be it for iNCO. Only 1 elimination, but they go down quite early. But AGG are also knocked down. Well, to 3. Fran looked dead for a second, but that was just because the health bar was so low, but not dead yet.
Down to 1 HP. 1 HP, but he survived.
Hey, it's not 0.
That's not 0. Not 0 indeed. So, All Glory Gaming stuck with 3 players up. Not a terrible position to be in. Next circle's about to pop. This is still kind of holding down that trifecta area. This is really tough because the zone can still go in any direction. Alpha7 are holding boot camp. They're just going to stay there, wait to where the zone goes, and play edge. And again, right, it's not the optimal position, but they're so used to it that they can play it so well.
Right. And from that fight, you can see the other team that's on the minimap is going to be 9Z. So they're waiting to see where AGG want to play off of after that fight. Because they heard it. They couldn't crest over that hilltop confidently in order to try and third party and take any eliminations for themselves. But regardless, they're just trying to play this area and gatekeep.
Yeah, by the way, we missed it earlier, but All Glory Gaming, they boated all the way here. So they got in a boat and they full sent it all the way into the spot. So interesting strategy for them. Works out for now. And I mean, the zone is still playing out on this island, and it's always beneficial for the team that drops there. That's going to be FURIA. We haven't seen them get any points yet, but if the zone locks onto that mountainside, they're going to rack up points like there's no tomorrow.
Similar for Titan Gaming, playing this ridgeline, trying to spot any other team, and they actually have an extended player of Rin, being a little bit of a rat on the bridge side. As we
Ren
see
OP.
Death Wolves ready to cross. They also, I don't know if Death Wolves boated in, landing in Cow, or they could have just taken a really long vehicle, like land vehicle, rotate along the coastline themselves. But now they've arrived in Edge, similar to Alpha7, as you said, and we're gonna see in just a few seconds where Phase 3 goes. If this hard shifts to the east, if it stays on this bridge, it's gonna be I mean, it's already Sandhawk, but it's gonna be even more chaotic.
Let's see where it goes. Where does it head on over to?
Oh!
Oh, Alpha7 knew what they were doing. They said, we're just going to stay right here at boot camp, baby. Don't even worry about us. The zone hard shifts south. That is so frustrating for Furia. You know, they wanted that circle in their spot, but now they're going to have to climb down that mountain. And it's so hard to when you have so much vision.
Yeah. I mean, with a hard shift like this, actually almost 2 hard shifts in a row, one fairly hard shift east and then now southeast, you kind of just got to fight through. It's similar to how Death Wolves played the previous game. But Death Wolves, they don't have to actually do too much at this point. They could stay on this side, maybe even fight Alpha7 for Bootcamp Ridge and just watch the opposite end. But now Team Queso up against Titan and Royals of War. There's a lot of teams all in this area.
It's a 3-way battle. They're going to have to put their heads on a swivel because Royals of War is on that edge. But the DBSs are out. Jump shots, Royals of War just picked apart just like that.
Easy. Not a single knock against Queso. Health looks pretty good on the... Oh, no, they did lose Milo, so unfortunate for that. But they still stay 3 up, and this is now a really strong position in this game. It's in the zone. It's overlooked by a lot of high ground spots, but the hard cover from those roofs is going to do a good job of keeping them alive.
Yeah, they're only weak from right behind. We're kind of where the camera's at.
Right.
If a team just kind of sneaks up that ridge line, they'll be good. But there's a lot of cover from Furia and Squad to be able to do it. But this next zone is going to push them outside of that hilltop, so they're going to have to push down.
Yeah, we'll see how Furia want to get out of this one. It's not easy getting off of that tall mountain. There's only a couple of different angles that you can take. But Artisan is trying to look for damage. I think Furia might be looking to go aggressive rather than try and play macro.
Uh-oh. Now he's going to take the shots. Yup, he waited. He waited till they were all in the vehicle. Can he get this vehicle out? He's gonna. Yep, there he goes. He's gonna start popping these players out like crazy.
Only 1 knock. The blue zone got the second, but the damage is still there for 9Z. Continuing to spray it out. A lot of ammunition left in the backpack. Some counterfire does push Artisan away for half a second. And Simple is already on the revive, but just confirm Connor. That's going to be another point for Furia.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying is that, like, that's why they were so frustrated about this position. Because it's so dominant if the circle goes here. But it's also so hard to give up. And they're forced to do that here. So they're taking a lot of time to kind of clean up these players. But now they're going to have to start focusing their way on in.
There is an exit point to the south that I think 2 other members of Furia are holding on to, while these 2 on the north are just watching over the vulnerable team down on the low ground above them.
I'm going to pick them up.
Beep, beep, Uber's here.
Yep, beep, beep, your ride's
or
here.
non-trademark, unbranded vehicle ride share is here.
That's right. That is right. And it was ordered rapido. Next zone comes on out, and it's split. All right. So we got a lot of water in play right here. Death Wolves are going to have to go ahead and hold, it looks like, the warehouse position near boot camp. And the rest of these teams are going to have to fight it out on the other side of this island.
Yeah, look like AGG also followed through that bridge, basically backfilling Death Wolves. That could be a lot bigger of a fight than any of those teams expected, considering how low agency that side of the river is going to have. But all the other teams are going to be playing on the west. Currently, Titan's still similar to Furia, holding on to these high rocks to try and find angles to create some openings, but they're no longer in the zone either. They might have to push through Queso. Or maybe even Influence Rage, who are just holding down the center. They got that first kill Influence on a Titan quite a few minutes ago, and they've just been chilling since.
We're going to see half this lobby just disappear in this next circle. It's so crazy.
Probably.
I mean, right now, yeah, Team Liquid, they need to focus on their back. All their eyes need to be right behind them because everyone's going to be hunting down that compound. And Hyper, NZ, Furia, so many squads. But and Hyper, they have their eyes on 9Z right now, picking up another elimination. And yeah, that looks actually pretty good. They have this entire side to themselves. So no worries. Now they're going to have to start running on in, though. FS gets knocked in the water. He's not getting rezzed. Yeah, and the rest of these players just it looks like Hyper is just trying to soak up as many eliminations as they can.
Hey, hey, at least making the call out for Juco. Grenades are coming out. Juco's very low. Baton should be able to win this pretty easily. There it is. 9Z are finally eliminated. 6 elimination points for Hyper, and they could potentially get FS back up, but no, the damage coming out from Liquid and other teams just holding around that high ground is going to continue to be a nuisance for Hyper. Smoke's coming out to try and cross.
That's going to be a hard one, though. It's up to Stars to he doesn't want to give away his position, so that's why he's being so reluctant to shoot at this point.
Yeah.
But FURIA on this other side can be problematic for Hyper. He's going to spot him right on the open. Stars tries to turn, but it's a little bit too late. So it's another player from Hyper going down. Not much he can do in that position. FURIA, though, up top. Uh-oh, yeah, that shot gave away their position, and that's what happens, right? Team Liquid, they know that players are coming from them. This is exactly what they need to do. Focus on their backs 100%.
Yeah, running out in the open down the hillside like this is a very vulnerable cross for FURIA, for Hyper. And, I mean, Liquid are just taking full advantage of it. Only 2 eliminations for them so far, but they're in a nice position, a nice compound to just totally control this edge side position. And once they've cleared all these last few players out of Hyper, who are now eliminated, there's only BBold 1 player left standing, I think. Liquid could easily just take control, but the ship goes away from them. But like I said, if they just clear this area out, they can sweep on in like the Terminator.
Yeah, the problem, though, is that there's so little time, right? The second the zone popped, you saw him just go a 10 hut, turn the other way around, and start sending it straight into the circle, because that's what he has to do. Meanwhile, Influence Rage are right there on that edge. They have 8 eliminations. Yeah. So, wow, Influence Rage definitely heating up here.
Yeah, I think it was Titan, and I'm trying to imagine what other team it must have been. NRG, perhaps? I'm not entirely sure. I'm just looking at... I'm remembering all the fights that we went through. They must have just picked up a couple of eliminations here and there just from the center, picking off and stealing kills. So really good job for them to pick up that many points right now, but getting a little wounded still. It's not free. Liquid tried to send it on in. You're right. They didn't take care of BBold yet. At least they tried to get 2 people inside the zone. There's still Chief and Cardozen outside, but Little Boy is trying to hold on to the angle.
That's the tough part, is with the zone shift like this, no matter how good you are, no matter how dominant you've been, when you got so many teams just eyes right on you, there's nothing much you can do. So yeah, Team Liquid going to go out here just like that. Influence Rage trying to stack up some more eliminations. Meanwhile, Alpha7 only with 1 elimination. That's only because of where they've been in this whole circle. But they are very much alive, and now they're starting to put in some work on Death Wolves.
What's Chief going to do from Liquid? Federal is extended out. Once this blue zone closes, their ability to sort of kneecap players running in is not going to be quite as strong anymore. I mean, the only teams that are really confident are the ones that aren't in the center of the zone, which I think says a lot of where there is to play in the center of this zone.
Absolutely right now. And I'm looking at Chief's going to go out to the blue zone. He's just going to wait it out here. Meanwhile, Alpha7 on the other side of the ridge. And there's still a lot of water in play. This next zone, where is it going to go?
East.
Is he going to pop on over to one side, or is he going to center on up? Let's see. Oh, okay, that's it. Yeah, Alpha7 and the rest of these teams are completely out. Alpha7 has to full send it on in. But meanwhile, Federal putting in some work on a Team Queso.
Yeah, just trying to basically create another 1vx moment, but a nice advantageous peek by Rin. Gets the knock there, almost goes down in return. Stays alive, and Radox is also going to be there to keep Titan kicking, to keep them breathing, but the counter grenades are now coming out from Queso. Not even reviving Pochak off just yet because they know the threat of Influence Rage.
Alpha7 just trying to press the issue. Now they're going to have to go for a swim because see Revel hid in the water. Going to try to swim into this next circle. And he might be able to get away with it because all these other teams are so focused on what's happening on the other side of the island. They can't focus on the water at all. So let's see what Team Queso can do. Meanwhile, Revel in a 1v1 situation gets caught. And be bold. David, right there. Are they going to be able to get the res off? These nades are going to be problematic too.
Yeah. I mean, it's never comfortable playing in the water no matter what. And I mean, I think at this point, I think Queso actually have the best chance of winning this entire game. They're cleaning up their area. They're defending their spot well. But if any of these players are able to get the cross, Carrillo, Radaboy, they're both trying to make it to the edge, but no, I think Queso are. Yeah, they're just lighting up the kill feed. They take out Influence Rage.
They got him. Wow. So he was able to cross there. But yeah, Alpha7 are just getting picked apart like crazy. Literally, fish in a barrel. Team Queso now finally to go on the other side. They have all the angles in the world. They're about to soak up points like crazy. He's just got to win this shot. Easy does it. This should be a Team Queso has this game in the bag.
I don't know. Don't count Queso out just yet. Gets a knock there. The fact that one member of Death Wolves crossed and it didn't look like Queso spotted it because their fight against Influence Rage lasted long enough that they're only just making it to the coast themselves. It is still a 2 versus 1 with the high ground advantage, but watch these grenades!
No way! Oh,
how is
my
he
God!
alive?
I thought, how did he survive? How did Potro survive? It's because he took the Poppy out of his name. That is why. Poppy Potro OP. But by himself. Starting to struggle. Guizao is going to start pushing now. Team Queso did get the full res off, though.
Right.
So it is going to be a pure 1v3, and the nade is going to shut him down. Team Queso with the pop-off. These guys are excited.
It's a really good win by them. They lost a player very, very early on, but whenever you see the circle go to your position like it did around phase 3 for Queso, you have to know that this is your game to win. You have to capitalize on the opportunity given because I don't know the next time that you can expect it to happen.
Absolutely. You got to be able to capitalize when you can, and Team Queso absolutely did with a nice chicken dinner there, Taylor. What do you think about that one?
Loved it. Team Queso, Team Cheese, okay, proven that they are some serious competitors. 10 eliminations as well, so let's keep that into account. That is a high-scoring game. Most likely going to be 20. We'll see at the end of it. But Team Queso, that's their strongest performance today. Erangel was their second strongest performance. We go back in time. They get second place. I believe only 3 eliminations there plus their placement points. But they've kind of solidified themselves a pretty comfortable spot, you would have to think, at least in the top 8. We'll see the standings in just a little bit, but let's talk about the elephant in the room. Cameron, we'll go to you first, man, because dude, the trash talk is real. Stars letting them know, more specifically Stars letting E7 know what he thinks about him.
Yeah, and again, this is what I mean. Such a confident fight here. They had all of E7 cornered in, which I understand the tentativeness to not just run through those choke points, but they had them on lock the entire time, and that wasn't even the only hot drop. That wasn't even the only pop-off moment. Be bold. This fight was a lot less confident for them, but David winning this 1v2 in the end to be able to get the revive, save the team, and they're also, by the way, they make it to the end game. I believe like 4th or 5th place, Be Bold, from that spot. So that was a very, very valuable 1v2 for David to win.
And also, Be Bold showing a little bit of love on camera too, right there in the player cams to NRG, right?
Yeah.
So that is another talking point. We've got 2 distinct rivalries taking place at the moment in-house, and we're only 4 games in, Hot Jukes.
It would be different if this was the end of the tournament, right? Because it's just like, hey, I got nothing to lose. Now it's time to talk smack. This is day one.
Day one.
Day one. And these guys are popping off at each other.
Love it.
They realize that they got to face each other all month long. They got to see each other at breakfast all month long. You know what? They don't care. They say, you know what? We're in Brazil. It's time to get it going.
It's a lot of pride, and I brought that up in pre-show. It's like there's a ton of pride out there. Money is great, and well, the money really is great. $220,000 is incredible, but I mean the trash talk, just being in that competitive environment really makes you feel alive. I mean, this is what all the competitors live for, to play on LAN. Most leagues are done online. This is done in person, and that set is just, I'm loving it. I really am. Cameron, it's been a great day so far. You know, we talked about Team Queso obviously getting that victory. Alpha7, though, has been flying under the radar. Have they got a victory today? No, they haven't. But they've also got back-to-back, not only in Erangel, but also in Sandhawk, 3rd places. Alpha7, they're the sneaky team that's been highly consistent that could very well be a threat as we move forward.
That's usually what you expect from Alpha7, right? They're going to get a chicken dinner at some point, but even on the games that they don't, they're going to be in the mix. They're going to be in the fight. This is a pretty weird, like, unusual game for them in that they played on the edge, but they weren't playing on an edge that they can really sweep in from because that river was in their way. But that's mostly just because the opportunity wasn't there. It's not like they completely changed their game plan out. And the fact that they still got 5 eliminations from that spot just shows that they are always ready to fight it out.
And you know, Death Wolves, obviously another talking point from 1st to 2nd place. They don't get the highest scoring game elimination-wise, but they still get the placements. They're showing great consistency. They weren't awake in maps 1 and 2, but they are awake absolutely now for map 3 and 4. 9 through 16, Hot Jukes, who stands out to you?
Ooh, I mean, right now I'm just looking there towards the bottom at these teams that are still hot dropping, still putting in work. You know, SLR... Pulling out another goose egg has gotta hurt, you know. So I hope to see them finally bounce back here.
Well, will they be top 8? They will not. Honestly, not a big surprise there, Cameron. I'm sure they'll be probably towards the tail end of 9 through 16. But Team Liquid still holding on. That's the big storyline. Death Wolves in second. Team Queso, though, through their consistency, right? We talked about it. Map 1 and map number 4, they managed to sneak up the top 3.
Yeah, but they are tied with Alpha7, and Alpha7 have more elimination points. So again, talking about the team that's just always going to be there, the Terminator, just around the corner. They're getting those eliminations, and they will be there for the second you let it up. They're going to enter in, and once they get a chicken dinner under their belt as well, which could easily happen in these last 2 games that we have tonight, they're going to be in the mix up there at the top with Liquid and Death Wolves.
Oh, geez. So E7, who's been talking all this trash now, and they've got this rivalry, are going against one of the top dogs in the scene, and they're in 16th place. Hot Chicks, does it get better for them moving forward?
Oh, man. I mean, that is not how you want to start. That's
not at all.
And you know that Stars was... If you guys know Stars, he was talking to him. You know what I'm saying? He was
told him
talking
to sit down politely.
That's right. Very nicely. Please sit down, sirs. You know? And sit down is what they're doing. They need to stand up. And they got to do it soon.
Got to stand up. 16, man. Double points is where they're going to have to come alive for sure. Because right now, at least in normal points, they are just not doing it. I hate to pick on them, but I mean, they do have that distinct rivalry. Hey, it's been a great 4 games so far. 2 more to go. We're going to be heading back into Miramar, and Miramar is going to be a fun one. A lot of history there already, and we're going to see if All Glory Gaming can return and take the victory. Return to glory when we come back from the break.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, and check it out. We've got a survey as a pinned comment in chat. All you have to do is scroll up. Maybe you don't even have to scroll up. Just check the top of chat. It's a pinned comment where you can give us feedback on the broadcast, talent, and overall event. Doesn't take long, but it helps us to improve to give you the best product moving forward. So if you could just do me a favor, and if not me a favor, at least PUBG Mobile a favor, please fill that survey out so we can know what we can do better so you guys can get the best product possible. Let's bring in our casters, though, and start talking about the craziness, which was Sandhawk, and also the craziness moving forward, which is going to be going back to Miramar. Of course, I'm talking about Hot Jukes as well as Cameron. Now, Hot Jukes, going to you first. Seriously, things are heating up quite a bit. We've seen the top three get very, very stacked and quite close, really. And we also have a tie with Alpha7 and Team Queso. So at this point, man, I gotta say, I've been very impressed with the number of teams. What is the team, though, outside of maybe the norm, that has performed well today that made you kind of stand up and say, wow, this team gotta be on my radar?
I mean, it's got to be Death Wolves without a doubt.
Sure,
I mean, just that one performance rocket launched them up on the leaderboards. Look at that second place so far with 42 points. These guys have got to be excited. I used to say that, you know, the strategy to win championships is kind of what Cameron said as far as, like, if you have a bad game, you want to get that like a minimum 6 points, you know, 6+. But when you get a good game under your belt, you have to go all out. And man, did Death Wolves go all out just a couple games ago.
Absolutely have. Death Wolves. So Cameron, I know you said, yeah, I mean, obviously that has to be the biggest surprise. Would there be a second surprise in your mind? Maybe, I don't know, Team Queso, who's been highly consistent.
Queso are looking good as well. But honestly, I have to go with Death Wolves as well because if anything else, they aren't even a legacy squad. The players don't have the same level of experience as a bunch of the other teams, like even Liquid, who you recognize the players in the squad from being Loops previously, Alpha7, Influence Rage, all the mainstays, right? Death Wolves came in from the Brazil qualifier. We might have seen a couple of them here and there, but they are a relatively new team to this level of competition. So the real question is, can they maintain this form? I'm not expecting a 19 elimination win like once a day or anything, but let's just stay up in the fight, stay up in the mix, like don't fall out of top 4. That'll be incredibly impressive for a team to just come out of the qualifiers and deliver on that front.
Well, even though they're a relatively young roster in terms of experience, they do have an experienced coach in Dadino, who does have plenty, or is a two-time champion of PMPL Americas, more specifically in 2020, and he's also participated in World Championships. You guys probably know the name. So his coaching experience is absolutely paying dividends for this young roster. Having that level head to be able to coach you through stressful situations, calm you down, and really make you think through, because it does get a little bit haywire in the brain, right? Especially when it's tight zones, you're getting third-partied. How do you get out of that tight situation? Well, Dadino's there to help out this roster of Death Wolves, and you got to give him a lot of credit where credit is due. Obviously, we're not in the comms, Hot Jukes, but like clearly his coaching is paying a difference.
Hey, Dadino knows best. You know what I'm saying? He sure does. I mean, and I'll tell you what, the good thing that when it comes to Death Wolves is, like Cam said, they started all the way from the qualifiers. I literally saw this team during the PMGO Open, right? Came in, dominated, made it all the way to the finals. Now, during the finals, they did end up, 14th overall. But, I mean, for a team that's just starting out, that's not bad. I mean, considering you got teams like Nova, right? You had a team with Paraboy in the mix. Yeah. They got 12th place, right? So it just goes to show that they have gotten such an insane amount of experience in just a short period of time. It's impressive. It really is.
It is impressive. Short amount of time, already doing as well as they are. I mean, come on, you can't argue with that. Now, granted, who challenges them? That's the question. Not only in game, but also in person, kind of like Stars is doing. I want to see maybe does somebody pick a fight with Death Wolf. We just have a battle royale in there amongst the players, which would be great. Of course, they keep their hands to themselves. Cameron, we go back to Miramar. This was All Glory Gaming, who took the victory last time, so they are the returning champions. 9 eliminations, 1,500 damage, which was the top up there, tied with Team Liquid. They get second place with 9 eliminations themselves. There was a comment, though, Cameron, that I'll pass to you from Hot Jukes. He says, at one point, All Glory Gaming was playing a bit timid. Do you think that's still the case, or do you think they're coming out of their shell a bit going into the second rotation of Miramar?
For some, I'm struggling to remember what they did on Sandhawks. I don't know if they're actually able to follow through on that. But while Hot Jukes, I do agree that they played on the end game of that Miramar match timid. I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. It's more so not throwing the game, because if you remember the terrain, and even though we do talk about being able to land your shots, being able to really control like your teamwork, the terrain defines how you approach situations. And that end game situation where it was kind of a hill but also a lot of rocks and ridges, they wanted to make sure that Liquid weren't going to throw any curveballs, didn't slide anyone into a secret spot to find an angle, because they were actually able to get the advantage by grabbing that first surprise angle in that initial 3 versus 3. So just making sure that they didn't throw the game. It took a little longer than I think we would have expected for a 3v2 to just sweep over the hilltop like that, but they did not want to throw it at all.
That's fair. I mean, Hot Jukes, talk about positioning. You know, on the other end, you do have you have Team Liquid, whose positioning I was very impressed with. That was something I brought up and something you guys were consistently bringing up, whether it was Zone 4, they took over Compound. Of course, they didn't find anybody there. They were being avoided, but, I mean, at least they found that hard cover, and even go into a couple of zones later on, they take over the only hard cover POI that was there. Then they move out to attack Ridge. They were doing everything right. Of course, All Glory Gaming bit them in the end, but Team Liquid's at least performance and their positioning was impressive, and I think that's what is going to follow through and bring them potentially more success as we head into Miramar map number 5. So without further ado, let's do it. Let's see if All Glory Gaming's going to win, or will Team Liquid come back and take over first place. Hot Jukes, Cameron, take it away.
Let's get it going here. Last Miramar of the day. Only one more match to go after this, and the playing path is heading a little bit on the southern side here, so El Pozo might be a bit of a strong reach, but nonetheless, these guys are prepared, good to go. My eyes are going to be on Monte Nuevo, though. Are we going to see another hot drop here, Cam?
Yeah, also in Impala as well. Remember, there's a lot. I think there's still a bit of a sort of sensing out who's going to really commit to where, and this playing path is not terrible, but it's still not great itself. It's still a little bit favoring towards the south, but we see Influence Rage. They're going all the way to the north, going to Truck Stop, potentially El Azahar, so they're going to try and avoid hot drops as much as possible. And they didn't get dropped on last game, but still, 3 in a row is certainly going to make them look behind them at every step of the way they go.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now we're starting to see some teams drop off a little bit later here. FURIA is going to be one of them. SLR out super early. Influence Rage heading on over to the north. I want to see a northern circle, though. I'm not going to lie. You know, these southern circles are always so rough to navigate as a player. Just the terrain is brutal here in Miramar. And
so is the circle.
We're going real south, baby. We're going all the way down south. So NRG is going to be in a good position here, and Hyper as well. All the teams that are just stretching up to the north. Alpha7, they love El Pozo, so they're probably going to try to find some vehicles, head up there, loot up, and they're going to have to be playing edge here, because this zone, I mean, it went all the way down south.
Yeah, again, and in contrast to that almost Zarky circle we saw in Erangel, the south plane path into the south zone means that the teams that drop have so much time to play with, whereas teams that are floating away towards the north also have to immediately loot up 180, drive back in. So that's just going to interrupt and mess with their timings much more than usual. But wait, we get another hot drop. Again, it's still Entity 7 and FURIA.
And Entity 7 already lost 2 players, and I saw one of them get finished with the winning. So, I mean, talk about demoralizing, right? They just went out to end Hyper, they just got trash talked, and now they're losing 2 players again. This is not the finish that you're looking for on day 1, but
yeah,
they have plenty of time, right? Plenty of games to be played here in this tournament, so they could definitely bounce back, but it is really tough to do when you have such a tough day.
Yeah, and that high ground angle like Hayowski is going to be really, really important too for FURIA to just get this lock in on the last 2 remaining players. Get that information over. And I just hope they don't take so long for this fight to play out like it happened last time, especially with the huge advantage that they have going into this. Just get them out of here. Get over with it so you can get your loot on.
Let's see what they're going to do, because they are taking their time. I think they're trying to get looted up, because I think I saw one of them just holding the knife for a long time. So we'll see. I think they're just trying to find some weapons, and then they'll go ahead and full send it on them in just a few minutes. The stage 1, though, is, like I said, it's super far down south. So, they're going to want to be able to get this done sooner than later. And again, Monte Nuevo, always the place to see action at the start of Miramar.
Again, it's only a pistol on the side of hate. Like, how do you... I don't even know what Entity 7 are looking for to play out of at this moment. When they have a pistol and...
Hopes and dreams.
And Uzi. Well, at least you got a red dot on that, I guess.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Oof, nades coming in. That's... You gotta hate that. You have to hate that. And, yeah. Entity 7 just trying to hold on at this point, but it's not looking good. Here comes FURIA. Now starting to push. Franco not even really truly utilizing his 3-peek. He's just full FPP right now. Full body peeking out. Now he's starting to 3-peek it up. There it is. But it is going to be tough because FURIA is on the send with only a pistol in hand. I can't believe he actually shot that. Just shooting it alone just gives away what you got.
But maybe
no
B
choice.
for bait? But this smoke causes chaos, removes information, and that only favors FURIA more because as long as they're playing for trades, all 4 of them in this building, and they even left a player on the bottom floor just to catch any potential exits.
There's no way he jumps out. There goes one player, the last one with the pistol. Oh, got a couple shots off. Got to give it up to him for that. But the boxes get shot, and Entity 7, oof, another demoralizing loss.
And another pop-off, another stand and yell. I mean, okay, I'm starting to feel bad for Entity 7.
This is not good.
I'm starting to feel bad. At
That's
what
all I'm
point,
gonna say.
like, their mental might just get cooked at some point. They've been at the losing end of not even just fights, hot drops.
The worst case scenario when it comes to something like this is, teams will start to view you as free points.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They will start looking for 87 because they're like, oh, you know what? These guys are easy. We're going to take them out. And that is not a position you want to be in, especially when it's only day 1.
Whoa, wait. Chief, I don't know if Chief spotted something, but AGG now going on the hunt, and the rest of Liquid are arriving. It's just one member dropped very, very low. The push onto the stairwell, but Melgar is able to get one. Don't count out that you can never count the DBS out. Never. Spotted Chief on the crossover. It gets the second.
Oh my gosh!
How?
I just had to sit there and watch it as Team Liquid just got punished, and now here comes another player, Mythic, just in time. You better be careful though. He cannot cross that window. He's so lucky that he missed that first jump in. Because if you would have got that first jump in, I guarantee you he would have got DBS straight in the stomach.
Hey, but at least it kept Melgar from doing the first aid kit, but the revive is going to call it. Now the rest of AGG are finally arriving. Finally, after all this time.
Oh, and he gets another one. Almost goes through. He got greedy. He should have waited. Oh my God.
And now Mythic's turning the tides. This isn't even in the zone. What is this fight for other than points?
What a slap in the face. Mythic just straight stiff arming All Glory Gaming, saying, where are you coming? That is how you do it right there. And oh, the pan comes out. I'm telling you, what is in the water in Brazil? I want some.
Like you said, or maybe Taylor, I can't remember whether you were Reflections, but talking about the fact that this is a 90-game tournament.
Yes!
You have time to go for more psychological damaging moves like this. It's not, you want to capitalize on all the points that you can get, but you can throw 1 or 2 rounds here and there. Let's get a replay of this. Melgar to get even this 1 versus 2 at the start is ridiculous.
Oh, boy. What a way to get it going here. And then, yeah, if you would have just waited, if you would have just got that knock backed off, the rest of his team would have been there on time, but he got greedy, and then Mythic just straight beamed him. They should have pre-fired that, but what can I say?
AGG aren't eliminated yet. There's still 1 player limping into the zone, but Team Liquid,
That's over.
4 up, 4 elimination points. Sorry, 4 up, 3 elimination points. It's looking quite good for them. The Blues about to close. Phase 1 is about to finish. Going to see where Phase 2 goes. If it does go south of Tumasera, probably the rockiest place of Miramar, we see 9Z playing around in. Good call for some
Oh
weird
my
rotations, and we're
gosh.
going there indeed. Yes, we are. That river is still kind of in play, but it's not going to be too impactful unless, of course, we get further shifts to the southwest. But Alpha7 looking to have a good trajectory to find a central position if they don't get contested by Hyper.
All the way in Valle del Mar, beautifully done in the Valley of the Ocean. You can see Alpha7 locked, loaded, and ready to go. I mean, they came all the way from El Pozo, so they are looted out of their brains right now. Just hug the zone, and it just so happens it hard shifts on them. So they're in a perfect position. They couldn't ask for anything more when it comes to a circle like this. So we'll see where they end up at the end of it. FURIA still in the lead so far with those 4 points they got onto E7. And man, I can't tell you, Cameron, I've never wanted player mics. I think now more than ever.
Right. Yeah.
Could you imagine?
No, I mean, really just someone dictating what happened. I just want to read the rundown script afterwards. I want to read who said what. I'm going to get the whole play-by-play.
That is what I want to hear. Oh yeah, I want a courtroom type person.
Yeah.
Right in there, just being like, "Oop, he said this, he said that."
Yep.
And I want the script.
Yep. Well, looking at the game right now, FURIA, they're still in a bit of a fight. Looting up in Monty, and then Titan Gaming wanted to gatekeep them. Good damage coming out, even gets a headshot. Massive damage coming through, as we also see Queso go down in the kill feed as Death Wolves and Royals of War and NRG, and well, suddenly we're down. It's phase 2, and we've already lost 3 teams.
And Death Wolves, I'm telling you, on a tear. 3 eliminations so far. NRG done for. NRG, not a bad start with 3, but getting taken out early gotta hurt. So now we're gonna start to see teams really just take their positions for where they're expecting the next circle gonna go. And could we get another crazy southern shift? Could we go all the way down to Los Higos?
That'll be a lot of hard shifts in a row, so I don't know about that, but we can definitely tease it for a zone or 2 further. But I was going to say, though, just about this specific position, this is a very strong compound in this zone, but the fact that it's only phase 2, it's still surprising that we see so many teams wanting to throw all of their weight behind fighting for it this early in the game.
Something, I'm telling you, Sao Paulo is heating up because these guys are battling it out at the start here. I mean, it almost feels as though it's, can you imagine tomorrow?
Right?
When it's double points?
Oh.
Like, I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, this is how we're starting it off on day 1?
Yeah. Yeah, you got it. Like, information and playing, it's not just about playing the game itself, it's also about what actions can you do in the game that affect the overall league, the leaderboard, playing the points. That's an entirely separate game than just going for the chicken dinner in the round that your phone is in. Like, there's the game that the players are playing and the game that the phone is playing. But we do see phase 3. That's another shift towards the northwest, so we do avoid Portona. We do avoid Los Higos, all of that nonsense.
Man, we need to see some more of this LAN action here, because I'm telling you, this is what it's all about. The zone gonna definitely spice things up a little bit. Alpha7 moved a little bit further south here, just in case. SLR are gonna be playing that edge. And meanwhile, Royals of War right on the edge of this circle. Everybody right now is just forced to just take up a spot and hold it. Looks like they do end up getting a beautiful crate right here. That's going to help out for sure. And meanwhile, Alpha7, here they go. Now starting to push up onto 9Z. They are not going to sit idle by.
Simple prepping a grenade. A lot of grenades come out from 9Z, but Riva has another one to answer back and made it through the window. But the spray from McGrellan is going to get the first knock onto Elite. The follow-up utility to try and deal even further damage, but watch the third-party shots. There is, of course, going to be Team Liquid to the north of them that are looking to try and pick any of this on up.
Battling it out for the center. Carrillo getting shot on from another side. They got to finish this fight quickly because they're going to have to worry about third parties if this keeps on extending. So, and yeah, you can see, I think it's Team Liquid just putting some shots down range onto them.
Smokes have to come out for Alpha7 to get the revive, just to try and stay as safe as possible, and 9Z are eliminated, so they have this whole compound for free, but Liquid are not going to let them really get a better established position. Great damage again on every single peak that A7 are making.
Yeah, Alpha7 shouldn't be peeking at all. I mean, they really just don't need to be losing any armor. They got to secure, they have the spot secured. At this point, if you start seeing them, push down the mountain, then shoot. But for now, just stay safe because you are in a good position for this next circle. Where is it gonna go?
Yeah, it's a big question.
Where is it gonna go?
There is still that sort of back and forth that we're seeing on the map between Titan Gaming and Furia on the northwest. That one really hasn't popped up. It's still 4 versus 4, but Titan with the nice little knock against iNCO Vitali. Again, with the rocky area of this area of the map, the constant, like, look at this right in front of you. You can see the dramatic up high ground, low ground. Liquid are trying to take advantage of it. They're trying to really be oppressive, not just to Alpha7 to the south, but even Titan to the northwest.
This is what I'm talking about right here, because the southern side of Miramar, the terrain is just ridiculous. It's so difficult to drive through this area, rotate. I mean, but at the end of the day, there's so much cover that you can utilize. And you can see right now, Team Liquid are with that high ground are just trying to apply pressure to the rest of these teams. They do end up getting this next circle as well. So iNCO, Royals of War, Death Wolves, and Hyper and such are going to have to get on the move. And we're seeing some casualties because of that. Meanwhile, Royals of War do pick off one of the players. Oh, but look at that. Beautiful shots on the air guy, but not able to finish and gets taken out in return.
Can't quite get that second transfer, and that's going to be a full confirm there. Royals of War, 2 eliminations for them so far. Now Be Bold, how do they answer back? Trying to push up the ridge, trying to push up the hillside and give cover for another teammate to go for the revive and try and get back up at least as 3. But then Death Wolves third partying, finding the angle out in the open. Fighting for control of the edge here. I don't imagine a lot of teams will be trying to put too much pressure onto Liquid because, again, their sort of ivory tower position. They're going to be able to try and steal a lot of different kills, but because of that, we could see a lot of fights just trying to maintain positioning on the edge.
Oh, there's nothing more frustrating in this game than that moment right there. All you got to do is crest that ridge, and he knew they could have had an easy couple of knocks, couple points, and then just getting beamed right in the back of the head. Ugh, so frustrating. And Death Wolves looking to add some more frustration to the rest of these squads since they already have 4 eliminations. And I'll tell you what, once these team gets hot, they're a force to be reckoned with, and Obscure finishing off the rest of Royals of War just like that.
Yeah. I mean, Royals of War dealing good damage. Got that knock on Narada Boy, but the revive is going to be pretty easy, even with the blue coming in as it is. And now Rin trying to heal on up, but Liquid cresting over the side. Titan are really trying to push Team Liquid's position, but again, the high ground is just way too much of an advantage.
Inactive, just trying to poke some shots from long range, but Team Liquid, yeah, holding this mountainside, proving to be very beneficial. These are some very difficult nades to throw. They have to be thrown perfectly and cooked perfectly as well. Yeah. Alan just doesn't have the arm to get it up there, but he's going to go ahead and start running down this hillside. Try to get to his teammate. There's no way he's going to cross that road, though, so I think he's just going to try and hold one of these little divots right here.
A bit? Yeah, we didn't see how it started, but I'm very curious on what Titan were expecting on that push onto Liquid's position. And just the way that
Alim him too.
Huh?
It was just him by himself as well.
I mean, losing Rin and Redox. I don't know if there was like a plan B or something for them, or they thought they had an opening, but regardless, it gets shut down by Liquid. Definitely good job by them to just control this position. It's another one of those games that, listen, Liquid, they might be getting good circles to help this position, but that means that they need to capitalize and get as many points as they can already with 5 eliminations, still 4 up.
Yeah, this is one of those things where I've said it so many times, at this level, you have to send everybody. You can't send 3 people and hold off another position. And meanwhile, in Hyper, busting out the S12K. Oh, getting it done against Death Wolves. Let's see, are they able to get the full finish? Yeah, Obscure getting taken out as well. Death Wolves getting picked apart by Hyper. They are starting to step things up. I think they realized their mistakes. Now we're starting to see what they could do when they stick together.
Those very clean shots, very clean fights. Death Wolves haven't gotten a single knock against them. And Hyper, despite having lost 1 player earlier on this match, and now Zhao is having to retreat, tail between his legs. 6 eliminations, so again, it's still a really strong, or rather, it's a really good sort of average maintenance floor for Death Wolves to maintain, but that kind of makes it doubly unfortunate when we see Liquid in such a strong position. That could be another gap forming between 1st and 2nd place once again.
Yeah, he's gonna find this shack right here. He's gonna get shot. Nope. He survived.
We'll see. Liquid hasn't won the game yet. So we're going to have to see. And now with the circle shift, that shack found by Gizao is also looking good to at least farm up more placement points, perhaps pick off a couple of eliminations when the fights are happening around them. But it's probably going to be mostly controlled by Alpha7 and Liquid.
Man, I want to see more teams just utilize that style of play, and Hyper in particular. I think that they just need to focus on their gun skill, because they have it. They really can take out these teams. But if they start playing these kind of like cheeky splits, trying to get too much info, you know, sending one player off on this off angle, it just hasn't been working, you know? So I want to see them just full send it as a squad. So meanwhile, FURIA starting to put some work onto Titan. That's inactive getting knocked right there. He's gonna get thirsted.
Yeah. Just a lean left now. High ground, but low HP. The rest of FURIA now cresting up, approaching in multiple vehicles.
And down Alim goes. So now we're down to 10 teams remaining here. Influence Rage still up and running. Full squad. No eliminations so far. And that could be just due to how this zone is playing out. Half the lobby gone. And we're going to go all the way to the end here. I guarantee you. This is going to go all the way to circle number 9. Because look at that. You got Team Liquid just all up top, man. These guys have really been putting themselves in some solid positions all tournament long.
Yeah. Really good macro by them. But again, similar situation with Alpha7 and Influence Rage is that they don't really have the best positions for a lot of elimination points because of all these teams are just scrapping it out on the edge here. Looking at Be Bold up against Anabete, iNCO. Still all 4 actually members of iNCO standing, but kind of fighting 2 teams at once. They have a bit of a ridge line to focus up onto Liquid, as well as that approach that we saw by Be Bold. So they're going to have to manage the positioning better, perhaps retreat from that angle, and make sure that they don't bite off too much more than they can chew.
I agree, yeah, because they're kind of in a tough spot. They do have a good angle, but they have to decide, like, do we just decide to push this right now on a Team Liquid and take the best spot in the map so far? Or do we just wait for the next zone to pop and go from there? And I think that's what they're trying to do here. They're just holding this ridge line, just kind of waiting to see where the circle goes. And maybe they're even hoping that a different team pushes Team Liquid and they can third party it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they are just waiting right now, and I can't blame them. I don't know why they're throwing these nades, though.
Ooh, I mean, they need to get into the zone. They're looking good. They're just trying to stack them onto a single position, get a knock, and then try and collapse in from there. But that big open ground, I'm looking at Mythic and Chiefs angles specifically. It should be able to tear that one apart.
I don't know why they threw 3 through that window. That was kind of a waste, in my opinion.
A bit overdone.
Because even then, it would have, if they got the initial knock, it would have been too fast for them to get the finish, you know? Ooh. Next zone pops, though. Next zone pops, and I think Team Liquid is out of this circle. Yeah. So they're going to have to push on down. Now it's really up to iNCO to decide, what are we going to do? Are we going to go ahead and go through this edge? We have 2 different ways we can go. Or do we push through Team Liquid after all?
And now Liquid...
yep, I think... Yeah.
Now Liquid's position isn't actually that strong anymore. Because even if they were, let's just say iNCO weren't here, how do Liquid get into the zone? Do they just run immediately down to that open area? That would be a death sentence. So instead, they'd want to sweep around either the east or the west side. But in order to do so, they need iNCO out of here. So actually, iNCO now suddenly are controlling the tempo of that retreat or the moves from Liquid because they're the ones stuck in the building. And iNCO could easily slide one way or the other. But they're also going to need to be looking for these opening knocks. FURIA on the west and a couple of scattered solos and duos on the east. But they're just going to send it through.
Well, they're going to push it. Okay, all right, interesting. So they send 2 up front. And I think they realize that Ayala might be a little bit split away from his team. So they might just try to send everybody through this building right here. And now Ayala needs to probably jump out, work with the rest of his squad. But the nades are starting to ring true. So let's see what happens, though. 7. Can he get that a big knock? Ooh, not going to be able to do it. So the nades just going back and forth. And this is just a death sentence for both of these teams. The longer this fight goes on, it is worse for both of them.
And now Ayala,
beautiful nade.
Play the roof. Held his nerve. Has to drop down and use the first aid kit. But with the blue coming in, it's all going to be on iNCO to try and make the first moves because they're the closest to the zone. A knock does come through for Team Liquid. But look at the minimap. What team is that pushing up onto them? Let's Be Bold, ready to take apart this fight. And a well-placed grenade drops Ayala.
The longer this fight goes, the third parties are going to happen. And you even got Influence Rage that could send it on up here if they want. They're in their vehicles. Let's see what happens. Yep, and they're coming. They are coming as well. So it's going to be an absolute party on this plateau. iNCO Gonna have to put in some work. Can they get this? They got the res off, but now Chief is full sending it on in. It is a 4-way battle. Be Bold is gone. Just like that.
An instant elimination by Influence Rage.
And now Team Liquid, they're sandwiched. They're just saying, where are they gonna go? iNCO could just wait. Just wait for Influence Rage to take them out.
Influence Rage, they want to take them out. They want to get these points. Feeling a little left out in the fighting, a little left out in the chaos. Chief doing a good job dealing extra damage to iNCO. 8 eliminations for them, so this is still a good round. But the answer back by 7.
And you know Influence Rage is just licking their lips right now, looking to soak up all these points. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're just on the cleanup crew. iNCO and Team Liquid. Oh, he actually goes for a run over. And he ain't going nowhere. Influence Rage. Beautifully done, beautifully timed. And that is a decision you have to make, because sometimes you're in a really good spot positionally, but you got to give it up. Give it up for the points and for the high ground. And that's exactly what they did. But now they lost their spot to Hyper, the spot they had before.
Look at Hyper sweeping on in, and Stars is holding the high ground long-range support angle. So a good backfill by Hyper to take this position, to take this spot. But can they hold on? Because as you say, even though it is a wide open sort of run down from the high ground here, if Influence Rage have to push further, they do have this lip, this little plateau to play with.
Okay, the zone that goes away from both these players. So I was really kind of nervous with that split from Hyper, because if Influence Rage gets one of the knocks on one of those Hyper players, they would have full sent it, and it would have been an easy wipe. So we'll see what they decide to do, though, because they're going to have to push their way down. Meanwhile, Alpha7 still in this circle. They haven't had to move a muscle.
I mean, they've been sitting pretty. They haven't been worried at all. 4 eliminations, it's okay for them, but they're really charging all their energy to convert this into a chicken dinner. That 6 points second place to 10 points first is a huge bonus there.
Yes, it is. And right now, I'm just staring at the map, trying to figure out what is going on in these players' minds. This is a very tough circle. There's nothing but open terrain in the center, so they're all forced to play edge. And this is a really big battle of timing. You have to time the fights perfectly. If you fight too early, you're going to get third party. So you can see them all just waiting, looking for that perfect opportunity to push.
Yeah, no one wants to be the first one in the center for that reason alone. Alpha7 trying to utilize their buildings as much as they can, dealing further damage to FURIA. Still 6 eliminations. Weren't involved in the north fight, which is why they haven't picked up too many more points that way in the last few zones. Now with the blue, almost a whole third closed, almost halfway. Stars trying to cross out in the open area. The spray comes through. Doesn't get the full knock just yet, but Law reloads, trying to output more damage on that vehicle, perhaps trying to blow it up, but the blue pushes him off this high ground spot.
Yeah, but Stars is now stuck in the open. Not much he could do. I think he's barely might be able to edge. Actually, no, he's in this next circle, so he's fine right there. But luckily for him, he did not get knocked. There was no rezzing him. Beautiful shot there from Law, and gets the thirst. Wow. What an angle. Meanwhile, Super Laser Reflex just playing this very, very passive. White Elegis does stand up. Gets the headshot. Not able to get the finish. So FURIA on the other side. Now they have this entire edge to themselves. And Alpha7 are kind of stuck in a big position here. Like, what do we do? Do we go south to FURIA? Or do we try to hold the north?
Whoa. Wait, Hyper, they're pushing onto Influence Rage.
Okay, here they go. And Stars is all the way on the other side. And because of those shots, you can see FURIA looking to crest the hill. Beautiful nade, though, from down the mountain onto Diego. FS putting in some work on Influence Rage all by himself.
Prepping another one. Not going to let the revive happen. But look at Law on the low ground, and then look at Alpha7 also.
Oh, he threw it towards Law. Oh.
Stars is certainly feeding that information over. This is not a one fight for Hyper just yet. Only 2 of them remain standing, and they're separated from each other. If either of them go down, the revive is likely not going to happen. But FS wants to push this fight into Law.
Oh, that was so risky. So risky indeed. And he gets popped. He was not safe after all. So down goes FS. Now it's just Stars on the other side of the map. Influence Rage, hold on. Just barely. Meanwhile, Alpha7 are like, hey, what's going on over here? What is going on over here? Time to start racking up some elimination points.
Question is, can Influence Rage get Law picked back on up? They want to go and confirm FS for themselves. They sealed that elimination away. But Alpha7, do they let them get to Law's downed body? I don't think so.
Stars soaking up, trying to soak up points. You gotta watch out for them toes, though, because Mafioso's got that mini. and he's looking directly. No, he actually does get that confirmed. So Stars holding it down for a little bit longer here. That split, absolute craziness. FURIA, they've been kind of just waiting. They're like, hey, you know what? You guys fight it out. We'll wait to fight whoever's left.
5 eliminations for Hyper. Can Stars get any more? Law did get revived by Diego. So they're not...
Oh, he has this.
Yeah, they're not wounded too
right there, perfect spot.
Look at FS, he's happy, smiling at that one.
He's like right there. Yep, that is the place to stay. Just sneak your way on. This is Circle 9. The zone's gonna go down to nothing. The zone is gonna close all the way to the middle. So FURIA, you're gonna have to start fighting very, very soon. And Stars, I mean, by himself is not in a bad spot. The zone is starting to close. He is towards that edge.
Yeah.
But all eyes aren't necessarily on him. That actually looked good. Oh, does tap him a little bit, but just a little short.
Still, very threatening to influence Rage. They see how close they are to still taking some severe damage. A fight between FURIA and A7 also popping off on the south side. The spray comes through from Diego. Doesn't find the mark on the Stars just yet, but look at Adrian on the high ground angle. Diego has no other option but to just try and spray.
Oh, the shots. Oh, the blue zone. It's too strong. And Stars gets the last laugh. Stars refusing to go down. 7 eliminations so far for Hyper, and down goes Alpha7. So now here we go. It's just Hyper versus FURIA. Stars with the push. He realizes what he's got himself into. He goes, gives it all he got, but it's FURIA with that chicken dinner. They just waited, and took advantage of everybody else slipping.
They got hot shot in the very beginning. This was not a comfortable round. They were in the mix of it from the very start. But yeah, the way that they were able to manage their engagements, go for the fights, and then wait it out throughout the early game, mid game, back to fighting it out in the end game. Really well done by FURIA, but also shout out to Stars. The second he realized that he was in that 1 versus 4, he had to go for a very aggressive maneuver to try and isolate one player to get the knock, and then the full confirm to get one more point, because winning the 1v4, it's possible, but...
Right?
I mean, FS was trying to do it. Granted, it was, I think, a 1v2 at that point, or maybe a 1v3. He was putting in the work, without question. Stars, though, staying alive was big. And FURIA, they just had it down pat. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Hey, let everybody else fight. We're comfortable with where we are. I think they had 9 eliminations at that point when they backed away and just allowed everybody to just third-party each other. Then they get the victory, finish with 13 and plus the placement points. That is big for FURIA, who, at a certain point needed points, right? So this sets them up very nicely to go up the ranks, break into top 8, or maybe even go into top 5, depending on where they stand. By the way, Cameron, Alpha7, right? Still that consistent team. They haven't got a victory yet, but third place. That's their third place 3 times in a row, back to back. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And once they get the chicken dinner, it could even be the last match that we have tonight. Or, I mean, talk about getting a chicken dinner and the double points as well. I mean, I think Alpha7,
right?
They're not. They're not the top spot. I don't know if they're how close they are really to really getting into that threatening first, second position. But they're waiting. They're waiting.
I think I would choose consistency, though, especially if they can stay consistent, right, Hot Jukes, from day to day to day, versus okay, we obviously Team Liquid has been stellar today. We've seen Hyper have these incredible performances, but if they don't do that day in and day out, I mean, Alpha7 with that consistency, I mean, man, they're a real threat.
Oh, yeah. And I think they don't mind being in the position they're in because, during PMGO, they were so far ahead in day number 1 and then still ended up getting passed by Team Reject. So, you know what? I mean, they're very comfortable putting up these points. And like Cam said, once these guys get a chicken dinner, you know it's going to be a chicken dinner with some double-digit elimination.
Tell you what, though, talk about comfortability. I mean, Hyper is just so comfortable. And I think from an individual perspective as well, Cameron, they're just able to make plays, whether it be Stars, whether it be FS, right? I mean, Stars on your screen here. He had the world on his shoulders, and cool, calm, and collected. He's talking trash in the venue. Hyper, they're feeling themselves.
Yeah. I mean, this is such a good day 1 for a team that, by their own admission, is still relatively new. They have pieces from previous Hyper rosters. They have pieces from other teams scattered around, but bringing them all together does take time. And I feel like they just look really good considering having to go through that formation.
I gotta ask you a question though. I want Cameron. What do you think about that split though with Stars? Right? Do you think that all the players should have been where Stars is, or Stars should have been with this other team, or should they just left it as is?
I like that split, especially because Stars had the angle over the open valley. I understand your hesitancy for the splits that NHyper have done in previous maps, but on this specific area of the zone, having Stars to feed that information and to have such a threatening angle, because we saw FURIA win from that exact same angle. Granted, you know, Influence Rage were already quite wounded, and they had a fight against Alpha7, but just that angle that Stars had across that open valley onto the very limited areas of play that Influence Rage could play through, I thought was very valuable for them.
FURIA first place, 23 points. That is massive. We continually talk about double XP. That could have been a 46-point game. And those are the numbers we are very well going to be seeing as the days go along and these teams in their respective groups reach the double XP point. And Hyper with 13. Influence Rage matching that energy with 13 themselves. Influence Rage, very smart play when they kind of worked up toward their way when Team Liquid, iNCO, Be Bold, they were all fighting, right? And it's like, hey, Influence Rage, here they come up the hill because that fight stagnated a bit too long. Hotchooks, you were talking about that. They get the cleanups and therefore ultimately get a ton of those points, and that's why they were able to reach 13. 9 through 16, though, E7, a big talking point, not to bully them, right, Hotchooks, but last place once again. They're already last place. They went against FURIA, which, God bless their hearts, FURIA, the #1 team in Map 5.
Hey, you know what? They're not in NA, so guess what? Sit down, baby.
Oh, here it is. The bias.
That's right. Oh, that prove me wrong. Entity 7, right? Stand up and put in some dang work.
Okay, hey, laying down the law, Hotchooks. I like it, chat. You with Hotchooks or you supporting some other regions? Let us know, because he could take the heat. Team Liquid, Cameron, they hold on. They have not let go of first place, although it's been close. No one's been able to pass them yet.
Yeah, listen, you want to talk about consistency? Even though they didn't win that match, they still had 10 elimination points from that Ivory Tower top side position. It got exploited at the end by Influence Rage, who swung in to sort of clean up the fight that broke out between them and iNCO. But regardless, I think Liquid had one poor showing so far tonight. The rest, first, second place, still gaining a lot of points beyond those.
That's it. Death Wolves still consistent. Like I said, slow start map 1 and 2, but through their consistency onwards, they have managed to hold in second place. Alpha7 still in third. In Hyper, they're in fourth, and FURIA, Influence Rage, and so on and so forth. Let's look at 9 through 16. Hotchooks. iNCO Gaming will round out top 9. They're looking to break into top 8. They do drop down to 9th place. I know that hurts and stings a little bit. Still plenty of games to go. What else are you seeing?
I'm looking at NRG, right? I mean,
sure.
This squad, I mean, yeah, they were able to sneak up on this tournament, but they got to start waking up here soon. You know, 13 points so far is not the performance that we're looking for. And, you know, I think that if you're doing this, you can't be hot dropping. So, last Aaron Gale of the day, I want to see them just make it to late game.
Yeah, well, they have shown some life here and there, but, like, they haven't shown enough life to really be a true threat. Like you said, they snuck in, okay? They were a threat during the PMSL qualifiers. It was actually SLR who ended up eliminating them. Regardless, though, now that they're here, they've got to make the most of it and maybe working those jitters out. I mean, again, they weren't expecting to be here, yet they are. Plenty of days left, though, if you're an NRG Galaxy fan. Well, that's 5 maps down and 1 more to go. We return to the map that's played the most, and that's Erangel. Map number 6. We've seen plenty of action take place there, so we've got storylines to break down. But until then, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the final map of the day, Erangel, will be coming your way.
Guys, we are Titan Gaming, the champions of PMSL qualifiers North America 2024, and here we have Alim from Russia, me from Germany coming. Here we have Inactive from Dominican Republic and Teres Dorin from Romania. Our expectations are winning at the Americas like we won North America. We feel really confident that we can achieve this goal, and we are happy to hear about it more. So our play style is very aggressive. We played this style in Americas. It's worked really great playing with the zone and also keep the same level of aggression at the same time. So we're looking forward to play this in the finals of Americas as well. After winning the North America qualification, we got really confident and I think we can bring the same playstyle in Americas, fighting with Brazilians and Latin teams.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. We've had a decent day, a long day, an exciting day, a day nonetheless. Now we are about to end that day with game number 6, going back into Erangel, right? The home turf for so many teams, should be the bread and butter at this point. And if it's not, well, hopefully it becomes that at the end of the competition, because this is where you're going to get the most points. Hot Jukes, we're hopping back into Erangel. We've had a lot of lessons so far. We've seen 2 different teams take Erangel. One is Death Wolves, who's been on a tear. Then we saw Team Liquid take it to start off the day, who's also been pretty decent, right? Any teams you think might sneak up and make an impact if they haven't already?
Oof. I think I want to see some SLR action.
Right.
Man, we all do.
It's been a little bit too long. We got to hear from YLG, and this is something that I've always thought about this team. I've always seen them as like a little mini and Hyper. This is prior to them getting, Kindness and Koi. I think missing Kindness here definitely has hurt them. At the same time, they have the skills. They know where to put themselves. They put themselves in the right positions.
Sure.
But it's just the gun skill. It's just the straight up fighting that they seem to suffer with. So if they're able to get that, fight synergy going, I mean, we could definitely see this team pop off.
Cameron, Kindness once again being brought into the conversation. That was a name that you brought up in pre-show when we were discussing SLR.
Yeah, and like I said, though, it wasn't the kindest show, like I feared when I first saw the roster in this situation, right? We still had good numbers from Huo, still good numbers from Koi there, but it's about looping in Dragon K, and then also let's just get White's numbers up. White, like the elimination numbers for SLR in the qualifiers was 25, 25, 22. White sitting there at the bottom with 6. So that's a bit of a red flag to me. That's why I said at the start, as long as White can play in the more supporting roles, that's, I guess, fine. But in PUBG Mobile, you do kind of want everyone to be able to get those eliminations.
Well, one team that I'm looking to step it up, hoping anyways, is going to be E7, and the reason why is because I want to see this development within Hyper and E7. But if in Hyper, right, they're already right now doing as well as they could possibly do. They can do a little bit better, but like they are tearing it up and representing well. But E7, a team that was pointed out, Hot Jukes, and rightly so, man, if they don't step it up, they are the weak link, and therefore teams are going to punish them left, right, and center. They're going to find out where you're landing. They're going to challenge you off the rip. At that point, can you even consider it a hot drop when you're consistently losing and you're in last place? E7, I beg you, step it up so the rivalry between you and Hyper can continue to grow and get spicier and spicier. Don't let Stars disrespect you like he did a little bit earlier. We're hopping into the final map of the day. Without further ado, Hot Jukes, Cameron, take it away.
Here it is, the last game of day number 1, and we're heading on into Erangel. Let's get it going here. We got a nice northern claim path cutting through the edge here, so teams should be able to stretch to most of their primary drop locations. Cameron, last game, what are you expecting?
I mean, more hot drops at this point. I would have thought that they would have been figured out at this point by now, but they're not. So why stop now? Let's keep on with it. Let's make it a branding. PMSL Americas, come for the hot drops.
Ooh, I mean, these guys they're keeping it hot, that's for sure.
No one's going Severny. That's a shocker. I mean, Kameshi, whatever. I mean, you think maybe a team that wanted to go to Nova or Milta Power would go to Kameshi as an alt drop off of a plane path like this, but no one in Severny is surprising.
That's interesting. It's going to make this southern drop a little bit sketchier. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a couple of these hot drops after all. Alpha7 going on over to North George. They're going to have that all to themselves, so they're going to be pretty well looted. But so far, so good. I don't see too many teams fighting it out yet. Some quite close to each other, but it is going to be a northern circle here, so no crazy hardships so far.
Yeah, centering up south the shooting range on the big giant hill there, which means that all of these teams that are all going as south as possible are going to have to loop back around. This is really good for Furia's initial looting position because so many of these teams are actually going to be staring off against each other. Yes, Naya, you'd think that Be Bold would have a good spot as two players are on the gas station to the west of this bridge, but with the other two players locked off in this engagement with Influence Rage at Yasnaya, they're probably going to want to pull those players back to commit to this fight here.
Oh boy, let's see what happens as David staring at the ground in shame, hoping he should have got some more points.
You don't think he was?
I'm just kidding.
You don't think he was considering to take the crossbow?
Oh, he was thinking about it.
Yeah.
He was
Scar,
thinking about it.
QBZ, crossbow. Yeah. Same.
Crossbow
Right?
could hit.
Yeah.
I mean, the clips would be insane.
Right.
That's for sure.
I mean, do it for the gram. Do it for the Vine.
Do it. I want to see it because I mean, this day has been crazy so far. We saw Crazy Carrillo 1v3. We saw Death Wolves get 19 eliminations. I mean, this has just been craziness, and all the hot drops, the smack talk. I am loving this tournament. I'll tell you what, we got to have more lands in Brazil. That is how you do it right there. And by the way, I'd like to be there one of these days. You know what I'm saying? I want to feel that energy. I want to feel that heat. But right now, you know what? I am so blessed to just be here in general to watch some good PUBG mobile action.
Right? As always, and I think Influence Rage, they're blessed to this hot drop not being that aggressive of a hot drop. They can just loot up like normal. We didn't get a hot drop last game. We don't get one this time around. So I think their early day woes have all kind of gone to a stop at this point. They need to be aware of Be Bold next to them. Be Bold do have a little bit of agency, a little bit of control on the westward pathing, but it really shouldn't be that hard for Influence Rage to just go out the east, loop all the way up and around, cut south the Stalber, and go in towards the shooting range type area. Now, are they aware of how open it is? That's the big question. We have yet to see a team get on that rotate just because of how many of them were in the air for quite some time, dropping south from that plane path. This is going to be a marginally slower rotate than expected, I think. Only about like 20 seconds or so, but still, those seconds can matter at times.
Oh, yes, they can. I mean, especially here at this high level. And when it gets to late game, I mean, 1 second is literally the make it or break it between teams.
Right.
So we'll see how we finish off the day. We definitely had a couple big leaders for sure. Team Liquid has been the most consistent, without a doubt. they're always putting themselves in a really, really good spot. So hopefully they can maintain that energy. Death Wolves are one of those wild card teams, I think, that they could put up some crazy points if squads are not careful. Honestly, I don't know about everybody else that's watching. I got my calendar marked for tomorrow because double points is going to be the name of the game. And I'm really interested in seeing just how much that affects the entire dynamic of the tournament.
Here comes Alpha7. Loop above FURIA. I would have thought FURIA would want to take control of this position earlier on, but they're late to the party as Alpha7 are already jumping past them to get a good position. Now FURIA could still keep a trap on this bridge that they're playing at. It's not done for them, but missed the first opportunity. You wonder if that elimination point or two that were potentially on the table could come back to bite them later on this whole tournament.
The Alpha7 just keeping on moving. Stick and move, getting looted up and on the rotation. Be Bold is the only team even near them at this point.
Yeah.
So they're just getting set up for late game. Got the monster truck nice and ready. So nothing too out of the ordinary. But guess what? Where are the hot drops, Cameron? Where were the hot drops?
They didn't happen, which is strange because there was so much open space in the north. But teams are, I think, just now trying to figure out where everyone is going to be dropping, where everyone is going to be planting in. Royals of War now grouping on in. Kayasuke has to back away, but this does put FURIA in an interesting position. Wait, is that? No. Okay. For half a second, I thought.
Confused for a second. I was like, where are they shooting at?
Well, I thought I saw. I don't know. My eyes must be bad. I thought I saw an orange circle hiding under the gray circles on the minimap. I thought maybe FURIA had a member locked in onto that position, but no, Royals of War have all the free space to work with. FURIA is still holding a little bit of a split. I do want to see Kayasuke get with the rest of FURIA. I think all these rotations are catching them, all the rotation timings are catching FURIA off guard, and they're not quite able to establish any sort of bridge camp position, if that was the play that they were going for. So instead, just scrap that, get up, group up as one core unit, and then wait for phase 2.
Absolutely, yeah. So just wait, play it safe, get into the end game. And one team that needs to get the end game is this one right here, Entity 7. They have had a rough day today.
Yeah.
For sure. So you can see them just happening by himself. Yeah. Just trying to get a little bit of intel maybe. As the rest of the team is getting looted up. Looking at the rest of the map. Death Wolves are still all the way in Novo. So they're now in the blue zone. They're going to have to push their way up in here soon. And Hyper are on the east side, circling their way on in. And we've seen quite a few teams already pretty much pick their central location. So everybody's just getting set, ready for the late game.
Yeah. A lot of the teams that have the ability to do so immediately try and cross that Razak River to get to the north side. It's marginally closer to center. This could still go to the south. There's still quite a bit south of Razak that is in this first zone, but that's good open space conceded for the other teams that are all coming in from the south. So again, it's just really smart rotations by a lot of these teams, conceding space, not trying to hold on to all too much, and really just keeping themselves 4 up through into the mid game. The early game is a lot more about information. Set the traps, execute on a couple of eliminations if you can get them, and just like Mafioso is doing here, send those shots away, but it's a lot more about establishing and maintaining your space and setting up your possibilities for whatever phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 ends up giving you.
That's right. Just trying to put yourself in the best position possible. That's what it's all about, baby.
Yeah, you're not trying to win off of phase 1.
Yeah, for sure. So SLR looks like they were trying to hold down School for a little bit. School's a great place to hold if the zone goes to School. If it goes away from it,
right.
It'd be pretty difficult.
But hey, it gets really good sight lines. So again, I'm happy with that one in phase 1. Phase 2 goes all the way to the west. Suddenly FURIA's position and Alpha7's, or rather Royals of War, all three looking really good. But Kayovsky, I'm worried about him getting cut off on rotation by Royals. Immediately has to 180 away.
Where is everybody going to decide to go? And Hyper going to have to edge their way in. Everybody trying to go to that hardship side. North George still completely wide open. And we're going to see what is going to be the plan from these teams. Titan Gaming all the way on the south side. We're still waiting to see them wake up as well.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, though, in the last match. As there's 22 seconds left on the clock before this zone starts to close. And the great migration has begun, but a very quiet last game of the day here.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are, you know, they had their fun. They've sort of put their egos on the table. but they realize that it's game time and like let's try and put ourselves on the best position to end the day, to put ourselves in the best spot mentally, confidence-wise, to go for the double point action that begins tomorrow. Because remember that, if you're in Group A...
Oh, yeah.
Like, tomorrow is the day that you need to have the best day possible, and all the other groups are going to try and keep you from doing that.
That's so interesting. I really can't wait to see how that works out.
Right.
Because, yeah, if you're Group A coming in tomorrow, I mean, the rest of the squads are going to be, like, studying you like crazy. Because all it takes is one 10 elimination chicken dinner, and you're, like, so far up on the leaderboards, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So, man, I am going to be doing my homework and to see what the strategy is going to be from these teams. Meanwhile, we finally got some action. There we go. The Team Queso silence, breaking the silence against Death Wolves, but he gets knocked in return. So these guys are just going at it back and forth all the way in the blue zone.
Yeah, this was an unintentional fight is my best guess. They're both coming in
For
super late, rotating next to each other, just to the west of Shelter. This is actually where that first Hyper Influence Rage hot jump happened in the very first game of this entire tournament. But a good spray comes out. It's going to be the zone that gets the knock onto Team Queso again. But this still gives the advantage to Death Wolves. Maybe can go for the revive. That is going to be the play. And Boy is holding on the angle for the support sightlines.
Oh, crazy instant knock. Headshot was huge right there. And yeah, you can't get knocked down low because blue zone will finish you out like we just saw happen to Potro. So Wazao still holding that location for now. Team Queso may just have to bite their tail and take off because this is a tough position for them to be in. Milos is all by himself.
Yeah.
Is he going to be able to find this buggy? Yeah, he should be able to get there. So he's going to go ahead and hop on in and take off to safety.
I'm worried about the meds. Only 2 first aid kits. Don't know how many bandages Milos has, but we're about to lock into phase 3. And even though on the surface the damage still isn't all that bad, having to soak too much blue, it's going to add up. The circle does medium shift towards the east. You got to be on the north side of the river at this point, I think, is the best thing to say, which means that there's about half the lobby that's not, and they're going to have to cross on over. We can't see any of it because of how big these skills on the map are, but I'm telling you, the FURIA are in such a good position playing out from Cube. I'm also happy with how Be Bold are playing out this one, but they're going to be pushing into Team Liquid. That, I think, could be an important fight if it does follow through.
For sure. Cube, definitely the place to be right now for this circle because they're going to have sightlines 360, and it's going to be very difficult to push up on them for free. We'll see if a team's even able to get close to that wizard tower there. That would make things interesting. But for now, they're all by themselves. Everybody else is forced to play the edge, and you can just see teams just driving, just trying to figure out where are we going to stop here in this location because whenever you have a zone like this, the zone could still crazily shift south. So, but I do have to agree. If you were a betting man, I think you got to go on the North Island here.
I don't like this fight. I don't know if SLR do, but
he does. Yeah.
I don't know. They're sticking around for this. They could be seeing this SLR as an opportunity to get some easy, straightforward points as NRG need to push down into their territory, but the grenades are flying in. They're not landing where NRG want them to. And at some point, NRG, if they don't get the knocks with these utility, they need to just find another way out.
iNCO, Vitalis, and Death Wolves did lose a player early on. Oh, Milos has going to pop on out, but not fast enough. Redox there from Titan Gaming was just waiting for him.
I mean, listen, that's the thing about early avoidance of fighting. With still 60, now 59 players remaining, all trying to fit into this one zone. That, as we also mentioned, the River and Liver Island aren't really particularly playable. So look about 2/3 of this zone, if even that, to fit 59 players in. That's not a lot of space to share.
You know what? That should be typical at this stage. Because, I mean, come Global's time, that's all you see.
Right.
You know, so I think these teams definitely should have prepared for this exact situation. We'll see who's able to make the best out of it. Meanwhile, Death Wolves playing this very aggressive. They're only a 2-man here, and they realize it. So they do sense that one of these players from 9Z is isolated. Hey, try to secure that point. You gonna hit these shots? No, not going to be able to do so. Meanwhile, E7 getting the better of NRG. These guys are going back and forth.
Liquid also still staring down against Be Bold. Those grenades that we saw tossed out, I think eventually found that knock. But yeah, we see that. Where is that other fight happening? NRG versus E7. Where is that? 2 down. J7 Fate back into the lobby, or rather back into the shuttle home, because this is the last game of the night. But then Hate is pushing on in. A great covering fire, but Spec now is knocked.
There we go. E7 waking up, putting some points on the board, but oh, this circle's gonna make it so difficult for them to push on in. They're probably gonna try to full send it underneath the bridge and try to creep in from there. But even then, I mean, good luck with that. So we'll see what happens as the rest of these teams, we're talking about SLR, Titan, are gonna have to push in from the south side. And it is a treacherous path indeed for these teams. And Hyper full sending it as a 2-man. People are losing, I mean, folks are losing players very, very quickly with this kind of transition.
And also, as we all saw on the map, Liquid once again ending up with such a strong spot. It's not center, but it's very similar, very reminiscent of their previous position on the last Miramar match. So we'll see if that Ivory Tower is going to give them a lot of points. I see a world that a lot of teams once again avoid them and sort of just trade elimination points amongst each other. I don't mean trade like intentionally, but you know, Liquid won't have the opportunities to pick up any of their own until the end game. But Super Lazy Reflex now trying to follow up what NRG weren't able to do against E7. The damage is coming out, as are the grenades.
Jump shot from Koi, missing the mark. Dragon over peeking here in a lot of trouble. Opening it up to Hate, and Hate full sending it, but does get picked off. Are they getting shot from the other side? It is. That's inactive from Titan, making it difficult on both of these teams here. Yeah, E7 in a world of hurt, and now SLR is too.
Yeah.
Down to one player.
Blue's closing in. That's going to add some extra damage onto this.
Oh, it's over.
It's not looking great. White LG, I don't know if they can get picked back up. Renko doing a good job staying in front of the blue. No, wants to try and deny this revive, but you're going to go down to the blue zone.
Oh, did White LG? I think we saw him body block and forced the blue zone to take him out. So interesting play there. Meanwhile, SLR is going to have to, we're going to see him pop into the vehicle. And nope, cannot move. Oh, that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah,
nothing you can do.
Get some meds and try and heal on out, but crossing that bridge is going to be very, very difficult to do.
He's looking for more heals. He found some. Oh, he found a lot, so he can heal up a little bit. But yeah, look at this. The other side of the bridge is already taken. Team Kessel all the way at the bottom. All Glory Gaming gonna get a nice Molotov knock as well. And 9Z is dominating this bridge. They're just looking, but I don't know if they realize he's there yet. They had to hear him though, right?
I don't know. I mean, you assume so, but looking at how they're positioning, we do see a lot of other eliminations happening around the map because, as you say, I'm surprised we still have 39 remaining. I'm surprised we still have 14 teams remaining, or now into 13. We just lost Beebold, I think, and all this kerfuffle on the east side.
You go down right now, 0 placement points.
Right.
0 placement points, and you made it this far. That's crazy.
Listen, other teams are making it further. That's the name of the game.
Yes, indeed. But, man, so many teams are just picked apart. There's only 3 teams out of the 13 that have their entire squad up. There goes a limb right there. He is out of there. Worlds of War now going to have to get into the mix. And very, very close to Alpha7. Next circle about to pop, and it does go into the open field here. So this is going to be a tough one to hold down. We'll see what happens.
I'm looking at Alpha7. This is looking prime game for them to take the win here.
Yeah.
Just their play style alone. They already have 6 eliminations, so they're feeling warmed up. They're feeling hot, and they can just continue to sweep on the edge. As we look back onto Liquid, who were in a big long-term fight with iNCO from this position, they can still play out of this compound in stage 5. But it's right on the edge. So they're not going to have a lot of control. They're not going to have a lot of agency. And especially with Benabete still trolling around onto the north, and AGG have a couple of members to the south, as well as Influence Rage now are arriving. Looks like all these teams want to try and cut Liquid's path to the center of the zone off.
Absolutely, yeah. When this next zone pops, Team Liquid's going to be just stuck in those buildings with nowhere to run. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, Influence Rage has already got their eyes on them. They're waiting for that jump out. So if you're Influence Rage right now, they're just trying to take their time. And they only got 2 players up, so they're definitely not trying to make noise at this point.
Yeah.
Just waiting for a good opportunity. Oh, Federal said, forget it. I'm shooting.
I mean, try and get the damage where you can. Keep the pressure onto Liquid. Don't let them feel comfortable. But here comes Alpha7. They're sending it in. They might be looking for a more central position to try and take control of this entire fight. There aren't a lot of opportunities on the edge anymore because we've lost Hyper, we lost Queso, lost Royals of War. Where did Titan go? Oh, they also went back to the lobby. Never mind. They didn't survive for too long.
Yeah. They got taken out. That is crazy. Yeah, again, only 3 teams with their full squad up. Meanwhile, yeah, Glory Gaming still with 5 eliminations so far. Not a bad game for them. But we'll see what happens. This is the calm before the storm, folks. Things are going to get ramped up as we get ready for the last part of the final game of day number 1, the PUBG Mobile Super League Americas.
Diego waiting for Mythic to give him the opportunity. Keyword does go down. Furia are starting to get activated. They've extended out from that Q position. You can see the damage coming out from Federal on the opposite side to not let Death Wolves be comfortable at all. The fact that they were able to make it this far into the game, coming in from Nova, running into Queso in the blue on their first rotation, is definitely better than I expected. But how long can they stay alive is the big question. Alpha7 now just running around in circles, or rather driving around, looking for more victims, trying to really take control. They know that a lot of teams are going to be wounded. They want to push their advantage, get as many extra points as possible.
And I'll tell you what, speaking of points, if you go out right now, again, 0 placement points. There's still 9 teams remaining. You've gone on for so long, and if you go out now, you're going to go home empty-handed when it comes to placement points. Big nade getting about to... Oh, bouncing almost perfectly. Never mind. Maybe that was a stun. Elite not feeling it at all.
I mean, doing a good job dodging it. Gets behind a rock now as well, but Furia still have more. And that one!
That one hurt.
That one hurt, yep. Forces a first aid kit at the very least.
See what happens, though. Oh, look at that. Revo getting a nice knock right there. And Thirst. Alpha7 really controlling it. This has got to be their game here. These guys live for these kind of moments.
Yeah.
And as everyone else is just trying to get second. Oh, the run over too. Just the disrespect.
I mean, look at this position on the map for Alpha7. Furia did try and extend out, but they've taken a lot more time than I think they hoped for to take 9Z out. So because of that, they don't have the timing, the positioning to get that central control position that Alpha7 have now essentially kind of taken away from them. At least they're winning the fight over here. Simple is still alive with the dinner plate, as well as the Saiga, but that's going to go down. Good shots from Arturzin to finish 9Z off, but how do Furia play into the rest of the zone? Because we see a collapse coming out from AGG. Nope, never mind.
See ya. No,
JK,
thank you.
It's a prank. I'm just kidding.
I'm good. Yep, I'm good. Let me just get back to my team real quick. Oh, never mind. Oh, I was just kidding. Am I coming?
Keep you on your toes.
And I'm gone.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, time to make it on over to my squad. I mean, what the heck is he doing at this point? That's what I'm talking about. It's like these coin flips that are just so risky. I don't get it. But you never know what's going in the minds of All Glory Gaming. Influence Rage still up. No, yeah, we did not see. I'm looking for Team Liquid. They still have 3 players up, so it looks like they were able to get away from that position.
Oh, and Abete still crawling in. Last player up for iNCO was able to distance themselves from Liquid's compound, and now just crawling in. Could catch AGG. Oh, never mind.
He got caught.
Askina finds it. Long range too. Good eyes.
And Furia's on a rampage right now. They have 5 eliminations, but they are coming. Oh, goodbye! Drove right into Pedrino, and he shut that down real quick. What do you think about driving in the late game?
Yeah, suddenly Furia are not looking so hot anymore. And suddenly Alpha7 are looking even better still. The only team with all 4 remaining. Now, hopefully they don't overthrow these things. Hopefully they don't overcook it. Karowski goes down. Still alive. How? He goes down to 1 HP. Teammate not much better.
Oh, now here comes Alpha7. Mafioso looking to go and just taunt them a little bit. Alpha7's so confident. 9 eliminations. They know they've won this game. It was only a matter of time. And in the last game of the day, it looks like an absolute lock. It is literally their game to lose at this point.
Yeah. Run over. See what happens. AGG still doing the damage. It's Mad Max Derby at this point. Federal goes down. So there's one member still standing for Influence Rage, and now Death Wolf still. They are not going down without a fight. They're in such a low agency position, but they are picking up elimination after elimination.
Hey, if you don't got cover, make some yourself. Death Wolves refusing to go down. That is the spirit of what we like to see right there. Alpha7 doing what they do best. This is definitely their game to win. But I love to see teams and players give it all they got to the absolute last second.
Grenades out. Spotting the rest of AGG. Grenades aren't really landing, but look at Carrillo's backpack. Still a lot of utility to play with. Oh, there it is. The shots from Rebo coming out. 10 eliminations. Easily can go to 14 if they can clean up the rest here.
Let's see what happens here as we got All Glory Gaming on the move. Deathwolf still alive. Alpha7 just trying to figure out how many eliminations they're going to get before they get this chicken dinner. How many will it be? All Glory Gaming is toast. Guizao gets Mafioso. Man, Deathwolves are not going down without a fight.
No. Big damage. Melgar was the last one up for AGG, though. How much damage can they do to Alpha7?
Got taken out?
That's true. Wait, it's not looking so clean anymore. Still 3 up, but 3 other opponents. And I like that Deathwolves actually sent a player out on an extended angle, taking advantage of suddenly all this open space as I get the hiccups, and I'm sorry. It's frustrating me.
I'll tell you what, Guizao is dead center of this circle. And this next zone will pop, but after this, the zone's going down to nothing, and he's dead in the middle. So right now, I think he's just trying to buy some time. And with All Glory Gaming on this other side, it may prove difficult for Alpha7. They're going to have to play this one for the win, for sure. One slip up and they're done for. There's no way they lose this, though, right? They should have this in the bag.
They have the high ground. It looks like they got a crate. McGrellin, yeah, with level 3s all across the board.
Oh, stacked.
Yeah. But having lost Mafioso, suddenly, different playstyle. Suddenly, they don't have the freedom that they thought they did, which is the way that you react to that. They have the information on the last few players, but they don't want to lose a single other teammate, because then that's an opening for someone else to steal this chicken dinner away.
Did they catch him? Yeah, okay. I was about to say, they have to send it all onto that final player of Deathwolf. Just eliminate that, and they do. So, yeah. Beautifully done. Now it is a 3v2 situation. Alpha7 said, okay, we lost the player. Let's get serious. And now they're looking for an angle on Guizao. No way you should peek that. Don't even peek it at all. Just wait. Yep. And it's going to be hard. He's trying to weather the storm. These shots coming from all angles. Oh, and they take down that player from All Glory Gaming. So now it's a 1v3. Gotta give a huge shout out to Guizao, though. Oh, he's going to molly himself. Deny the point.
Deny!
Yep. Oh, no. Did he get it? Maybe. Maybe not. But I'll tell you what. Deathwolf going crazy at that end there to completely survive. But it's the chicken dinner we've all been waiting for. Alpha7 wrap it up with a baker's dozen.
I told you guys. I told you. They're always going to be in the mix. Get that one win under their belt. They might even be in first place at this point. I'm trying to remember what the score was. It's still going to be a tight finish regardless. And I think especially Deathwolves getting second is also going to challenge Alpha7's climb to the top there. But still, I think regardless of how they end their final positions, Liquid, Deathwolves, Alpha7, all 3 made a really strong statement in this first day.
Absolutely. You can even make an argument that AGG did. I mean, you know, AGG getting third place in the way that they did was pretty spectacular. Melgar was phenomenal. Not only in this game, staying alive when he needed to. Granted, was it the most impactful play? No, but he stayed alive, which is all you can ask him to do. But you remember, you go back last game, and he's in this tremendous fight against Team Liquid with the DBS, and ends up punishing several of them. Of course, that was before Team Liquid themselves. I think it was Mythic who walked in and then just shut them all down. But Melgar really showing that AGG has some legs, even if it's just him alive. But that's a big win from Alpha7, right? First place, chicken dinner, hot jukes. They go Sandhawk, Miramar, as well as I believe Erangel just before that. They get third place. Now they finally get the victory. And I think now trumping that Team Liquid in terms of consistency, Alpha7 officially our most consistent team of the day.
I mean, man, how many trophies did they get, right? How many placements? I mean, we saw third place, third place, third place, third place. Now they get a beautiful first place chicken dinner here towards the end. I mean, I think we all knew it was only a matter of time. And with the zone that they got and how they handled it, it was just an easy chicken dinner. Got a little sketchy towards the end, but at the end of the day, usually when it comes to like weaknesses, Alpha7's their own weakness. You know, if they get a little too overconfident, they could put themselves in some pretty bad spots. But you know what? They did a little bit and then said, nah, time to get serious and won the game.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I got to give you your flowers, Cameron. You actually called it, several stages before the final. You saw that it was, the zone was going to be out in the open. Hotchukes is like, we'll see how this can turn out. And you got excited. You're like, Alpha7, this is their game to take because they love to play the gatekeeper role. It's out in the open. You felt at that moment, hey, this is an open zone. Alpha7, they're already playing gatekeeper. They have a chance to take it all, and they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. There's always going to be a threat coming in from the edge there. And contrasting that to the way that we're seeing Team Liquid approach these games, where they're more taking a central position, trying to post up with a nice little compound and win from there. A little more of what we would call perhaps defensive play, though how you define defensive and aggressive in a game that the circle forces you to move is a separate conversation. But also, a note to Deathwolves as well. The fact that they came all the way from Novo, able to get second place, and also the self-immolation at the end. This is, again, a marathon, not a sprint, so we're already seeing some teams, some players toy with the idea of how do we really maximize not just our point game, but also minimize our opponents, such as denying in situations like that.
That's right, and I think the denying is going to be very important in double XP starting tomorrow. Alpha7, 23 points, very well done. Deathwolves just blown away by them. Honestly, if you would have asked me, would Deathwolves finish the way that they started, I would have been like, no. I mean, there's no way, because they started so lackluster, but finished so strong, and definitely on my radar going forward. But, obviously, Hotchukes, we go down the list. That's 1 through 8, but 9 through 16, still some struggles for multiple teams. Now, E7, though, there is a ray of light. 6 eliminations.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Double your points in one game. That is how you do it right there.
More than that, right?
And there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, I mean, hey, it's good to see some light from them. I think they're going to go, to their rooms a little bit upset. But still, there's a lot more PUBG Mobile left to be played. And Alpha7, all the way to the top.
There it is, Cameron, all the way to the top, right? We questioned, was it enough to overtake Team Liquid? Well, yes, it was, and even Deathwolf sneaking in, taking over second place.
Yeah, Liquid actually didn't get as many points on that final Erangel as I thought. They were fighting a lot of teams from their compound, but I guess just weren't able to get too many points from that extended engagement. Also looking at a 10-point gap dropping down from 3rd to 4th place. Influence Rage, they're trying to tease into the area, but they're not alone because FURIA aren't too far behind either.
Not far behind at all. FURIA, they had a couple of good games, actually, even just before, right? And Miramar getting first place, so definitely scary at certain points. E7 still there in last, but, making some ground. Honestly, it's a lot closer than I thought, going from 16 up to even, let's say, honestly, top 9, especially with some wild swings, Hotchukes, that some of the teams have shown that they can execute today.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there's still a whole lot of this tournament left, that's for sure. And the double points tomorrow, that is what I'm excited for, honestly. I cannot wait to see how much of an impact that has, right? I mean, it's going to be a little unfortunate for Group A, right, to get that on the first day, right, of the week.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see just how many teams are just going to be hunting them down, in all honesty.
Yeah, Group A, man. So who are we looking at? FURIA, iNCO Gaming, E7, and Hyper. So E7 going into tomorrow, they've got day 1 done. Maybe they're not too happy. Double points. We see them go up the list. They could very well be a surprise team. Hyper, though, is going to be the scariest one, right? Going into double points time. FURIA as well. We'll see how well they do. It's going to be crazy. It was a great day. 6 wonderful games. Plenty of points to be earned. And still, 14 more days to go, Cameron. It was a pleasure working with you for the first time ever. What's your final words before we get out of here?
I'm looking at Deathwolves. Now, granted, these players, they're not brand new to the top level of Brazilian competition, but they have little, if any, international competition, and that's what this is right now, PMSL. So, or LAN competition, for that matter, also. It's one thing to get a good lead. Can they hold on to it? That's the big question. The marathon quest, are they going to continue this position, or are they going to suddenly start to fall off? Or are they going to have the energy to maintain their spot at the top?
That's true. Is it that fresh energy? We're here on LAN, right? It's our first time to really play, internationally. Does that give them a little bit of a buff? And does that buff start to, taper off as we go throughout the days? Hotchukes, always great to work with you, man. It's a pleasure. I'll be seeing you around much more. What's your final words before we get out?
Man, it was a great day today. I mean, I love the energy down in Sao Paulo. I mean, we saw crazy fights. We saw some smack talk. Hey, PUBG Mobile, Get some of them player mics on there, baby. I want to hear what these guys have to say.
Could be a brand risk, though. Let's be fair, especially with some of the things they're saying. Hey, other than politely saying, sit down, right? But it would definitely be fun to hear what they got to say. At least get the cliff notes, I think, as Cameron was saying a little bit earlier, a couple of games ago. Well, it was a great day. Day 1 has officially concluded for the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I got to say, it was a pleasure being with you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we're coming back tomorrow at 5 o'clock ET, 5 p.m. ET. We would love to see you then. But for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hot Jukes, Cameron, Davis, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here, and be back tomorrow, 5 ET. We'd love to have you again.